What if death isn't the end, but a cosmic joke with no punchline? Picture this, a world where the afterlife resembles a raucous pub brawl more than a serene paradise. The Celts believed in an afterlife teeming with vibrant chaos, where the line between life and death blurs like a drunken dream. A place where wailing banshees serve whiskey, and druids scribble cryptic prophecies on ancient oak bark. It's a wild ride, if you can dodge the Grim Reaper's scythe along the way. Ever considered that your fate could hinge on the whims of a mischievous goddess? The Celts didn't simply fear death, they laughed in its face and threw it a hearty banquet. They imagined a world where the deceased navigated dark forests and shimmering waters, brimming with wild spirits and even wilder tales. This isn't just folklore, it's a carnival of the macabre, where the dead don't rest, they revel in their new, twisted existence. What if your soul is a bargaining chip in a cosmic poker game? Each Celt, with a pint of mead in hand, spun stories of the afterlife that could make a modern horror movie blush. They believed in reincarnation, not as a serene return to nature, but as an opportunity for a second act. Want to be a raven? Go ahead. A noble warrior? Sure thing. But watch your back, your past life sins might just come back to haunt you, literally. Imagine a clandestine gathering under the cloak of night, where druids whisper forgotten incantations, summoning the souls of the departed. They'd sit, cloaked in shadows, sipping from goblets overflowing with dark humor and the bitter taste of existential dread. Each tale they spun was a thread woven into the tapestry of the afterlife, suspenseful, gripping, and laced with danger. What if every heartbeat pulls you closer to a reckoning? The Celts painted death as a vivid tapestry, splattered with laughter and tears, where warriors faced their fates not with resignation, but with a wicked grin. They believed that the journey after death wasn't just a passage, it was an adventure, a pulse-pounding race through the Otherworld, where the stakes were high and the rewards even higher. Do you dare to step into this chaotic dance of shadows? The tales emerge, a cacophony of ghosts, goddesses, and ghouls, all vying for attention. You think you understand death? Think again. The Celts wielded it like a weapon, a tool for power, humor, and elaborate pranks on those who dared to follow. As you navigate this tantalizing maze of belief, prepare for surprises lurking around every corner. Each revelation hits like a thunderclap, leaving you breathless, craving more. In this twisted mythology, death is not an end, it's a gateway, a riddle wrapped in a joke, waiting for a brave soul to unravel its punchline. Will that soul be yours? The wind howled through the ancient trees, a mournful wail that echoed like the cry of a lost soul. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the pale moon cast jagged shadows across the ground, illuminating the graveyard of unmarked stones. Each stone stood alone, silent sentinels guarding stories buried deep beneath the earth. There, in that chilling night, I felt the weight of history pressing down, whispering, urging me to remember. I remember my grandfather's eyes, filled with the weight of his own losses. Death is not an end, child, he would say, his voice a gravelly caress against the chill of the night air. It's a passage, a crossing. His words wrapped around me like a shroud, and I felt the heaviness of his memory clinging to my skin like a damp mist. I could almost see the figures of my ancestors flitting between the trees, their forms indistinct yet undeniably present, watching, waiting. Then there was Maeve, my wild-hearted sister, her laughter ringing through the woods like a joyful bell. She was a flame, an unstoppable force, but even she felt the pull of the grave. What happens after? She would ask, eyes wide and curious, as if the very cosmos would answer her. I remember the way her face would light up at tales of spirits and fae, of ancient rites surrounding the dead. She was too young to know the weight of sorrow, yet it loomed over her like an unsheathed sword, ready to strike. It was a darkness she danced with, oblivious, even as the shadows closed in. And then, there was Aidan, our childhood friend, whose heart was heavy with the burden of expectation. He was the solemn one, always the first to sense the impending storm, always the last to laugh. His dreams were haunted by visions of battle and loss, of faces he'd never known. What if we're just echoes, he would whisper in the dead of night, staring into the vastness of the sky as if it held the answers. But all it held was an infinite silence, an emptiness that gnawed at him and at me. The night was filled with secrets, each rustle of leaves a reminder of what lay beneath. I remember walking through the graveyard with Maeve, fingers entwined, hearts racing. She would tell me of the shroud, the cloak that bound the living to the dead, and how those who wore it could speak with spirits. Imagine, she said, eyes alight with mischief, what it would be like to dance with them, to hear their stories. Her imagination was fertile ground, but the seeds she planted were dark, sprouting into fears I had yet to understand. As I cast my gaze upon the desolate stones, I felt Aidan's shadow lurking behind me, a reminder of the past that weighed heavily on our souls. Death is a thief, he had said once, voice low and trembling, it steals away those we love, and we are left to piece together the fragments. His words danced like shadows around us, teasing the edges of our fragile hearts. The moonlight flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure, a woman, pale and ethereal, gliding between the stones, her presence a chilling reminder that death was not an absence but a presence all its own. I remember the stories, the ancient tales woven into the fabric of our lives. Each narrative whispered of the otherworld, a realm where the spirits wandered, where life and death intertwined like the roots of the gnarled trees. We were taught of the banshee, her wail a harbinger of doom, and the Dullahan, the headless horseman searching for lost souls. With each tale, I felt the boundary between our world and theirs blur, a cosmic dance that wrapped around our hearts like a creeping fog. And then there was the night Maeve dared to call upon the spirits. The air was electric, charged with anticipation as we gathered around the old stone circle, a place said to be a gateway, a thin veil between the living and the dead. Her voice trembled, but her spirit soared. "Come, ancestors! Reveal yourselves," she shouted, a challenge in the face of darkness. My heart raced, the thrill of the unknown pulling at my very soul. But the night responded with silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that wrapped around us like a vice. I felt Aidan's hand tremble against mine, fear palpable in the air. The tree swayed, whispers rustling through the leaves, but no spirit answered. The shadows seemed to thicken, and in that moment, the reality of death loomed large. It was not a tale to be toyed with, this was a truth that demanded respect. In the heart of that circle, I saw Maeve's courage falter, her laughter swallowed by the weight of the night. "What if they don't want to speak?" she whispered, the bravado draining from her voice. I wanted to assure her, to tell her that our ancestors loved us, that they were watching, guiding. But fear clenched my heart, and I found myself echoing her doubt. We were children of a land steeped in sorrow, where every stone told of loss, every shadow cast by morning. But then, as if the universe conspired to shatter our fears, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, a chilling breath of the past. It howled through the trees, and in that moment, I caught a fleeting glimpse of something, a shadow, a wisp, a flicker of life beyond life. My pulse quickened. The veil between worlds lifted, and for a heartbeat, I felt the presence of those who came before us, their whispers weaving through the night like an ancient lullaby. "We are here," they seemed to say, echoing through the darkness. "We are never truly gone." At that moment, the weight of our collective grief lifted, if only for a second. Maeve gasped, her eyes wide, awe-struck. Aidan clenched his fists, his heart racing. I felt the warmth of our bond, our fear transcended, replaced by a flicker of understanding. Death was not an end but a passage, a continuation of something vast, something beyond our grasp. And just like that, the moment shattered, leaving us gasping in the echo of our own desperation. The wind died down, the presence faded, and we were left standing amidst the stones, three souls intertwined in the haunting embrace of mortality, the tension still thick in the air. I remember the way we held each other close, hearts thundering, breaths mingling with the chill of the night. It was a reminder that we walked a line between worlds, that our stories were woven into the tapestry of the past. The moon shone down on us, illuminating our fragile existence, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. As I stand in that cursed cemetery, I can't help but feel the weight of those words, the stories of our ancestors echoing through the night. Every heartbeat is a reminder, every breath a wish, the wish to be remembered, to connect with what lies beyond. The origins of our beliefs about death are stitched into the very fabric of our being, a tapestry of sorrow, courage, and love that binds us to the ones who came before. In that moment, as the shadows danced beneath the moonlight, I felt the thrill of it, the agony and the ecstasy of knowing that death, in all its chilling glory, was not a conclusion but an invitation. It beckoned us to remember, to reach out, and to embrace the whispers of the past as we forged our own destinies, forever entwined with the spirits that loomed just beyond our sight. The wind howled through the trees, a banshee's wail echoing across the barren hills of ancient Ireland, where shadows danced like restless spirits. A heavy mist clung to the ground, swallowing the worn path that snaked through the underbrush. I stumbled forward, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. I was not alone. I could feel them, watchful eyes hidden in the dark. "Don't look back," whispered Ian, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. She was fierce, a warrior draped in sorrow, her gaze flickering between determination and fear. In her heart, a battle raged, an unyielding struggle between allegiance to her family and the haunting legends that enveloped them. "If you look back, they'll come for you." But how could I not look? The stories lived inside of us. I remembered the dark tales woven by flickering firelight, of kings turned to beasts, of fierce queens wielding power that twisted fate itself. Mythology wasn't just a whisper from the past, it clutched at our throats, a living entity feeding on our hopes and fears. Ahead, Finn stood, a figure carved from the very stones of this land, his brow furrowed in a mixture of resolve and torment. He bore the weight of a prophecy that draped over him like a shroud. "I can't run from this," he said, his voice low, gravelly, each word a tremor deep in my chest. He was caught between the reality of his life and the expectations of the tales that had been spun around him. "I'm meant to be more than my choices. They say I'll be a hero, but what if I'm just a coward?" "Courage isn't the absence of fear, Finn," I replied, though even as I spoke, the words tasted bitter, like ash on my tongue. "It's standing up even when the shadows creep closer." And they were creeping, those shadows, ancient and hungry, echoes of the gods who once walked among us. I could feel their presence, the pulse of 1,000 stories weaving through the air. The Celts believed in a world where the veil between the living and the dead was paper thin, where every heartbeat resonated with the legends that shaped our days and haunted our nights. The mists were alive with the echoes of epic battles, of love unfulfilled and vengeance long sought. "Do you remember," Ian began, her voice breaking the silence, "the tale of the Cailleach? The old hag who rules the winter? She casts a shadow over the land, yet she is not just a monster. She is a mother, a creator. She destroys to make way for life." I nodded, grappling with the truth of her words, the intensity of her emotion. Each myth was intertwined with our existence, a mirror reflecting our flaws and our strengths, pulling us into a dance of despair and joy. The Cailleach's story echoed through the valleys, a reminder that darkness and light are but two sides of the same coin. Finn's eyes glimmered with a flicker of defiance, the embers of hope igniting within him. "If my fate is written, let it be my hand that writes it." The wind howled louder, and a chill swept through my bones, but there was warmth in his determination, a fire that dared to challenge whatever myth lay before him. "There's no escaping it. The gods have plans." I felt the weight of that truth pressing down on us, a cosmic joke played by forces we could not understand. "What if we are just characters in someone else's story? Then we'll write our own damn ending," he replied, his voice fierce like a battle cry. As he spoke, the shadows stirred, and I caught a glimpse of something ethereal, a figure standing just beyond the trees, cloaked in mist, face obscured. My heart stuttered. Eden gripped my arm, her nails biting into my skin. "The stories are watching us," she breathed, eyes wide, and I could see it now, an embodiment of our fears, the dark side of our mythology made flesh. "We are the stories we tell, but what if the stories tell us back?" Each heartbeat drummed with an urgency, a reminder that we were on the precipice of something monumental. The legends throbbed around us, ancient and unyielding, restless spirits eager to reclaim what was theirs. I wanted to scream, to run, but the air crackled with raw energy, a magnetic charge that pulled us closer to the unknown. "Face it," I urged both of them, though my own voice trembled with uncertainty. "Whatever it is, it knows us. We have to confront it." The shadows thickened, enveloping us in a shroud of silence. I could taste the fear, feel it crawling along my skin, a palpable entity that froze every breath. Time seemed to stretch, seconds morphing into lifetimes as we stood on the edge of confrontation, the weight of every story ever told resting on our shoulders. Together, Finn said, his voice steady, a rock amidst the tempest. We face it together. And with that, we stepped forward, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, drawing strength from the stories that had shaped us. The darkness swirled and shifted, an eternal dance of fate and choice, of fear and courage. In that moment, I understood, we were not merely characters in a tale spun by ancient tongues, we were the storytellers, the legends waiting to be born from the crucible of our existence. As we stepped into the shadows, the air thick with foreboding, I whispered a prayer to the gods who watched us from the edges of our reality. Let us be brave enough to write our own mythology, to carve our own path through the darkness. The mist rolled in thicker, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, and the silence that followed was heavy, charged with the unknown. It promised nothing and everything, a haunting echo of the past and a harbinger of what was yet to come, a feeling that this moment was just the beginning of something far more profound. The air crackled with tension, a static charge that pulled at the very fabric of night. Shadows flickered beneath the trees, whispering secrets that sent shivers racing down my spine. I stood frozen, the weight of dread clinging to me like the thick fog wrapping the moors. I could hear her, Aisling, her voice a haunting melody that called to me, a siren song laced with anguish. "Help me," she cried, the words piercing through the stillness. The moon hung high, a watchful eye, illuminating the path that beckoned me deeper into the woods. I hesitated, my heart thundering like a drum, torn between the warmth of familiarity and the chilling lure of the otherworld. I remember the first time I heard about that place. It was a story told by a crackling fire, voices mingling with the smoke, twisting into the shapes of long-gone ancestors. The otherworld is a dream, an old storyteller had said, eyes glimmering like shards of glass. A place where you can find what you have lost, or what has lost you. But that night, standing at the edge of the woods, I felt the weight of those words like a stone in my gut. Aisling's laughter, so beautiful and yet so broken, echoed through the trees. I fought against the pull of her voice, thick and syrupy, clinging like a lover's embrace. It was my fault she was here, in this liminal space, trapped between worlds. I had taken her hand, promised to lead her away, but she was gone now, lost amidst the whispers of the otherworld. I could still see her, ethereal and shimmering like the dawn, a reflection of everything I had wished for, everything I had failed to protect. "Why do you hesitate?" It was Amon, the boy with eyes like storm clouds, who had always been too curious for his own good. He stood beside me, breathless with urgency, the night casting an aura around him that felt both magnetic and dangerous. "If you don't help her, she'll be gone forever." His words sliced through me, guilt and fear twisting like a serpent in my chest. I could feel the weight of his gaze, the desperation fueling his resolve. Aisling was more than just a friend, she was a part of us, woven into the fabric of our lives, and now that fabric was unraveling. "I remember the stories," I said, my voice trembling. "The tales of the otherworld, how it tricks you, how it steals your soul." Aisling is, the words caught in my throat, each syllable a bitter reminder of my own failures. What if she is lost to us? What if this is just a dream? A nightmare? Nightmares can be defeated, Amon insisted, his expression fierce. "We have to believe." The resolute spark in his eyes flickered like a candle in the dark, igniting something within me. I could feel the tendrils of doubt slithering away, replaced by a fierce determination born of love and friendship, the kind that defies reason. Aisling's voice twisted, echoed, shifted. "Help me," it pleaded once more, a fragile thread that tugged at the edges of my mind. There was a sorrow buried deep in that sound, a promise of joy lost and hope shattered. I took a step forward, heart pounding like a war drum, and Amon followed, two souls bound by the desperation of a friend lost to the shadows. We entered the woods, and the darkness enveloped us, cold, consuming, electric. The trees stood like sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, a canopy of despair. I could feel the air thickening, the presence of unseen eyes watching, waiting for the moment of our weakness. My breath came shallow, each exhale had the taste of ash and longing. I wanted to scream, to run back to the safety of our village, but Aisling's voice wrapped around me, pulling me deeper into the void. we stumbled upon a clearing, where flickering lights danced like will-o'-the-wisps. Each spark felt alive, like trapped souls flickering in the darkness, teasing us with both hope and danger. "There," Amon whispered, pointing at a shimmering veil that wobbled like the surface of disturbed water. "That's it. That's the way to her." The veil shimmered, undulating in rhythm with my heartbeat, a pulse of life within the shadows. I could feel it calling, a siren wail that echoed in the depths of my being. But then came the laughter, soft, sinister, like the rustling of dry leaves in a winter wind. It was not Aisling's laughter. It was something else, something darker. I turned to Amon, whose face had gone pale, eyes wide with understanding. "We shouldn't," he murmured, but the pull was too strong, weaving a spell around us that felt both inviting and dangerous. I stepped closer, entranced, my heart racing as if it could break free from my chest. "Aisling," I called, voice trembling, but the veil shimmered, distorting my words as if the other world itself was laughing, mocking my desperation. I reached out, fingers brushing the surface, and a jolt of energy surged through me, cold and fiery, stinging like betrayal. Suddenly, the laughter morphed into a wail, a cacophony of voices crying out from beyond the veil. I staggered back, breathless, as shadows warped and twisted around us. Amon grasped my arm, fear etched across his face. "It's a trap," he shouted, but I felt the tether of Aisling's spirit, the raw, unbearable ache of her longing pulling me forward. "We have to try. We can't leave her." The shadows coiled tighter, menacing whispers slithering through the air. "Come, come, join us." My breath came fast, panic clawing at my chest. Aisling's laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence, a desperate void that swallowed hope whole. The light flickered, and then, darkness. In that moment, I understood, the otherworld was not just a place, it was a feeling, a memory, a dream that blurred the lines of reality and despair. It thrummed in the air, a living thing, filled with unspoken promises and unshed tears. We were standing at the precipice, and the darkness roared around us, alive and hungry, waiting for our next move. "Let's go," Amon pleaded, dragging me back. But my heart was already in the otherworld, tethered to Aisling, caught in a web of longing that felt like both salvation and destruction. The choice hung heavy, a blade poised above our heads. What would we risk to save her, and at what cost to ourselves? And so we stood, two young souls on the edge of existence, as the shadows danced and the veil shimmered, the heart beat away from everything we had ever known. A chilling wind howled through the trees, whipping past us like a vengeful spirit escaping its earthly prison. My breath hung in the air, a ghostly whisper of life amidst the eerie silence. Beneath the canopy, shadows danced, twisting into shapes that reminded me of lost souls, restless and tormented. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my heart drumming, each beat echoing the fear that clutched at my throat. This was not just a forest, it was the haunted heart of the world. Around me, giants of oak loomed, ancient witnesses to the secrets of the Celtic tribes, their gnarled branches reaching for the heavens, as if begging for answers that lie locked in the cosmos. I remember the faces, the fierce determination in Mairead's eyes, like flint striking against steel. A warrior, yes, but also a daughter torn between her duty and her blood. She was a child of the earth, her spirit intertwined with the very soil of her ancestors. Yet, here she was, poised on the brink of war, her heart heavy with the weight of a prophecy that sang her name in the dark. I could almost hear the echoes of the druids, their chants woven like threads of fate, binding her to a destiny she never wanted. Across from her, narrow-eyed and brooding, was Bran. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders, his brow furrowed, a tempest brewing in his heart. He carried the scars of loss, each one a reminder of the tribe's sacrifices, and yet he stood firm, a bulwark against the tide of despair. The ghosts of his past were not merely memories, they were companions that haunted him, shadows clinging to his every move, whispering doubts that gnawed at his resolve. "What is a man without his tribe?" he often asked, his voice cracking like dry leaves beneath a hunter's boot. In those moments, I could feel the ache of his loneliness, the deep-rooted fear of being alone in a world filled with chaos. The night pressed in, thick with tension as the wind carried the scent of impending conflict, a promise of blood and glory. These woods had witnessed countless battles, and the earth, soaked in the history of warriors, trembled beneath my feet. I remember the stories told by the flickering flames of the hearth, how the Celts revered their deities, their gods not far removed, but as close as the ground beneath them. The Great Mother, Danu, whose spirit coursed through rivers and streams, Tyrannes, the god of thunder, whose anger rivaled the storms, and Cernunnos, the Horned One, a symbol of life and death, a reminder that all things are cyclical. Each of these beliefs was a thread in the tapestry of existence, woven tightly, fraying at the edges, yet somehow holding together the very fabric of life. I remember the rituals, the sacrifices made in the dead of night, the drumming of hearts joining the heartbeat of the universe. They deemed it necessary, the shedding of blood, a way to speak to the gods, to spark a response from the cosmos. I could feel the air thrum with the weight of their prayers, an electric charge that seemed to vibrate through every tree, every stone. But as Mairead and Bran prepared for battle, the whispers of the past began to stir like restless spirits. The ancient druids had warned them, had seen the writing on the wall, a dark omen that clouded the skies. The blood of the innocent cries out for justice, they had intoned, their voices low and reverberating, echoing through the halls of history. Mairead shook her head, a fierce defiance igniting in her chest. Innocence is a luxury we cannot afford, she spat, the taste of bile rising in her throat. Her hands clenched into fists, nails biting into her palms, as if grasping for the strength to fend off the encroaching shadows. Bran, ever the pragmatist, loomed closer, his breath heavy with the scent of earth and rain. We must be wise, Mairead. We cannot fight the darkness without understanding it. His words hung in the air, a bitter truth that settled like a stone in our hearts. The tension between them was palpable, a tempest brewing in the silence, a clash of ideologies, where bravery met caution like steel against steel. The darkness that loomed beyond the trees held secrets too dreadful to fathom, and yet, there was an unyielding pull, a call to arms that ignited the fire within their souls. Mairead's resolve hardened, her voice rising above the rustle of leaves. Then let's confront it. Let's carve our names into the annals of history. Her spirit surged, fierce and wild, the embodiment of the very power that coursed through her blood. I could see the passion burning in her eyes, the desire to be more than just a name whispered by the winds. Yet, beneath that fire lay a deep chasm of fear, fear of failing her tribe, fear of becoming a ghost herself. As the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow upon the world, the night shifted, thickening with the scent of damp earth and impending doom. The forest shivered, a living entity sensing the storm that was about to unfold. I found myself holding my breath, caught in the throes of their struggle, my heart a wild drum echoing in the silence. Time is a cruel master, Bran said, his voice a mere whisper, but it carried the weight of ages. It's relentless, and it waits for no one. I could feel the truth behind his words, the realization that the clock was ticking down to an inevitable clash, where dreams and nightmares would intertwine in a brutal dance. I remembered the stories of the tribes, how they had revered the cycle of life, the passage of time marked by the seasons. But in that moment, as the air thickened with dread, I sensed that time, too, could be an enemy, a specter looming over their fate. The echoes of the past grew louder, reverberating through the trees, drawing me deeper into their world. Each heartbeat became a reminder that their struggles were not just theirs. Every breath, every whispered prayer, was a call to the universe, a challenge to the very nature of existence. As I stood in that clearing, enveloped in the bittersweet tension, I knew that every moment etched into their souls would resonate long after the dust settled. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight for legacy, an unyielding desire to carve their names into the fabric of history, to be remembered long after their bodies lay cold beneath the earth. And as the first murmurs of dawn began to break through the shadows, I could only wonder, would they find the strength to face their destiny? Would they emerge as the legends they so desperately sought to become? The air crackled with anticipation, and I realized, even as the day began to dawn, this was only the beginning, a singular moment in the tapestry of time where the fates of the Celtic tribes would intertwine with the very cosmos itself, and I was left trembling on the precipice, waiting for the tempest to break. The wind howled like a banshee, a haunting lament that reverberated through the ancient grove. Shadows danced beneath the gnarled branches, twisting and writhing as if alive, as Eloan knelt in the damp earth, hands trembling, heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with anticipation, heavy with the scent of wet soil and the metallic tang of fear. A ritual was unfolding, one steeped in centuries of pain and reverence. The moon, a cruel witness, hung high, casting ghostly light on the scene. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, glancing at Rowan, her brother, whose face was taut with dread. His eyes were pools of darkness, reflecting the flickering torchlight, each flame a heartbeat closer to the void. "They're restless tonight." Rowan clenched his jaw, the weight of their family's legacy heavy on his shoulders. "It's just the wind," he muttered, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him, a crack in his facade. The Druids had taught them to honor the dead, but the weight of this night, their father's absence, was an anchor dragging them into despair. Eloan's fingers brushed against the cold stone altar, the runes carved into its surface whispering secrets only the ancients could understand. Each mark a reminder of the lives that had passed through this sacred grove. "We have to do this right," she said, her voice barely a whisper, as though the trees themselves might overhear. The spirits were watching. Always watching. And there he was, Cormac, the village elder, shrouded in a cloak as dark as the void, moving among the shadows like a spectre. His voice, gravelly and rich with the weight of age, stirred the air. "We honor the lost tonight. We will call upon their strength." He lifted a crooked staff, carved from ancient wood, calling forth the spirits with words that crackled in the air like lightning. Eloan felt the earth beneath her pulse, a heartbeat echoing the rhythm of a world she barely understood. "What if they don't come?" she asked, fear curling in her gut like a serpent. "What if they're angry?" Her thoughts spiraled, memories of their father's stories, the warnings woven into their childhood, tales of wrathful spirits, of souls trapped between worlds. Rowan reached for her hand, a brief touch but enough to ground her. "They need us," he said, though his voice trembled. "We owe them this. We owe him this." The finality in his words hung heavy between them, a heavy shroud wrapped around their hearts. They were bound by blood, by grief, by the weight of a legacy that felt more like a curse. Cormac began to chant, the words slithering into the night, and in that moment, Eloan felt a shift, a crack in the fabric of reality. The air grew colder, the shadows deepened, and the whispers grew louder, drowning out the wind. "I remember," she breathed, thinking of their father's laugh, how it used to echo through the halls like music. "I remember how he would tell us, 'Do not speak of him.'" Rowan snapped, his voice sharp as shattered glass. "Not here. Not now." The pain in his eyes, the raw edge of his grief, it pulled at her heart, twisting it like a knife. The darkness seeped into their bond, a chasm widening with every moment. But as Cormac's voice rose, the shadows surged, swirling around them like a tempest. Eloan could feel the energy crackle, could sense the presence of something beyond the veil. A shiver raced down her spine. This was not just a ritual, it was a summoning. The Druids had woven their magic into the fabric of death itself, and they were standing on sacred ground. "Come forth!" Cormac called, his voice booming, shaking the very earth. "We summon the spirits of our ancestors." The torches flared, illuminating faces taut with anticipation and fear. Silence fell, thick and suffocating, until a slithering whisper threaded through the trees, an echo of lives once lived. Eloan's heart raced. "What is that?" Her breath was shallow, panic clawing at her throat. Rowan gripped her hand tighter, his knuckles white against her skin. "It's just the wind," he repeated, but they both knew it was a lie. Shadows danced closer, pulling at her, begging for recognition. And then she saw him, a figure emerging from the depths of the darkness, a silhouette that made her heart ache. "Father!" The word slipped from her lips, a prayer, a plea. The figure halted, flickering in the torchlight, a ghost of what had once been. Rowan's grip faltered, and Eloan felt her breath hitch, a tidal wave of emotion crashing over her. "No. It can't be him." Despair clawed at her throat as she took a step back, the ground shifting beneath her feet. "He's gone." Cormac's voice rose again, a plea to the spirits, a desperate attempt to hold the line between the living and the dead. "You must listen. We seek your guidance, your strength." The shadows writhed, and Eloan felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing in, each one a reminder of love lost, of promises unfulfilled. "Where are you?" she cried, her voice breaking like glass. "Why did you leave us?" The air shimmered, reality bending and twisting, and she felt the pain of her father's absence like a living thing, gnawing at her heart. Rowan stepped forward, his face resolute, though his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "Father, we need you. We can't do this without you." The desperation in his voice broke her, shattered her resolve. The ghosts of their past whispered secrets, shadows of memories that twisted like smoke, evanescent yet haunting. Eloan felt the ground tremble beneath her, a heartbeat echoing through the silence. "I remember," she gasped, her voice raw. "I remember the warmth of your arms, the stories you told." Each word was a dagger to her soul, every memory a chisel carving away at her heart. The shadows surged forward, coalescing into a form, flickering like candlelight. A face began to emerge, familiar and alien all at once. "Eloan," the whisper echoed, a voice both warm and hollow. "I never left you." The night hung thick with emotion, and suddenly, everything felt impossibly fragile. The boundaries of life and death blurred, a web of existence that tied them all together. Fear, sorrow, longing, it all swirled in the air, an inescapable storm. Together, Cormac urged, raising his staff high, and the energy crackled. "We honor those who came before us." The shadows encircled them, a dance of grief and remembrance, as Eloan and Rowan stood at the precipice, a threshold where love and loss entwined. "I remember," she whispered, the words tumbling into the night, a fragile thread binding them to the past. And in that moment, everything shifted, the air thickened, the shadows deepened, and they were caught in a tide of emotions, spiraling toward an unknown fate that awaited them in the abyss, where the druid's influence lingered like a ghostly breath, the haunting reminder of the rituals that shaped their world. The wind howled outside like a wounded animal, rattling the windows of the old church, the scent of damp earth mixed with incense clinging to the air. Shadows played tricks on the walls, twisting into forms that seemed almost alive. I stood there, heart racing, clutching the tattered prayer beads that had belonged to my grandmother. Each bead was a memory, a whisper from the past, and I could almost hear her voice, soft, yet urgent, calling me home. "Jasmine," my brother's voice trembled, breaking through the cacophony of the storm. "Do you think they're watching us? Do you think they know?" His eyes were wide, haunted by a fear that gnawed at him like a relentless rat. I wanted to tell him he was being foolish, that the dead were beyond such trivial concerns, but the truth sat heavy in my chest, a secret I was terrified to voice. They were watching. I felt it, an unseen gaze, a weight pressing down on my shoulders. I remembered the night spent curled in my bed, listening to the stories my grandmother spun, her voice a thread weaving through our family's tapestry. "We honor them, Jasmine," she would say, eyes twinkling. "They guide us. They protect us. But what if those spirits were restless? What if we had forgotten to honor them in the ways they needed?" The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each second a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. It was nearly midnight. The witching hour. I glanced at the altar, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows that danced like spirits longing to break free. The offering lay untouched, a bowl of rice and a single apple, a sacrament of remembrance. A memory shared between the living and the dead. "I remember the stories, Jas," he whispered, voice cracking. "The night we heard them in the garden." Yes, I remembered. An echo of laughter, disembodied whispers carried on the breeze, a chill that swept through the air, seeping into our bones. "They were playing," I said, though the words felt hollow now. "Just stories." Yet deep down, I could not help but wonder if those memories were something more. "Or warnings," he replied, eyes darting nervously to the door. It creaked ominously, a ghostly reminder of what lay beyond. What if they're angry with us? Anger, like love, could be a powerful spirit. What had we done to deserve their wrath? We had moved away from the rituals, the offerings. We had forgotten. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear my grandmother's voice again, a haunting melody that echoed through the centuries. "Stop it," I snapped, the fear bubbling up, spilling over. "You're being ridiculous." We just need to, but then came the crash, a sound that shattered the tense silence like glass breaking. The candles flickered violently, shadows twisting into grotesque forms. My heart raced, a wild drum in the quiet as I turned to see what had caused the commotion. A gust of wind swept through the room, and for a split second, I could have sworn I saw a figure, a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face, old and wise, yet shrouded in darkness. "Grandma!" I breathed, but the figure was gone, swallowed by the shadows. "Did you see that?" my brother gasped, clinging to my arm, his grip like a vice. "What was that?" "I don't know." But deep down, I felt it, a tug at my soul. An urging. A call back to something forgotten. The weight of ancestral worship pressed heavily against my chest, a reminder of the ties that bound us to our past. "Jas, we need to do something," he said, voice trembling. "We can't leave it like this." "There's a ritual," I recalled, memories flooding back. The words danced on the tip of my tongue, fragments of what I had witnessed as a child. I could almost hear the prayers, feel the warmth of the fire, see the faces of those who had come before me, grandparents, great-grandparents, ghosts of our lineage. "We have to honor them. It's the only way." "Honor them how?" he pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. "An offering," I said, heart racing. "We need to give them what they want." As if on cue, the candles sputtered, flickering like our resolve. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, a legacy of love, dreams, and regret blending into a single moment. I stepped forward, my breath hitching in my throat, and grabbed the apple from the altar, its skin gleaming like polished obsidian. It felt alive in my hands, pulsing with energy. "Together," I said, turning to my brother. "We'll honor them, and maybe they'll forgive us." With trembling hands, we placed the apple back on the altar, the rice a soft carpet beneath our fingers. The air grew still, almost reverent, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I closed my eyes, whispering the words I struggled to remember, each syllable a bridge stretching across generations. "Ancestors, we call to you," I breathed, the words spilling from my lips like a spell. "Guide us. Protect us. We remember." The wind howled outside, a wailing chorus, but this time it felt different. It felt like a response. A heartbeat echoed in the hollow silence, thrumming through the walls, and I opened my eyes to find shadows dancing in the candlelight, swirling around us. It was a vision, a communion with the past we had long neglected. Then, just as abruptly, the shadows vanished, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. My brother and I stood in the dark, hearts pounding, breath shallow, as the clock ticked on, each second a reminder that we had awakened something. Something that would not rest until it was honored. In the depths of my heart, I felt it, a connection to those who came before, a resonance that echoed through time. The ritual wasn't merely about remembrance, it was about reconciliation. A pact made in the sacred shadows of the night. And as the storm raged on outside, I realized with a jolt that this was just the beginning. The ancestors were here, with us, their whispers mingling with the wind, their stories unfurling like the petals of a midnight bloom, and they would not be ignored. Each heartbeat thrummed with an electric anticipation, the air crackling with unspoken promises. This was not merely a call to the dead, it was a summons. An invitation to dive deeper into the abyss of our shared history, a history that had just begun to reveal itself in the flickering candlelight, a history that demanded to be honored, to be felt, to be lived. The storm outside raged on as we stood there, a fragile bridge between worlds. The significance of ancestral worship surged within us, a force both powerful and tender, binding us to a legacy that would forever change the course of our lives. In that moment, standing on the precipice of the unknown, I grasped my brother's hand tightly, knowing that the journey, the real journey, had just begun. A howl pierced the night, splintering the stillness like glass. Banshee wails echoed through tumbled stones and ancient oaks, wrapping around the village like a cold, damp shroud. I felt it in my bones. The air was thick with something unnameable, a pressure that made my heart race and my breath hitch in my throat. This wasn't just a sound, it was a warning, a harbinger of the unseen, a whisper of the lost souls that haunted the edges of our existence. I stood on the threshold of darkness and light, caught between the world I knew and the shadowy realm that awaited. Eldon, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torch flames that illuminated the stone walls of our home. He was always the brave one, or perhaps the foolish one, both traits mingled in a dance of defiance against the fate that loomed over us. "It's just a story," he said, attempting to steady the tremor in his voice. But I felt the truth beneath his bravado, an unspoken fear that tethered him to this earth, anchoring us both in the moment. The Celtic belief in the soul was not a matter of simple faith, it was a visceral understanding of existence, a recognition of the fragile thread that tied the living to the dead. We were not merely flesh and bone, we were echoes of ancestors, moments trapped in time, ripples on a cosmic shore. I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down like the sky before a storm, and just beneath that weight, a flicker of something hopeful, something that thrummed with the heartbeat of the universe. "Do you remember, Eldon?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, but it cut through the tension like a blade. "Do you remember how Ma used to speak of the Otherworld?" He nodded, the flickering light casting shadows that danced across his face. "I remember," he said, and a shadow fell over his features. "She said it was a place of peace, where the spirits roamed free, where pain ceased to exist." But what if she was wrong? The thought hung between us like an uninvited specter. What if the other world was not the paradise promised? What if it was an eternal twilight, a limbo where souls drifted, never finding rest? Our lives were filled with the stories of the ancient ones, warriors who lived and died with honor, lovers torn apart by fate, and the whispers of the fallen that lingered in the shadows. I closed my eyes, letting the memories wash over me. The scent of burning sage, the crackling firelight, the ancient songs that wove through the air like a spell. She said the souls of the brave would find their way to the land of eternal youth. But how brave do you have to be? My voice trembled. What if I am not brave enough? The night seemed to grow colder. Eldon's hand found mine, squeezing it tight. "We're here," he said, and in that moment, I wished I could believe him. But the truth clawed at my insides, a gnawing fear that we were not enough, that our lives were mere candles flickering against the vast darkness. The night deepened, and the wails began to fade, replaced by a haunting silence. It was then we heard the rustle, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the dying light. My heart raced, and I felt the chill in my bones. Was this a friend or a foe? Was it a ghost, an echo of what was lost, or something more sinister? "Who dares summon the spirits?" the figure rasped, voice like gravel scraping against stone. The air crackled with energy. I could feel it, a pulse of life that coursed through the night, a question wrapped in an enigma. "It's not us," I managed to stammer, my voice shaking. We just wanted to understand." The figure stepped closer, the hood falling back to reveal a face etched with lines of sorrow and wisdom, eyes that mirrored the night sky, vast and unknowable. "Understanding is a heavy burden," the figure said, a note of sadness threading through their voice. "Be careful what you seek. The soul is a mirror, it reflects what you dare to confront." Eldon stood tall, despite the fear that flickered behind his bravado. "What do you mean?" "Life and death are but two sides of the same coin," the figure replied, an intensity in their gaze that pierced through the veil of uncertainty. "The Celts believed in the cycle, life, death, rebirth. The soul is a traveler, journeying through the realms of existence. But one must pay the price to see the truth." A chill ran down my spine. What price? I could feel Eldon's hand slipping from mine, the connection severed in that moment of revelation. "Do you wish to see?" the figure whispered, and I felt the pull of something greater, something that promised answers and yet threatened to consume us whole. "Yes," Eldon breathed, his voice almost a prayer. "Show us." But I knew, deep down in the marrow of my bones, that there was no turning back. The tension felt electric, it thrummed through the air like a storm about to break. The figure extended a gaunt hand, beckoning us closer. "Then step into the darkness," they urged. "What you find may haunt you, or it may free you. But the journey must be taken." Eldon stepped forward, drawn like a moth to a flame, and I followed, heart pounding, breath shallow. The shadows enveloped us, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay, the past crashing against us like waves upon a shore. I could almost hear the ghosts of my ancestors whispering, their stories woven into the fabric of my being, and I wondered if they could see us now, standing on the precipice of something terrifying and profound. "Remember," the figure murmured as the darkness closed in, "the soul is a flame, a flicker of light against the abyss. It is both beautiful and terrible, a reflection of all that you are and all that you fear." And with that, the world around us began to dissolve, a cacophony of memories and vision swirling into a dizzying dance, drawing us deeper into the unknown, into the heart of the Celtic view of the soul and the afterlife, where every heartbeat echoed against the silence and the weight of existence bore down heavier than ever. I could feel the world shift, the ground trembling beneath our feet, and I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation loomed, the darkness beckoning, a cycle unwinding, a truth waiting to be unbound. And we were caught in the spiral, spiraling. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the urgency clawing at their hearts. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with tension, Sarah's fingers tremble as she grips the tattered photograph, the only connection to a life that feels like a dream slipping through her fingers. She remembers the way his laughter echoed against the walls, how it painted warmth over her frigid existence. But now, it's just a cruel echo, a ghost in a fading memory. Across the room, Ethan sits hunched over the table, shadows dancing on his face as he struggles to hold back the tears that threaten to spill. He can't stand to look at her, not with the weight of his own mistakes pressing down like a suffocating blanket. "What have I done?" he whispers, a confession laced with despair, each syllable dripping with regret. His heart races, a relentless drumbeat of remorse, reminding him of every moment he chose silence over truth. The silence stretches on, an unbearable chasm. The walls close in, and time warps, stretching like a rubber band ready to snap. Outside, the city pulses with life, cars honking, laughter bubbling, and yet here, in this room, they are trapped in a vacuum of unresolved feelings and unspoken words. Each breath feels heavy, weighted with the memories they can't escape. I remember the way the stars looked on that summer night. Sarah's voice breaks the silence, a fragile whisper that floats into the air. "You promised we'd chase them." Her gaze drifts to the window, as if the cosmos might answer her call, might bring back that fleeting moment when hope felt tangible. "Do you remember?" Ethan's eyes widen, recalling the warmth of the sun on their skin, the cut grass beneath their feet, the wild abandon of youth. "I remember," he murmurs, the words cutting deeper than any knife. "But promises mean nothing now." He clenches his jaw, fighting the demons that claw at his sanity, the relentless whispers of self-loathing. "I was a coward." The shadows flicker, and the temperature drops, an almost supernatural chill wrapping around them. Outside, a siren wails, the sound slashing through the night, a reminder of realities they both wish to escape. "You don't get to decide what our dreams were," Sarah snaps, a sudden fire igniting within her. "You don't get to take that from me." The walls tremble with her fury, the echoes of her heartache reverberating in the air thick with despair. Ethan stands abruptly, the chair screeching against the floor, a painful reminder of all that's been lost. "I wanted to protect you. I thought I was saving you." His voice breaks, and the intensity of his emotions fills the room like a storm, swirling and crashing with raw power. "But instead, I just shattered everything." She takes a step back, the weight of his words hitting her like a physical blow. "You didn't think." The pain radiates, a pulsating rhythm that mirrors the thudding of her heart. "You acted out of fear, and now we're both drowning in it." The shadows stretch longer, and for a moment, a glimmer of light flashes through the darkness, a memory of laughter, a touch that once sparked electricity. "I just wanted to be happy," she whispers, the vulnerability in her voice cutting through the air like a knife. But happiness feels so far away now. The silence wraps around them again, heavy and suffocating. Ethan takes a shaky breath, the truth clawing at his throat. "Can we ever go back? Can we ever find that joy again?" His vulnerability is raw, open, a wound exposed to the air. "Maybe joy was just an illusion," Sarah replies, her voice trembling with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. "Maybe we were chasing shadows." She moves closer to him, the distance between them narrowing, yet the chasm of their pain remains vast. But I can't let go of that hope. Not yet. Hope. The word hangs in the air, a fragile thread connecting their fractured souls. The room trembles with unrestrained emotions, memories flooding back like a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. Do you remember that old bridge? Ethan asked suddenly, his voice tinged with nostalgia. We thought if we jumped from it, we'd learn to fly. I remember. Sarah's heart races, the memory vivid as if it were yesterday. We thought we could escape everything. Maybe it's time we jump again, he suggests, a reckless spark igniting in his eyes. Not to escape, but to finally confront everything we've been running from. The idea hangs between them, fragile yet powerful, a promise of action against the backdrop of their despair. Sarah's heart pounds with reckless abandon. You mean, yes. Together, he replies, determination flooding his voice, pulling her in like gravity. The shadows shift, and for a moment, the darkness retreats, revealing a glimmer of something new, something terrifying yet exhilarating. But what if we fall, she asks, a flicker of fear igniting within her. Then we fall together, he answers, stepping closer, bridging the distance, the unspoken weight of their shared pain palpable in the air. And maybe, just maybe, we'll find a way to rise again. Their hands reach out, fingers brushing against each other, igniting sparks of hope in a world laden with despair. The night outside pulses with life, each heartbeat echoing their shared yearning to break free from the chains that bind them. The clock ticks on, but in this moment, they are timeless, suspended in the possibility of redemption, the unknown stretching out before them like an open sky. And as the shadows swirl around them, fear and hope entwined, they take that first step together, ready to confront the abyss that lies ahead. With every heartbeat, they inch closer to the precipice, daring to leap into the void, not knowing what awaits them on the other side. But in this moment, they choose to believe, the journey of the soul continues. The woods were alive, a vibrant tapestry of rustling leaves and whispering winds. It was a cacophony of nature's breath, yet in that moment, silence loomed heavy, like the thick fog that wrapped around the gnarled trees. The air tasted of damp earth, a sweet, potent reminder of life and decay. I stood on the edge of the clearing, heart hammering, pulse quickening, surrounded by shadows that flickered with every gust of wind. I could see them, Aisling, with wild chestnut hair flowing like a river in the breeze, and Brendan, his gaze fierce and haunted, like a storm gathering on the horizon. They were not just friends, they were pieces of my very soul, bound by laughter, love, and the weight of an ancient curse that had found us. I can hear them, Aisling said, her voice trembling as she crouched low, cradling a small fern in her hand like it was a secret too precious to lose. They're calling us. Brendan scoffed, but it was a nervous laugh, the kind that echoed in the deep recesses of the forest, bouncing off the trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. Nature doesn't call, Aisling. It screams. His words hung in the air, heavy with irony, as if he knew too well the echo of despair that sometimes accompanied the beauty around us. I remember the first time I felt the weight of the world resting on my shoulders, like an unwelcome shroud. I was 13, standing in a field dappled with daisies, the sun warm against my skin, laughter bubbling in our throats. But that was before the shadows grew longer, before the trees whispered secrets too dark to comprehend. I remember the moment the laughter turned to silence, the joy to dread. The Celtic soul is woven into the fabric of nature itself. The trees, the stones, the rivers, they pulse with ancient energies, and we, our mere mortals, are caught in their dance, spinning like leaves caught in a tempest. Aisling understood this deeply. She was a piece of the earth, rooted and yet reaching for something beyond. Close your eyes, she would say, and listen to the heartbeat of the land. But how do you listen when the heartbeat feels more like a drum roll before a storm? The sky above was heavy with clouds, swirling like a cauldron about to boil over. We need to go back, Brendan urged, looking over his shoulder as if the trees themselves might conspire against us. The way his eyes darted, betraying a fear he tried to mask with bravado, sent chills dancing down my spine. I could feel it, a tension thick as fog. The whispers of the past gnawed at the edges of my sanity. My ancestors had danced in these woods, celebrated the changing of the seasons as if each leaf falling was a prayer, each rainstorm a cleansing of sins. But now, even the very air felt heavy with regret, a reminder of the balance we had disturbed. Aisling's fingers brushed against the fern, and for a fleeting moment, I saw something flicker in her eyes, hope mingled with despair, a longing for a connection that seemed just out of reach. "There are spirits here," she whispered, her breath a mist in the cool air. "They're watching us. Watching. Always watching." In those woods, you could feel the eyes of the dead, the spirits of those who had come before, woven into the very roots of the trees, their stories echoing in the rustle of leaves. Each tree stood sentinel, a guardian of memories, of laughter and heartbreak, of life taken too soon. But Brendan's heart was burdened with a different weight, a darkness that hung over him like a shroud. He was a paradox, fierce yet vulnerable, a lion hiding behind a facade of bravado. "You think the forest cares about us? It's indifferent. We are dust to it." He spat the words, anger laced with fear, but it was his own reflection he fought against. The forest was alive, but it was neither friend nor foe, it simply was. I took a step closer to Aisling, a silent plea for understanding. What if we could connect with them? What if the spirits could help us? My voice trembled, a thin thread of hope wound through desperation. The air crackled with energy, and I could feel the weight of countless eyes upon us, waiting, always waiting. Aisling turned, her expression resolute, a spark igniting in her chest. "Then we must honor them. We must show them we remember." Her conviction pulled at my heartstrings, awakening a fierce yearning to belong, to understand. But Brendan's eyes narrowed, and the storm brewing within him mirrored the chaos outside. "And what if they remember us too? What if they don't want to be honored but avenged?" His voice was a whisper, yet it struck like thunder, reverberating through my bones. The ground beneath us felt alive, trembling with unspoken truths. Images flared in my mind, the ancient rituals, the fires crackling with life, the drummers beating out a frantic rhythm of longing and loss. I remembered the tales of warriors and lovers, of battles fought beneath the gaze of the moon, of the sacred bond between earth and spirit. But now? Now, we were caught between two worlds, a thin line fraying at the edges. I could see the fear in Brendan's eyes, the way his breath hitched as he fought against the very essence of what connected him to this realm. "We can't go back," he said, voice trembling as shadows stretched ominously. "They won't let us." And then, in that breathless moment, the wind howled, a mournful cry that sent shivers racing down my spine. The trees swayed, their branches reaching out as if to grasp at something lost, something we had yet to understand. Aisling took a step forward, unafraid, as if the spirits were calling to her, beckoning her deeper into the embrace of the unknown. "Do you feel it?" she breathed, eyes closed as she swayed with the rhythm of the forest. "The pulse of the past and the future colliding? We are not alone." And in that moment, in the heart of the wilderness, I understood, the power of nature was not just in its beauty, but in its raw, unyielding force, a reminder that life and death intertwined with every rustle of leaves, every howl of wind. We were bound to this earth, and it was bound to us, a cycle of endless connection that demanded to be felt, acknowledged, and revered. The tension crackled, thick and electric, as we stood on the precipice of the unknown, the forest alive with whispers that promised both salvation and peril. I took a deep breath, inhaling the damp earth and the sweet scent of pine. There was no turning back now. We were ready to listen. We were ready to confront whatever awaited us in the depths of the shadows, knowing full well that nature, in all its fierce beauty, would be our guide. The air hung thick, stifling, in the ancient cemetery. Shadows danced like phantoms between crumbling headstones, whispering forgotten names. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of history pressing down on me, each breath a struggle against the chill that seeped into my bones. I could feel it, the pulse of the grave, the thrum of lives once lived, now reduced to echoes. There was Mara, a restless spirit in her own right, her fingers trembling as she traced the etchings on her grandmother's tombstone. "I remember," she whispered, voice quaking, the story she told me by the fire, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief. A single tear slipped down her cheek, carving a path through the grime of neglect. She wasn't just mourning, she was reliving, grappling with the suddenness of loss, the anguish of silence that followed. And then there was Eli, jagged around the edges, haunted by guilt. He broke away from the group, eyes wild and desperate, darting through the graves like a hunted creature. "No more," he shouted at the night, fists clenching at his sides. "Not again." The ghosts of his past clawed at him, vibrant and raw, each scream a reminder of what he hadn't done, every shadow a reminder of the life he couldn't save. "Eli!" Mara called, reaching out. But he was already lost, a restless spirit of his own, spiraling deeper into the thicket of gravestones that loomed like silent sentinels. The sky darkened, clouds swirling above like a maelstrom ready to unleash its fury. Thunder rolled, a deep growl that echoed the tempest in Eli's heart. "I remember," he muttered, the words torn from his lips, "the day she fell beneath the weight of the world." The memory clung to him, a specter that wouldn't let go. As lightning illuminated the cemetery, the headstones shimmered momentarily like hovering specters, reminding us of the lives interred beneath them. Each stone was a story, a testament to a life once vibrant, now reduced to a name and a date. The connection between the living and the dead wove through the air, thickening with each heartbeat, a tapestry of grief and remembrance binding us all together. Mara stepped forward, drawn to a particular stone, its inscription barely legible. "It was here," she breathed, "that she said she'd meet me. After the world fell apart." Her voice cracked, the weight of expectation colliding with the reality of absence. "Stop it!" Eli's voice boomed through the cemetery's silence, shaking the very air. "You're chasing shadows." But in truth, he was just as ensnared. Shadows surrounded him, memories of laughter and love, of the warmth of her embrace now turned cold and distant. A chill settled deep in my chest. I could see them, two souls caught in the throes of grief, clinging to the remnants of what was. The sacredness of the site pulsed around us, each stone a reminder that death was not an end but a transformation. Yet, for Mara and Eli, it felt like a shackle, binding them to the past they couldn't escape. "Do you feel it?" I asked, my voice scarcely louder than a whisper. "The weight of the dead? Their stories are alive here." The moon peeked through the clouds, bathed in a ghostly glow, illuminating the delicate dance of sorrow and remembrance that played out before us. Mara turned, eyes wide, searching for something in my expression, perhaps a flicker of understanding. "Alive," she echoed, the word a lifeline tossed into the abyss. "But what about us? How do we carry this?" Eli, too, faltered, the fire in his anger doused by uncertainty. "I don't know how to move on," he confessed, the confession raw and jagged. It cut through the stillness like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. The wind picked up, sending leaves spiraling, a cacophony of whispers swirling around us. It felt like the very earth was responding, the sacred site alive with the stories of those long gone. "What if we don't have to?" I asked, suddenly brave in the face of their despair. "What if we honor them by living fully? By embracing this pain?" Mara's breath caught, and for a moment, the shadows retreated, revealing a glimmer of hope. "But it hurts," she said, and I could feel the fight within her, the push and pull of wanting to let go but being tethered to the past. Eli stood silent, wrestling with his demons. "And what if they're not ready to let us go?" His voice trembled, a quiet storm brewing within. "What if we're haunted forever?" The cemetery held its breath, the world pausing in that fragile space between life and death. I could feel it, the weight of the universe, the interconnectedness of our souls, binding us to the stories of those who had walked before us. In that moment, time fractured, memory swirling like dust motes in the moonlight, a reminder that we were never truly alone. "Then we face them," I whispered, the words spilling from my lips like an incantation. "We acknowledge their existence, their pain, and we let it shape us, not break us." Mara nodded slowly, as if the truth was settling in her heart, a seed taking root. Eli took a deep breath, the storm within him beginning to calm. Perhaps there was a way out of this labyrinth of grief, a path leading toward the light instead of back into the darkness. As the first raindrops fell, the cemetery soaked up the warmth of our revelation, the sacred ground mingling with our tears, binding us to the past yet setting us free. The shadows around us pulsed with life, the connection to death a reminder that with every ending, there is a beginning. And so we stood there, 3 souls intertwined by grief, fear, and a flicker of hope. The darkness loomed, but so did the dawn. The sacred site whispered its secrets, and we, the living, were ready to listen. With every heartbeat, every breath, we moved forward, our stories entwining with the echoes of those who had come before, a symphony of life and death that could never truly end. In the heart of a desolate glen, where mist clung to the earth like a lover's whisper, a figure stood alone, gazing into the abyss of a twilight sky. Ilara's breath hitched in her throat as the shadows swirled around her, thick and suffocating. The air was ripe with the scent of damp earth and decay, a bitter reminder of what lay beneath the surface of life. She felt the pulse of her heart, a wild thrum echoing in the silence, each beat a reminder of the thin veneer separating her from the void. Tonight, the moon hung low, a luminous spectre casting silver shadows that danced like wraiths on the ground. It was a night steeped in ancient lore, a night when the boundaries between worlds thinned like a threadbare tapestry. Ilara clutched a small, carved talisman hanging from her neck, a token from her father, a man who had once filled her world with stories of the otherworld, of death that was not an end, but a transformation. The irony clawed at her, raw and unyielding. Death had always been a part of their lives, haunting and beautiful, yet now it loomed, a dark spectre she could not escape. Beneath the ancient oak, the roots twisted like the gnarled hands of the dead, and as she sank to her knees, the earth whispered secrets through the soil. She had come seeking solace, yet found only despair. She remembered her mother's laughter, a sound that once filled their home like sunlight, now lost within the silence of their small cottage. "I remember the stories," she murmured, tears mingling with the soil, "but now they feel like chains." And then there was Bran, cloaked in the shadows of his own making. He approached Ilara, his face a mask of anguish, eyes aflame with the kind of grief that twisted the soul. He had lost his brother to the ravages of a war that should never have been, an absurd folly, a dance of death orchestrated by those who saw life as a pawn in a greater game. "Ilara," he choked out, his voice breaking the stillness like a thunderclap. "What are we if not echoes of those who came before us? I see them everywhere, ghosts in the twilight." "You don't understand," she cried, her voice trembling. "These ghosts are not our guides, they are our chains." The words hung heavy between them, a palpable tension that crackled like distant lightning. She saw the darkness in Bran's eyes, a tempest swirling with memories of laughter turned to screams, of love transformed into loss. In that moment, they were both lost, 2 souls adrift in a sea of despair, clinging to the remnants of a world that felt more like a dream than reality. "Look around, Ilara!" Bran gestured wildly, the shimmer of moonlight dancing across his face, illuminating the raw edges of his pain. The Celtic knot, endless, unbroken. Our lives are entwined with those who have passed. Death is not the end, it's a doorway. His voice cracked, a raw edge of desperation. "We are but shadows of our ancestors, and they are waiting for us." But shadowy whispers taunted them, echoing through the glen, the promise of oblivion alluring and terrifying. Ilara's heart wavered, teetering on the precipice of hope and despair. She pressed her palm against the cool earth, feeling its heartbeat, its rhythm a reminder of life's persistence. What if we fail to honor them? What if we forget and fade like smoke in the wind? Then we'll become the very ghosts we dread, Bran replied, voice a low, fervent growl, lost to time, just memories scattered like leaves in autumn. His hand reached for hers, fingers entwined, the warmth of fleeting reassurance against the chill of the world around them. "We must confront them, Ilara. Face the death that haunts us." In that moment, a rustling emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in tattered rags, face obscured yet exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. It was a ghost, or perhaps a spirit, gliding through the twilight, embodying the very essence of Celtic death, the harbinger of destiny. Ilara shivered, the air crackling with energy, as the figure gestured toward the horizon. "Death is not a cessation, it is a transformation," the voice was ethereal, echoing through the glen like a mournful song. "The cycle continues, rebirth follows decay. A tree must die for new life to flourish. Honor the past, and it shall guide your future." Ilara felt the weight of the words, each syllable a dagger piercing her heart, awakening a powerful truth. She remembered the tales, the vibrant illustrations of warriors facing their end with courage, the intricate carvings on stone, depicting life and death intertwined in an eternal dance. The Celtic cross, symbols of eternity and the afterlife, breathed life into her thoughts. They were not alone, they were part of something profound, woven into a tapestry rich with history and heartache, each thread singing a story of love lost and found. Yet doubt clawed at her insides. What if they were merely voices in the wind, beggars at a feast of the past? Can we truly honor them? She whispered, her voice a fragile thread, pulling at the seams of her resolve. Can we live amidst the shadows, carry their weight and still dance in the light? Bran's grip tightened, grounding her against the overwhelming tide of despair. Together, he promised, a fire igniting in his eyes, we can face this darkness, not as victims, but as warriors. Their breath mingled in the frigid air, a shared warmth against the encroaching chill. Across the glen, the ancient trees stood sentinel, their branches twisted like gnarled fingers beckoning them closer. The moonlight spilled soft and silvery, a beacon illuminating their path through the veil of uncertainty. As the ghostly figure shimmered and faded into the night, Ilara and Bran shared a glance that spoke volumes, a promise forged in the depths of their grief, a vow to remember, to embrace, to fight against the shadows. The air crackled with a new energy, a flicker of hope igniting in their chests. And so they stood, two souls entwined, at the threshold of existence and oblivion, poised between the stories of the past and the unwritten pages of the future. The symbols of death that had once haunted them now transformed into beacons of strength, reminders that while the end was inevitable, every heartbeat counted, echoing through the ages like an unyielding drumbeat, calling them forward into the unknown. The moon hung low, a silent observer cloaked in silver mist, casting a ghostly sheen over the forgotten cemetery. I stood there, heart pounding, as if trying to break free from my chest, the weight of loss pulling me deeper into that hallowed ground. The air was thick, pregnant with whispers, and around me, shadows shifted, shapes that felt both familiar and foreign. In that moment, all I could hear was the soft shuffling of a nearby animal, a stray dog, its fur matted and eyes wide with an understanding that chilled me to the bone. "Why are you here?" I murmured, though I already knew. He wasn't just a dog, he was a messenger, a guide between worlds, a living bridge to the uncharted territories of death and what lay beyond. And then, a soft whine escaped his throat, echoing in the silence, a sound that resonated with the ache in my heart. I remember the night my brother died. I remember the way the world felt like it had tilted off its axis. I had buried him with the echoes of laughter still ringing in my ears, the memories of childhood games played under the warm sun, now eclipsed by a darkness that felt suffocating. My brother had loved animals, he had believed they were guardians of our souls, protectors of our dreams. I often thought he had seen something in their eyes, a flicker of truth that escaped human understanding. But now, my own belief wavered, teetering on the edge of despair. As I knelt beside a crumbling gravestone, the dog crept closer. His presence was both comforting and alarming, like a spark in a room full of shadows. "What do you know?" I whispered, my breath hitching as I reached for him. His warm body pressed against my leg, a reminder that I wasn't alone, yet the weight of isolation still loomed large. And then there was Clara, my neighbor, her grief a specter that haunted our shared silence. We had drifted apart after the accident, her husband, a victim of fate's cruel hand, had left behind a void that echoed through her every word. She had spoken to me once, her voice trembling. "Sometimes, I feel him here, you know? I see our cat, Felix, staring at nothing, and I wonder if he sees something I can't." I had laughed, a hollow sound that felt foreign in my throat. "Animals can't see ghosts," I had said, dismissing her almost cruelly, the sharp edge of my skepticism slicing through her raw vulnerability. But deep down, I questioned everything I thought I knew. I watched her now, standing at her window, a silhouette against the dim glow of her living room light, Felix curled around her feet like a living talisman. Did she really see him? Did she feel him lingering? The night deepened, and I could taste the bitterness of my own regret. The dog shifted beside me, nudging my hand with his cold nose, and suddenly, I was back in that moment, sitting in the dark, waiting for my brother to come home. I remember the way his laughter filled the air, the way he would mimic the sounds of animals, making sure to bring a smile even on the heaviest days. There was a lightness in those memories that felt so far removed from the weight pressing down on my soul now. The cemetery seemed alive, alive with the stories of the departed, tales of love and loss whispering through the leaves. I imagined the animals that had wandered these paths, dogs, cats, even birds, each one a silent witness to the fragile dance between life and death. I thought of the legends, the tales of dogs leading lost souls to the afterlife, of cats perched upon gravestones, watching over their beloved owners. They were not mere beasts, they were echoes of the past, shadows of those who had gone before us. "Do you see them?" I asked the dog, my voice barely a breath. "Do you see the ones who have crossed over?" He tilted his head, eyes glistening with something that felt like understanding, as if he held the key to the mysteries of existence. Clara's husband had once told me that animals are the custodians of our dreams, the sentinels of our memories. I had rolled my eyes then, but now the weight of his words pressed against me with an unbearable intensity. I looked up to see Clara stepping out onto her porch, her gaze drifting to the night sky as if searching for something lost among the stars. I wanted to reach out, to tell her I understood, that I felt her pain in my bones, but the words stuck in my throat, tangled in the web of my own sorrow. The dog barked softly, pulling me back. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a fierce energy surging through the night. What was waiting for us in this space where boundaries blurred? The animal world and the human world intertwined in ways we could never fully grasp, and yet, there was something deeply comforting in that connection. It was as if the fabric of our reality was stitched together by the threads of unspoken bonds, love that transcended the finality of death. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling out like old secrets. "I remember when we'd sit beneath the old oak, watching the sunset, our dog, Max, beside us. He seemed to sense the magic in those moments, didn't he?" I could almost hear my brother's laughter echoing in the soft rustle of the leaves, a reminder that love endures, even across the chasms of loss. The dog licked my hand, grounding me in this moment, and I felt the ghost of my brother beside me, guiding me through the dark. Clara joined us, her presence a fragile light against the overwhelming night. "Do you think they're watching?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. I looked into her eyes, the shared sadness binding us in an unbreakable chain. "I think they are," I said, feeling a warmth blooming in the pit of my stomach. "I think they're always here." It was a fragile moment, one that could shatter with a breath. Our souls intertwined, held together by the aching love for those who had slipped beyond our reach. No conclusions, no tidy endings, only the haunting realization that death is not the end but a transformation, a reckoning that we all must face. As the dog padded away, drawn to the shadows, Clara and I stood together, two souls searching for solace in the dark. The world stretched out before us, vast and unfathomable, but we stood united in our grief, our memories, and the unyielding presence of the animals who had loved us fiercely. The night whispered promises, and in that moment, I knew, love, in all its forms, transcends even death. The moon hung low, a silver coin spinning on the edge of darkness, casting shadows that danced like whispers in a forgotten graveyard. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, heart thundering against the cage of my ribs, as a chill wormed its way down my spine. Everything felt alive, electric, like sleep was a mere suggestion, and the night was a living, breathing entity, hungry for secrets. Every corner of the ancient stone wall seemed to pulse, echoing the beat of my own anxious heart. The air tasted of damp earth, almost sweet, yet foreboding, a promise of things buried too long. "Do you hear it?" I whispered, my voice barely a flicker in the heavy silence. My companion, Ewan, turned to me, his eyes wide with the terror that lingers in the cracks of our bravado. He nodded, a tremor running through him. At that moment, it was impossible to tell whether he was afraid of the unknown or what lay just beyond it, what dreams awaited us, what nightmares lurked in the folds of twilight. In the distance, the silhouette of Aisling appeared, a ghostly figure draped in uncertainty. She had always been the dreamer among us, her night visions filled with cryptic symbols and spectral figures that left her gasping upon waking. But tonight, her presence felt different, heavy with dread, as if a shroud had settled over her soul. "What if they come for us?" she asked, her voice trembling like the first drops of rain before a storm. "What if our dreams don't let us go?" The weight of her words crushed my chest. I remembered the stories, the ones passed down like sacred relics, each tale more spine-chilling than the last. In Celtic lore, dreams were not mere escapades of the mind, they were gateways, passages to the afterlife, a thin veil separating our world from the next. Every night, the souls of the departed wandered through the ether, whispering their secrets, their regrets. They lingered like shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in our waking reality to pull us into their eternal embrace. "Calm down," Ewan said, his voice a shaky anchor in the tempest of fear. "Dreams can be warnings. They can guide us." But I saw it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the flickering flame of uncertainty that threatened to be snuffed out. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him that our dreams were safe, that we could wake up unscathed. But the truth felt like a stone lodged in my throat. The moon's light fractured, spilling silvery beams that caught the edges of Aisling's face, illuminating the depths of her anguish. "I remember," she said, her voice a haunting echo, "the dream I had last night. There was a woman, her hair flowed like shadows, her eyes deep as the sea. She called to me, her voice like the rustle of leaves in autumn." A shiver swept through me. I could picture it, the way the words spilled from her lips, rich with longing and despair. I followed her, and the world twisted around me, trees became bones, the sky turned to ash. She said I would never wake if I took her hand. Ewan's grip on my arm tightened. "And did you?" he asked, his voice low, like the rumble of thunder far away, warning us of the storm. Aisling looked at us, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and for a moment, I felt the weight of her truth. I woke before I could answer. But I've been drawn to that dream like a moth to flame. I glanced at the horizon, where the dark swallowed the light, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. "What if it was a sign?" I murmured, my heart racing, each beat echoing like a war drum. "What if the dead are calling? What if they want something from us?" Ewan's brows knitted together, and I could see the doubts creeping in, haunting him like restless phantoms. "We should leave this place. Dreams can trap you. We're not meant to linger here." But Aisling shook her head, her expression a mix of fear and determination. "It's too late. The dreams won't let us go. They're weaving us into their fabric, stitching our souls to theirs." The weight of her words wrapped around my heart like a noose, squeezing tighter with each breath. I wanted to argue, to pull her back from the edge of the abyss, but the truth stung, she was right. We were caught in a web spun by a force far greater than ourselves, and the nights that followed would strip us bare, revealing the fragile essence of who we were. The air thickened, heavy and acrid, as the moon continued its slow, deliberate journey across the night sky. Shadows grew, coiling around us, cloaking our fears in their dark embrace. I could feel the pull, the insistent beckoning of dreams lurking just out of reach. The flicker of Aisling's vision, the seductive whispers of the departed, it made me dizzy with longing. I could almost taste the allure, the promise of belonging that came with surrendering to the unknown. "Maybe we should confront it," I breathed, my heart racing faster than a wild stallion. "What if we face the dreams head-on? What if we don't run?" Ewan's eyes widened in horror, and I could see the gears turning in his mind. "You want to tempt fate? You think we can waltz into the realm of the dead and come back unscathed?" Aisling stepped closer, her breath mingling with the chill of the night. "What if it's the only way to break free? To understand why they haunt us?" That thought wrapped around my heart, squeezing it in a vice grip. The answer lay in the surrender, I realized. We were drowning in fear, but what if that fear held the key to our release? What if facing the nightmares lurking in our dreams could unshackle our souls from the grasp of the dead? As the shadows wove tighter, the night stole away our voices, swallowed our hopes whole. Time was a mere illusion here, yet it felt like eternity pressed against our skin. And just as I felt myself slipping, the moon shone brighter, illuminating the path ahead, an invitation to step forward, to plunge into the darkness, where dreams awaited like hungry wolves. The weight of the decision hung over us, thickening the air until it was almost unbearable. Each heartbeat echoed, a tether to our humanity, while the shadows beckoned, whispering promises that tugged at the frayed edges of our resolve. In that moment, the boundary between dreams and reality blurred, and we stood on the precipice of it all, hearts racing, souls trembling, bound together in a fragile dance with the unknown. What awaited us on the other side? It was a question that lingered like the taste of ash on our tongues, a haunting reminder that every dream held the power to reshape our fates. And with that, we stepped forward, drawn into the swirling chaos of the night, knowing that the dreams were calling us, urging us to listen, to feel, to face the darkness that lay ahead. The church bells toll, heavy, resonant, echoing through the mist that clings to the village like a shroud. Each clang is a pulse that reverberates in my chest, a warning, a dirge. I stand at the edge of the graveyard, shadows of ancient oaks weaving above me, their gnarled roots clawing at the earth as if trying to resist the inevitable. Rain begins to drizzle, whispering secrets of the past, and the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and something more sinister, the decay of old beliefs. I remember the last time I stood here, before the conversion, when death was not a passage but a celebration, a dance of spirits. Back then, we honored the fallen with vibrant offerings, their lives a tapestry, woven with the colors of laughter, love, and loss. But now, as I watch the priest sprinkle holy water over a fresh grave, I feel a chasm open in my heart, a chasm filled with uncertainty and fear. Liam stands beside me, his face pale, eyes wild. He clutches a twisted branch, a branch that looks too much like a broken cross. It's absurd, really. Here we are, two lost souls in a land of shadows, the weight of tradition heavy on our shoulders. It doesn't feel right, he mutters, his voice hoarse, breaking like the fragile branches above us. I want to comfort him, to tell him that we'll find our way through the chaos, that love will guide us. But I'm haunted too. The echoes of our ancestors are distant, fading voices that slip through our fingers like grains of sand. How do I tell him that every breath I take feels like a betrayal? My heart is a battleground, torn between the old ways and the new. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the cries of the living, a stark reminder of the dead. A child wails in the distance, endless, raw. The sound twists like a knife in my gut, pulling us back into the reality we cannot escape. I turn to see Maeve, her face a mask of grief, eyes hollow, shimmering with unshed tears. She carries a bundle wrapped tightly in a worn blanket, a small form within, cradled against her breast. I remember the day she danced barefoot in the moonlight, laughter spilling from her lips like a joyous river. But now, that laughter is replaced by the rasping breath of a broken heart. It's too late for her, she whispers, a shudder running through her body as she approaches us. They say the priests can save her soul, but they can't bring her back. They can't, her words hang in the air, heavy as the mist, and I can see the ghost of her daughter in her eyes, flickering like a candle caught in the wind. A child swept away too soon, too cruelly. I want to scream, to rail against fate, but the priest's voice cuts through the fog like a sword. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, he intones, his voice as cold as the grave. Your loved ones will find peace in his embrace. Peace? What a bitter word. I feel a storm rising within me, a tempest of rage and sorrow. Peace? I bark, and the sound surprises even me. What peace can a broken heart find? What comfort does the church offer to those left behind? Liam's hand tightens around the branch, his knuckles white. They don't understand, Maeve. They can't. It's all about the soul now, not the life that was lived. But Maeve, her eyes ablaze with desperation, shakes her head. Her daughter remains only a memory in her arms, a fading echo of laughter that haunts the edges of her sanity. They take our traditions and bury them, like our dead. They erase us, she cries, her voice breaking like glass. We are ghosts in our own lives. And as the priest begins to chant, the words twisting like vipers in the air, I see the truth in her pain. The Celtic ways, those ancient songs sung under the light of 1,000 stars, are being snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The rituals that once celebrated life, that welcomed death as a part of the cycle, are replaced by the cold, sterile embrace of Christian dogma. The tears well up in my eyes. I can feel the weight of the past clawing at my throat. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, legends of warriors and druids, of the veil between worlds, and the dances that once echoed through the night. Those tales are slipping away, threads unraveling from the tapestry of our culture, leaving behind only the stark emptiness of a churchyard. A wind sweeps through the graveyard, a chill that speaks of the spirits of our ancestors. The leaves rustle in a mournful song, and I can almost hear their whispers, urging us to remember, to fight for what was lost. But how? How can we stand against the tide of change that washes over us with relentless force? Do you feel that? Liam's voice is barely a whisper, but it cuts through the chaos like a beacon. It's not just the church. It's all of us. We're losing ourselves. And in that moment, I see it, the gathering storm, a tempest of grief and anger, a fire that threatens to consume us all if we do not act. I take a step forward, feeling the ground beneath me tremble, and grasp Maeve's hand, squeezing tight. We must not let them bury our stories. We must fight to keep our voices alive. The priest's words twist in the air, but I no longer hear them. My heart races, my blood boils, I am awake now, and the weight of tradition presses down on my shoulders like a crown of thorns. I look at Maeve and Liam, two souls intertwined with mine in this dance of despair. We will not be forgotten. We will not fade into the shadows. And as the storm rages within, I feel the echoes of the past surge through me, an army of memories, a legion of voices ready to rise and reclaim what is ours. The bells toll again, but this time they sound like a war cry. This time, we will not be silent. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog, as I stood at the edge of the forest, heart racing. Shadows danced among the trees like whispers of the dead, each rustle of leaves a reminder of the lives lost in pursuit of dreams, dreams soaked in blood and drenched in sacrifice. I could hear the distant clash of steel, a symphony of swords ringing out, punctuated by the anguished cries of men who had dared to defy fate. It was in this visceral moment, with the scent of damp earth mingling with sweat and iron, that I felt the weight of history pressing down on me like the yoke of a forgotten curse. Finian, the leader with a heart like a furnace and a spirit unyielding, stood before me, his jaw tight with determination. His eyes, fierce and unrelenting, bore the scars of battles fought, both in the tangible world and in the ghostly echoes of his own memories. There was a darkness behind his courage, an unacknowledged fear that the fire fueling him might extinguish before the dawn. "You know what's at stake," he rasped, voice low and urgent, cutting through the chaos. "If we falter now, all is lost." I could see it in the way his hands trembled ever so slightly, the ghost of a boy still clinging to the man he fought to be. Beside him was Maeve, fierce and fiery, her spirit a tempest that stirred the air like a brewing storm. She wielded her sword with grace, but I could sense the turmoil roiling beneath her surface, a churning sea of doubt and anger. She had lost her brother, moments before, to the very cause we fought for, and that loss consumed her. "We cannot turn back," she shouted, her voice raw, reverberating like thunder. "Not now, not ever." I could feel her pain, a visceral ache that twisted in my gut, a reminder of the price we paid for freedom. I remembered my own brother, lost in the tapestry of time, his laughter echoing in my mind like an unanswered question. The clash of swords grew louder, a symphony of chaos underscored by the heartbeat of the world, and I was swept into it, a whirlpool of desperation and resolve. Each swing of the blade was a strike against fate, a rebellion against a destiny written in blood. I could taste the salt of my own tears mingling with the air, each drop a tribute to the lives we fought for, the lives we had sacrificed. A memory flashed in my mind, the way my mother would kiss my forehead, whispering tales of heroes who battled their own demons, the same demons that now clawed at the edges of my sanity. Finian's voice sliced through my reverie. "Do you hear them?" he asked, his eyes scanning the darkness, searching for ghosts among the living. "The fallen, they're with us." I listened, and beneath the cacophony, I heard it, a whisper, a sigh, the softest echo of dreams deferred. I trembled, and my heart raced. It was not merely the din of battle that surrounded us, it was the cries of those who had come before, urging us onward, reminding us of the ever-thinning veil between life and death. In that moment, time twisted, a cruel trick, the cosmos folding upon itself. I could see it, a flash of light in the distance, a flicker of hope amidst despair. It drew me closer, like moth to flame, but fear gripped my heart. What if we fail? The question lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was not merely a fear of defeat but the dread of becoming a story whispered in shadows, a ghost forgotten in the annals of history. Maeve, sensing my turmoil, reached out, her hand firm and warm against my forearm, grounding me. "We are not just fighting for ourselves," she reminded me, voice softening, the tempest within her momentarily quieted. "We are the echoes of our past, the dreams of our future. They will remember us." I wanted to believe her, wanted to imagine a world where our names would not fade into obscurity. But doubt gnawed at me, and I felt like a puppet with strings tangled, trapped in a dance of despair. And then, just as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, something shifted, a wave of energy surged through the air, electric and raw. The ground beneath us trembled as if the earth itself was awakening from a long slumber, a reminder of the lives intertwined with our own. In that moment, I saw him, the ghost of my brother, standing at the edge of the battlefield, eyes wide with unspoken words. I choked back a sob, torn between the living and the dead. "Fight!" Finian bellowed, his cry echoing through the forest, a rallying call that surged with life. "Fight for them!" I felt it then, a pulse of strength coursing through me, igniting the dormant embers of my spirit. The fear that had once paralyzed me melted away, replaced by a fierce resolve. We were not alone, we were the embodiment of every soul who had ever dared to dream of freedom. I raised my sword, trembling yet fierce, and charged into the fray alongside Finian and Maeve. The clash of steel rang out, a cacophony that echoed the heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. Each swing of my blade was a tribute, each thrust a promise to those who preceded us. I remembered their stories, the laughter, the tears, the love that bound us across time. And as I fought, I felt them with me, their spirits entwined in every movement, guiding me like a beacon through the shadows. The battle surged around us, a tempest of chaos and courage, and I lost myself in the rhythm of it, the pulse of life and death intertwined in an eternal dance. I was not merely a bystander in this war, I was part of a greater story, a thread in the fabric of our shared existence. And just as the dawn began to break, illuminating the battlefield in hues of blood and hope, I understood, every hero is a vessel of memory, every story an echo of the past whispering into the future. We were the dreamers, the fighters, the souls who dared to stand against the darkness. And though the outcome remained uncertain, I felt the weight of their hopes, their dreams, propelling me forward into the unknown. With every clash, every breath, I fought not just for victory, but for the promise of life beyond the veil, where heroes would linger, their legacies shimmering like stars in the vast, ungraspable cosmos. And as the final blow fell, the earth trembled beneath us, reminding us all that the fight was not just for today, but for every tomorrow yet to be written. The air crackled with the stillness of impending dread, a thick fog rolling over the hills like a shroud, hiding the world from itself. I stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets in a language older than time itself, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. A chill crept down my spine, but it wasn't the cold that frightened me, it was the knowledge that something waited, something ancient and unfathomable. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth, a slow, steady pulse that resonated with my own racing heart. "Fire on! Get back!" shouted Lyra, her voice cutting through the eerie silence like a wounded animal. Her desperation clawed at my chest, a mix of fear and something deeper, something like love, but twisted, tangled in the roots of our shared history. I turned, met her wild eyes, and felt the world tilt beneath me. "Don't come any closer!" I yelled back, but the words felt hollow, lost in the weight of the moment. The mist coiled around my legs, pulling me back, urging me into the shadows. My feet felt heavy, like lead, as if the earth itself was trying to pull me down into its depths. Lyra's hands trembled at her sides, and I could see the ghosts of memories haunting her, memories of laughter and mischief, of dreams woven from starlight. "You don't understand what's at stake. Ter Ene Nog isn't just a myth, it can take everything from us." The desperation in her voice struck me, a raw nerve exposed in the dark. "I remember the stories," I whispered, my mind racing through the echoes of tales told by the fireside, where shadows dance like specters. A land of eternal youth, where time forgets you. But what if it's just a trap? Lyra's breath hitched, and for a moment, the world narrowed to just us, standing on the precipice of the unknown. What if it's the only way to escape this cursed reality? She stepped forward, and in that instant, I saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, a desperate grasp at something that felt more tangible than the pain that wrapped around us like a vice. Fingers brushed the edge of the mist, and for a heartbeat, I imagined what lay beyond, fields of golden light, laughter echoing through the air, faces unmarked by sorrow. But then I saw it, the shadow creeping behind the light, the truth lurking just out of view. Fion, please. I can't lose you to this. I can't lose you to the past. Past. The word hung between us, heavy with unspoken truths. I remembered the day we first heard the tales, the way her laughter had danced around the fire, vibrant and alive. You'll never forget me, she had said, her eyes twinkling like stars. But what if forgetting was the only way to truly live? Lyra, I began, but the fog thickened, swirling like a tempest, drowning out our words. A distant melody echoed, sweet and haunting, beckoning me toward the heart of the forest. It wrapped around my mind, tugging at my soul, promising freedom from the weight of existence. I felt it, a pull, a magnetic force dragging me closer to the edge of reason. Don't listen! Lyra screamed, her voice cracking, but the melody was intoxicating, laced with a sweetness that tasted like freedom. I stepped forward, each movement steeped in a growing sense of inevitability, the world slipping away, shadows rising to greet me. Fion! Her voice faded into the mist, a last desperate plea, but it was drowned out by the siren call of Ter Enain Nog, the whispered promises of golden fields and laughter unending. I could almost taste the sweetness on my lips, a nectar that promised to wash away every heartache, every scar etched into my soul. But then I saw him, the ghostly figure standing just beyond the haze, a silhouette draped in sorrow. It was my brother, Aemon, lost to the tides of time, his face a mask of regret. Don't follow them, Fion. They'll take you, and you'll never return. His voice cut through the fog, a knife of reality that pierced the haze I'd been lost in. Aemon? The word escaped my lips, a gasp caught between disbelief and longing. But you, I remember. I remember it all. His eyes were hollow, reflecting the void that had consumed him. Ter Enain Nog isn't a paradise, it's a prison. You'll trade your life for a fantasy, a fleeting dream that holds nothing but despair. Lyra! I shouted, but the mist was closing in, dragging me toward the dark. Aemon reached out, his hand fading as the shadows consumed him. Listen to her. Fight it! But the melody was louder now, the shadows dancing with silver light, and I could feel its grip tightening around my soul, a noose of temptation. It promised everything I'd ever wanted, a release from the pain of loss, but at what cost? The ground trembled beneath me, the world teetering on the brink of something catastrophic. Fion! Lyra's voice broke through again, a lifeline in the storm. Please? Don't let it take you. Desperation flooded my veins as I fought against the tide of longing. I felt the pull of Ter Enain Nog, the seductive whisper calling my name, but I could also feel Lyra's warmth, her unwavering spirit fighting back against the shadows. The battle raged inside of me, a tempest of regret, hope, and fear. The fog thickened, swirling around us like a living thing, and I knew that this moment would define us, would carve our fates into the fabric of eternity. As the haunting melody reached a crescendo, everything seemed to slow, the world narrowed to the space between me and Lyra, and I felt the weight of every decision I had ever made crashing down upon me. Fion, she cried, her face a mask of fear and love, and in that moment, I realized I was standing at a crossroads, not just of paths, but of souls. Would I choose the siren's call or the fierce warmth of her heartbeat? And just like that, with the mist swirling around us like a tempest of shadow and light, I took a breath and stepped forward, ready to face the unknown. Ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful wail that echoed like a lost soul. Each gust stirred the leaves, rustling memories of women long past, warriors, mothers, witches, and queens. Their spirits lingered in the thick air, whispering stories that clawed at the edges of consciousness. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, in the heart of a forest that cradled both life and death. A figure darted through the shadows, her cloak billowing like dark thunderclouds. Brigid, fierce and untamed, was a healer at war with her own heart. Her hands, stained with the blood of both the living and the departed, trembled as she sought solace among forgotten graves. Each stone marked a soul trap between worlds, a reminder of her sacred duty. She knew them all, knew their pain, their laughter, their ghosts. They haunted her like a constant echo of loss, yet here she was, mixing herbs and incantations, stitching together the threads of life. "I remember when I thought I could save them all," she whispered to the night, voice trembling like a sapling in a storm. "But the dead don't listen. They only call." Beside her, in stark contrast, stood Morwenna, a seer with eyes like glistening obsidian pools, reflecting the unnamable. She had seen too much, visions of death danced in her mind like wraiths, flickering and fading, never revealing their true form. Morwenna carried with her the weight of prophecy and the burden of betrayal. Her sister, her own flesh and blood, had fallen to the very darkness she now sought to illuminate. "We can't let them take another," Morwenna urged, voice edged with urgency. The starlit sky bore down upon them, an oppressive blanket of shimmering despair, as if the cosmos themselves watched in sorrow. "We must confront the shadows before they swallow the light." But Brigid hesitated, stricken by the thought of what it meant to confront death. "I don't know if I can," she breathed, a tremor in her voice like the whisper of a blade. "What if the shadows are stronger? What if I lose everything?" The air grew thicker, charged with tension, as if the very trees held their breath. Ghosts of women past flitted through the branches, their laughter mingling with the wind, a haunting symphony of joy intertwined with sorrow. They were the guardians of the unseen, protectors of the sacred, yet they bore the scars of a world that had cast them aside. "I remember the stories," Morwenna pressed, pacing like a trapped animal. "Of the women who bravely walked into battle, whose cries echoed through the valleys. They could weave spells and bend the tides of destiny. We are their legacy." Brigid clenched her fists, the raw reality of her own limitations crashing over her like a wave. "But I'm not a warrior, I'm just a healer. What power do I have against death?" The shadows stirred, as if they heard her doubt, and a chill crept through the air. The ground beneath them trembled, memories of violent battles and heart-wrenching losses clawing at the edges of their minds. Women huddled around dying embers, eyes flickering with the fire of rebellion, knowing that they had the right to rage against the inevitable. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of earth and decay. The branches creaked, and for a moment, silence enveloped them, a thick and suffocating blanket that whispered of things left unsaid. "Listen," Morwenna murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Can you hear them?" The world stood still. A cacophony of voices rose from the depths of the earth, a chorus of lost women who had fought and screamed and bled. They echoed in her mind, tearing at the veil between the living and the dead. There were cries of love, laughter twisted into pain, and the relentless march of time, an unyielding tide pulling them under. "I remember my mother's voice," Brigid said, tears glistening like dew on her cheeks. "She sang to me as the world crumbled. She believed in magic, in the strength of women, but she was wrong. Magic cannot save us." "Or maybe it's the belief that is magic," Morwenna countered, her eyes fierce, burning with a fire that could ignite worlds. "We are the carriers of her spirit. We have the power to change our destinies, to reclaim what is lost." The wind picked up, howling like a banshee, wild and free. The air crackled with energy, a tangible force that enveloped them, urging them forward. Brigid felt the stirrings of courage blossom deep within, like a phoenix struggling to rise from ashes. "Together," Morwenna said, voice steady, "we can confront what haunts us. We can honor those who came before us, and we can fight for those who will come after." With a fierce determination, Brigid took a step into the darkness, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. The shadows watched, their forms shifting, undecided. But she would not yield. She would not turn away from the pain, the heartbreak, nor the love that bound them all. "Together," she echoed, the word rising like smoke from a dying fire. And as the night closed in, the stars ignited with a brilliance that pierced the veil of despair, a promise of something powerful rising amidst the chaos. Death had never been an end but a beginning, and the echoes of women long past surged through the night, a testament to survival, a rebellion that would never be silenced. In that moment, time lost its grip, spiraling into an infinite loop of grief and hope, memories intertwining like vines, a dance of shadows that would never truly fade. And as I stood there, trembling in the cool embrace of the forest, I understood. This was not just a confrontation, this was a celebration of existence, a relentless fight against the inevitable. The struggle would continue, an unending cycle of defiance against the grasping hands of death, a tale woven through the very fabric of the cosmos. The wind howled through the funeral pyre, flickering flames licking at the night sky like desperate tongues of fire, consuming the final moments of a life snuffed out too soon. I stood among the gathered clan, my heart pounding, each beat a reminder of mortality, each breath heavy with the scent of burning wood and the bitter tang of grief. I could feel the damp earth beneath my feet, cold and unyielding, a stark reminder that no one escapes the embrace of the ground. The man we mourned, Amon, had been a warrior, a father, a friend, a constellation in our lives snuffed out, leaving behind an empty space that echoed with memories. Beside me, Aisling trembled, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress, a child's prayer against the encroaching darkness. She was Amon's sister, her eyes shimmering like dew-kissed leaves, brimming with unspoken words. "He should have been here," she whispered, her voice a mere rustle, carried away by the wind. I nodded, but inside, the truth twisted like a knife. He should never have faced the blade that took him. In our world, death was a constant companion, a lingering shadow that haunted our every step, and yet, we believed in the beauty of the beyond. We believed that the elaborate rituals we enacted would carry him safely to the otherworld, a paradise of eternal hunting and feasting. "Do you think he will know?" Aisling's question hung in the air, taut and unyielding like the bowstring of Amon's long silent bow. "Will he feel the fire, the funeral rites?" I swallowed hard. I remembered the tales of our ancestors, how they believed the soul needed guidance, needed to be set free from the shackles of earth. Each ritual, each incantation, was a lifeline thrown into the void. The flames crackled, snapping like brittle bones, and for a moment, I lost myself in the dance of the fire. The flicker illuminated the shadows of the trees, casting a haunting glow upon the faces of the mourners, twisted in sorrow. Grief and anger battled within me. Amon should still be here, teaching the children, laughing with us around the feasting table. Instead, we were left with ashes, remnants of a life we couldn't reclaim. I glanced at Aisling again, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, and my heart ached for her. She had always been the fragile one, the dreamer, the artist, while I wore my resilience like armor. Yet today, the weight of loss made even my bravest heart tremble. How could I comfort her when I felt so lost myself? I wanted to reach out, to offer solace, but words felt inadequate. How could I explain that our rituals were not just customs but the very thread that connected us to our past, a bridge to the spirits that walked among us? A raven took flight, its wings a dark omen against the twilight sky. The mourners shifted uneasily, glancing skyward as if the heavens themselves conspired against us. Aisling's breath caught in her throat, and I felt the chill of foreboding seep into my bones. I remembered the stories, how the raven was a harbinger, a messenger between worlds. "They say it's a sign," I murmured, though the words tasted bitter. "A reminder to honor the dead. But do we honor them?" Aisling's voice pierced through the haze of sorrow. "Or are we merely prolonging our own agony?" I didn't have an answer. I could only squeeze her hand, feeling the warmth of her pulse against my palm, a heartbeat that reminded me we were alive, even in our grief. As the flames flickered higher, consuming the offerings we had placed beside Amon, his favorite sword, a woven blanket, a sprig of white heather, I felt a rush of memories, swirling like smoke, pulling me into the past. I remembered Amon's laughter, wild and untamed, the way he taught me to dance, his arms strong around me as we twirled beneath the stars. The firelight danced in our eyes then, not like this, not with the weight of death suffocating our joy. The ghost of that laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that felt painfully distant. And then it hit me, a revelation as poignant as the sting of the flames. Our burial practices were not just about the dead, they were a lifeline for the living. A pact with the universe that said we would not forget. Each ritual was a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of our lives, a way to confront the darkness, to light a candle against the encroaching night. Amon would never truly leave, he would become a part of the stories we told, a spark in the embers of our shared memory. "Do you remember the time he tried to catch that wild boar?" I ventured, desperate to bring a flicker of light into the gloom. Aisling's lips quirked into a ghost of a smile, her tears momentarily forgotten. "He chased it right into the river," she laughed, a sound that bubbled up from the depths of sorrow, a reminder of the joy he had brought into our lives. We clung to that memory, sharing it like a sacrament, a promise that Amon would never fade into the shadows. But as the pyre burned lower, the weight of reality pressed down once more. Aisling's grief loomed large, a darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. "What if our rituals aren't enough?" she murmured, the doubt heavy in her voice. "What if he wanders lost, a ghost in the dark?" In that moment, I understood that our practices, the careful burials, the offerings, the songs sung in the cold night, were not merely for Amon but for us. To confront our fears of loss, our terror of oblivion. We crafted rituals to carve a path through the darkness, to ensure that love would prevail beyond the grave. The fire spat, embers scattering like stars in a midnight sky. Around us, the clan stood united in grief, faces illuminated by the glow, shadows flickering like the specters of our past. There was a tension in the air, a raw energy that pulsed beneath the surface, binding us together in our shared sorrow, a reminder that we are all haunted by the specter of loss. In that moment, as I looked into Aisling's glistening eyes, I felt a surge of determination. We would carry Amon with us, not as a burden but as a light guiding us through our darkest nights. We would honor him, not just with rituals, but with a living memory that breathed, that laughed, that refused to be extinguished. And as the last of the flames flickered out, leaving only glowing embers and the whispers of the wind, we knew that in this act of remembrance, we were not just mourning, we were, in our own fragile way, defying death itself. The cold wind whispered secrets through the cracked windows of the old chapel, sending shivers racing down my spine. Shadows danced around the flickering candlelight, the flames twisting like the souls we were about to confront. I could see Samuel's trembling hands clasped tightly together, a futile attempt to bind the chaos swirling inside him. I remembered his voice, strained and cracking, echoing in my mind, "If I don't do this, she'll never find peace." Maria's eyes were aflame with a blend of despair and determination. She stood rigid, the weight of their child's absence pressing on her shoulders like a mountain. "We must make the offerings," she insisted, her tone sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the bitterness of tears unshed. Every breath felt stifled, as if the very room conspired against us, urging us to flee from the haunting memories that clung to the walls. I remember the night we lost little Aidan, how the laughter echoed in stark contrast to the silence that followed. It should have been a night of celebration, the birthday of our boy, with balloons and cake, but instead, it became an eulogy, our own private hell. "We failed him," Samuel murmured, his guilt a tangible thing, weighing heavily in the sacred space. "If only I had been there," a remorseful whisper, soaked in regret. "Stop it," Maria snapped, her voice cutting through the haze. "We can bring him back, if only for a moment. The offerings will guide him." She clutched a handful of herbs, dried and twisted, their scent earthy and pungent. "He deserves a farewell. He deserves to know we loved him." Her conviction wrapped around us, a fragile lifeline tethering us to hope. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing like a heartbeat, steady, relentless. Each chime felt like a step forward, but also a reminder of time lost, of moments we could never reclaim. The moon hung low, casting a ghostly glow through the window, illuminating dust motes that danced like spirits yearning for release. I felt it, a pull, a beckoning from beyond, an invitation to the other side. In the corner of the room, an altar stood, shrouded in shadows. It bore the marks of countless sacrifices, offerings left by desperate souls seeking solace. Fresh fruit, flowers wilting, and trinkets that once sparkled with joy now dulled by grief. "It's not enough," Samuel's voice trembled as he confronted the altar. "What if he doesn't come back? What if this is all in vain?" "Then we'll know we tried," Maria said fiercely, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "And that will have to be enough." Her resolve burned bright against the creeping dread, a beacon in the dark night of despair. With trembling hands, we gathered the offerings, the items that once filled our home with laughter and warmth. A toy soldier, a frayed blanket, a picture drawn by little hands. Each piece a fragment of our shattered hearts, each item a piece of Aidan we clung to, hoping he would recognize the love embedded in the very fibers of our offerings. "This is for you, my son," I whispered, placing the toy soldier gently on the altar, my voice breaking like a fragile glass. As the candles flickered, shadows morphed into shapes that seemed to breathe, and I could almost hear Aidan's laughter, a distant echo. "Is that you, sweetheart?" I called softly, my heart racing with a mixture of fear and longing. The air grew heavy, thick with anticipation, electric with the possibility of communication. Maria lit the herbs, the smoke curling around us, wrapping us in a shroud of memories, the joy of his first steps, the sweetness of his laughter, the pain of his absence. "Feel him," she urged, her voice a low murmur, barely above a whisper. "Feel his spirit among us." I closed my eyes, letting the weight of our loss wash over me. I remembered the dreams, the night terrors that plagued my sleep, visions of Aidan reaching out, his little face twisted in confusion, lost in a world that no longer embraced him. I opened my eyes, searching for an answer in the shadows, in the flickering light. "What if he's scared?" I asked, the question hanging in the air, heavy with despair. "Then we'll guide him," Maria replied, her voice steady, a lifeline amidst the storm. "We'll show him the way home." The air crackled with energy, the candles flickered violently, the shadows shifting, swirling around us like a tempest. Samuel's breath caught in his throat, fear and hope intertwined, the duality of grief manifesting before us. "Aidan," he shouted, the name reverberating through the room, shaking the very foundation of our reality. And then, a rush of cold air swept through, chilling me to my bone, a shiver that coursed through my body like a whisper from the grave. The candles flickered wildly, shadows elongating, twisting into shapes that felt both familiar and alien. I felt a presence, a longing, a desperation that mirrored our own. It wrapped around me, pulling at my heartstrings, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I could sense the warmth of Aidan's laughter, a shimmering echo from the past. "Is this it?" I breathed, my heart pounding with the fervor of a prayer, a plea to the cosmos. "Are you with us?" Silence engulfed us, a thick blanket that crushed any lingering hope. Then, as if the universe held its breath, a single candle flickered and extinguished. My heart plummeted, a stone dropped into an abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. "No," I gasped, the denial clawing at my throat, choking me. "No, this can't be it." But in that moment of despair, I saw something, a flicker, a shadow moving among the remnants of our offerings, a glimpse of a child's smile caught in the swirling smoke. It was both beautiful and heartbreaking, a reminder that even amidst loss, love endures. "Samuel, we have to keep going," Maria urged, her voice breaking through the fog of uncertainty. "We can't give up now." Her determination felt like fire, igniting a glimmer of hope in my chest, urging me to believe that perhaps, just perhaps, we could break the chains of sorrow binding us. As I looked around the altar, I knew we had to make one final offering, ourselves. Would it be enough? Would the universe accept our plea, our sacrifice? "Together," I whispered, and Samuel nodded, his fear transforming into fierce resolve. We would face the darkness as one, each heartbeat a drum, a rhythm of defiance against the void that threatened to consume us. The air thickened as we held hands, our fingers interlaced, a fragile thread binding us in that moment of shared grief and determination. "Aidan," we cried out, our voices merging in a chorus of longing, like a prayer for the lost. The shadows shivered, and the candles flickered, as if the universe were listening. The weight of our love, raw, unfiltered, and aching, hung heavy in the air, a testament to the bond we shared that transcended the boundary between life and death. And just like that, the night deepened, and the boundary blurred, as we stood at the precipice of hope, ready to embrace whatever lay beyond. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretching long and haunting over the hilltop. I stood at the edge of the ancient mound, a sentinel watching over the earth, my heart pounding like a tribal drum. The stories whispered through the wind, the lamentations of grief, the echoes of love long lost, tales buried beneath layers of soil and sorrow. Mounds and barrows, silent yet deafening, loomed before me like old ghosts, holding secrets that clawed at my insides. I remember the weight of the shovel in my hands, the cold metal biting into my palm. It felt like an extension of my very being, a tool of creation and destruction. My brother, Elias, stood beside me, his face pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "What if we're not ready?" he whispered, his voice a tremor in the gathering dusk. I wanted to laugh. What a mundane worry when the dead lay beneath us, waiting to be honored and disturbed. The mound rose in front of us, a great, silent beast that housed the remains of those who once breathed, laughed, and loved. I could almost feel them stir beneath the earth, restless souls caught in the web of time. They were not just bones, they were stories of lives lived, tales of heartache and joy, a tapestry woven with the threads of existence. We were not grave robbers, we were seekers of connection, yearning to understand what lay on the other side of the veil. Yet, every heartbeat drummed a warning, a reminder that some doors should remain closed. Elias turned to me, his brow furrowed. "You really think this is right?" A moment hung between us, thick with doubt and fear. I could see the flicker of memories in his eyes, the night our father had been laid to rest, the way the earth had swallowed his sorrow, leaving nothing but the ache of loss in our chests. "This is how we honor them," I replied, my voice steady, though uncertainty gnawed at my insides. The weight of tradition hung heavy on my shoulders. The barrows were not just tombs, they were a sacred promise, a pact between the living and the dead. As the first strike of the shovel met the ground, a shiver ran through me. The earth was cold, unyielding, and yet it felt alive, thrumming with the pulse of history. Each clump of soil displaced held fragments of stories untold. I remember the dreams that had danced at the edges of my mind, restless images of warriors and lovers, of feasts and battles, all buried here, beneath the weight of time. With each scoop, I imagined the vibrant lives interred, their laughter echoing in the air, a cacophony of memories fighting to break free from their earthen prison. But then, a sound, a low rumble, like the grumble of distant thunder, sent a jolt through me. I froze, heart hammering. Elias glanced at me, his eyes wide with panic. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, hanging in the air like a fragile promise. I nodded, but my throat felt tight, constricted. The mound seemed to shift, to breathe, and in that moment, I could almost see the faces of the dead, a flicker of recognition dancing across their spectral features. "Maybe we shouldn't," Elias urged, voice trembling. A part of me wanted to agree, to retreat from the shadows that loomed around us, but another part, a darker, more curious part, pulled me forward. "They're waiting," I said, more to myself than to him, a mantra to silence my fears. "They deserve to be remembered." And just like that, with a desperate lunge, I plunged the shovel deeper into the ground. The earth surrendered, a sigh escaping the mound as if it were awakening from a long slumber. I remember the cold touch of bone against my fingers, the stark contrast of life and death. In that moment, I felt utterly alive, my senses heightened, the world around me a blur. I was both a caretaker and a trespasser, a harbinger of memory and grief. Then, the air shifted. A gust swept across the hilltop, chilling my bones and stealing my breath. Shadows stretched and twisted, as though the spirits themselves were rising. My heart raced as I grasped a skull, its empty socket staring into the void, as if questioning my very presence. "We're here," I breathed, "to remember you." But the air thickened, and dread wrapped around my throat. I could feel the eyes of the dead upon us, an audience of silence judging our intrusion. Elias stumbled back, eyes wide with terror, and I felt his fear seep into my own veins. "We need to stop," he shouted, panic spilling over like a broken dam. "No!" I cried, desperation surging within me. "They deserve to be honored. We can't turn back now." The words felt like a lifeline, but the moment hung heavy, a taut string pulled to its limit, threatening to snap. The mound felt alive, angry, demanding respect, a reminder that the line between the living and the dead was perilously thin. The wind howled, as if mourning our reckless ambition, and then it hit me, the weight of our actions, the consequence of our curiosity. I could feel the spirits, the stories, the lives intertwined with ours, whispering, haunting, and urging us to remember, to recognize the fragility of existence. "This isn't just about us," I said, my voice trembling yet resolute. "It's about connecting, about understanding our place in the cosmos, however fleeting." But as the shovel struck again, a crack echoed through the air, earth and bone splitting apart. The shadows deepened, twisting like tendrils of smoke, and I felt something shift inside me. A realization dawned, stark and unyielding. We were not just digging up the past, we were opening wounds, awakening memories that had long since settled into the cool embrace of the earth. And yet, amidst that turmoil, I felt a connection, an unbreakable bond to those who had come before us, to the story still yearning to be told. In that moment, standing on the precipice of the known and the unknown, I understood that every mound was a vessel of memory, every barrow a testament to the lives that had shaped our very existence. The weight of it all pressed upon me, a reminder of our own mortality, of the fleeting nature of time. Elias' voice broke through my reverie, filled with urgency. "We must go," he shouted, but I felt anchored to the moment, caught in a web of emotion and history. As the shadows danced and the wind howled, I knew our story was only beginning, an intertwining of lives, of spirits, of memories that would reverberate through time, ever reminding us of our place in this vast, chaotic tapestry. I remember the thrill of fear, the weight of responsibility, and the echo of the past, each heartbeat a reminder that we, too, are mounds of memory, carrying the stories of those who came before us. And as the darkness closed in, I understood that the significance of mounds and barrows was not just in death, but in life, the stories they held, the connections they forged, and the promise that even in the face of mortality, we remain forever intertwined. The wind howled outside, a banshee's wail echoing through the darkened streets, clawing its way into my bones. I stood at the edge of the village, heart racing, pulse thrumming like a war drum against my ribs. All around me, shadows danced, flickering under the pale moonlight, casting ghostly shapes that whispered secrets of the past. In the distance, the familiar silhouette of the old stone church loomed, a sentinel watching over the lives that flowed like a river, sometimes calm, often turbulent. Tonight, it thrummed with the weight of fear, the kind that lingers just beneath the skin, prickling and unshakable. I remember when the whispers first started, the hushed tones of the villagers huddled in the tavern, their faces pale and drawn. "She's coming for him," they said, their voices trembling with the weight of dread. "The banshee!" I laughed then, a nervous chuckle that echoed hollowly in the crowded room, because what could a ghost possibly mean to me? But the truth is, there's nothing more chilling than the echo of your own laughter fading into silence, leaving only the deafening dread of what you cannot see. My brother, Aidan, was the spark in our family, the bright flame in the shadowy corners of our lives. He had a laugh that could light up the darkest nights and a spirit that danced with abandon. But now, as the chill of the night seeped into my bones, I felt that spark dim, flickering like a candle on the verge of snuffing out. He stood there, facing the church, his back to me, seemingly lost in thought, or maybe it was despair. "She's coming for me, isn't she?" he said, and I could hear the tremor in his voice. "No," I replied, forcing strength into my words, but even I could feel the weight of my own lie. Deep down, I knew the truth. The banshee was a harbinger, a haunting figure woven into our lore, a wailing omen that sang of sorrow and loss. The very thought sent shivers racing down my spine. I stepped closer, the ground crunching beneath my feet, each step echoing with the weight of our family's secrets. "I can feel her," he whispered, eyes wide, searching the darkness for something that was not there. Like a shadow creeping up on me, dragging me down into the abyss. His voice cracked, and my heart twisted painfully in my chest. Aidan had always been stronger than me, resilient, brave. But there he stood, broken under the weight of an unseen foe, his vulnerability bared like a raw wound. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of that dark precipice, but fear coiled around my heart like a serpent. What could I offer him that would shield him from the fate that loomed like a dark cloud overhead? What could I do against the whispers of the banshee, those wailing cries that seeped into our dreams, haunting us like a relentless tide? The stories were all around us, the tales of families torn asunder by her mournful song, the screams of mothers losing their children, husbands losing their wives. Then, amidst the palpable dread, I heard it, the distant echo of her wail, shattering the stillness. It pierced the night, a sound so primal, so heart-wrenching, that it sent a chill racing down my spine. The villagers weren't just superstitious, I realized then, they were survivors, living under the shadow of something ancient and terrible. Aidan jerked, jolted from his thoughts, and for a moment, we were two souls caught in a tempest, staring into the abyss of fate. "Do you hear that?" he asked, voice trembling. "She's calling for me." For a split second, I was frozen, a deer caught in the headlights of fate. A bolt of ice slithered through my veins. The wailing grew louder, more insistent, reaching deep into the marrow of my bones. Aidan turned, his eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight, a mirror of terror that made me want to scream, to shake him awake from this nightmare. But he was already slipping away, slipping toward that sound that promised heartbreak. "No!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a desperate prayer. "Stay here! Fight it!" But his face was a mask of resignation, a sculpted grief carved by the fears that had been festering in the shadows of our lives. "What good are fights against fate?" he whispered, and in that moment, I saw the cracks in his armor, the threads of despair that wove through his spirit, binding him to something far darker than I'd ever imagined. The wail crescendoed, wrapping around us like a shroud, a haunting melody of impending doom. It felt as if the very air thickened, pressing down on me, suffocating. My breath was shallow, a ragged intake that shuddered against the weight of unspoken fears, memories clawing to the surface like ghosts eager to be set free. I thought of our childhood, the laughter we had shared, the fields where we had run wild, the promise of forever whispered in the golden glow of the setting sun. Remember when we used to think we were invincible? I forced a smile, but it trembled on my lips, a fragile thing against the onslaught of despair. You, me, and that stupid treehouse? We thought we could conquer the world. He smiled back, but it was bittersweet, laced with resignation. Now it feels more like the world is conquering us. And then, her cry echoed again, a bone-chilling lament that seemed to pull at the very strings of our fate, a reminder that time was running out, that we could not escape what was to come. Aidan took a step back, and I reached for him, fingers brushing against his arm, feeling the warmth of life slipping away. "Don't go," I pleaded, my voice cracking under the weight of unshed tears. "Stay with me. Fight together." But the banshee's song echoed through the night, a relentless tide of sorrow, wrapping around him, pulling him closer to the brink. I felt him slipping, the warmth of his spirit fading, and my heart shattered in 1,000 pieces, each fragment reflecting a memory of the laughter we once shared. And in that moment, as the wail rose to a fever pitch, I knew this was not just about facing a banshee, it was about facing the darkness within ourselves. The showdown loomed, a confrontation with the sorrow that had shadowed our lives, the ghosts that lingered in our hearts. The night felt eternal, stretching before us, blanketed in shadows and whispers, a painful reminder that the line between life and death is as thin as a whisper, and just as haunting. The wail crescendoed to a fever pitch, and I realized with an overwhelming sense of dread that we were not merely standing against fate, we were entangled in its intricate dance. I drew a shaky breath, prepared to fight for my brother, prepared to face the darkness together, as the shadows of our family's past closed in like a dark storm cloud overhead. Time itself felt malleable, thick, heavy, swirling around us like a tempest. The moment stretched infinitely, and I could only cling to the hope that somehow, we would find a way through this nightmarish wail of a banshee and into the dawn of a new tomorrow. But as I turned to look at Aidan, I could see the glimmer of something deeper within him, a flicker of defiance, a spark that seemed to flicker in the face of impending doom. Through the storm of shadows, we stood together as the world around us began to unravel. The banshee's cries filled the air, echoing through the darkness, a reminder of our mortality and the specters that would always haunt the corners of our souls. And so we stood, caught in the swirling vortex of emotion, as the echoes of our past danced around us, an endless loop of grief, love, and the unshakable reality of our shared fate. The wind howled like a banshee, echoing through the hollowed trees, their skeletal branches reaching out like desperate fingers clawing for something, anything, before the inevitable silence of winter. Beneath an indigo sky, where stars winked like distant memories, I stood in the heart of the forest, heart racing, skin prickling with the chill of what was to come. The ground was spongy with fallen leaves, damp and decaying, whispering secrets of those lost to time, their essence still clinging to the damp earth. Nearby, Irian knelt, her breath visible in the cold air, each exhale a tiny spectre rising towards the night. Her fingers trembled as she traced the patterns in the dirt, symbols of a long-forgotten language that spoke of life and death, of the cyclical dance in which we remained forever ensnared. "You can't fight it," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the howl of the wind. "The seasons will turn, and death will not be denied." But Irian's eyes were wild, glistening with the fire of something more than mere defiance, a fierce longing, a desperate hope. "But I can save him," she insisted, clenching her fists into the earth as if it could yield the answer, as if it could summon back the warmth of summer from the greedy grasp of winter. And then there was Ronan, lurking in the shadows, a ghost of a man wrapped in the cloak of grief. I could see his silhouette flickering like a dying candle, his expression carved from stone, each feature etched with the weight of sorrow. He had lost his brother to the swiftness of autumn's bite, to the chill that swept through the land like a thief in the night, and he bore it like a wound that refused to heal. "You can't change fate, Irian," he said, voice gravelly, filled with the bitterness of loss. "You can't bring him back." But the air crackled with the tension between hope and despair, vibrating like the strings of a lute in a forgotten tune. I could feel it in my bones, this connection between seasons and death, a thread woven through the tapestry of our lives, binding us to those who had come before and those yet to dance with the shadows. As the ancient Celts believed, death was not an end, it was a mere passage, a doorway into another realm, where the veil between worlds was as thin as the fog rolling in. The trees swayed, their branches whispering secrets, and I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the stories my grandmother told me of Samhain, when the boundary between the living and the dead was torn open like a wound. I shivered at the memory of flickering candles in hollowed-out turnips, the brightness struggling against the encroaching dark, a beacon for the lost souls wandering the earth. The graveyards teemed with energy, as if the very soil breathed with the weight of untold stories, and I felt the ghosts of my ancestors swirl around me, caressing my spirit with their cool fingertips. "Let them come," Irian said suddenly, her voice fierce, like a flame igniting in the depths of despair. "Let the dead walk among us. If they can guide me, I can save him." Ronan moved closer, his expression shifting, vulnerability breaking through his stoic facade. "You're playing with forces you don't understand," he said, but there was a tremor in his voice, a flicker of uncertainty that belied his words. His heart, heavy with loss, was battling against a flicker of hope, the very thing that could either save them or doom them both. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath us, a living heartbeat echoing in tandem with the uncertainty of our choices. The moon hung low, casting a silvery gaze upon us, illuminating the path we were about to tread. Shadows danced at the edges of our vision, twisting and turning like the fates weaving their intricate designs. "Do you hear it?" Irian's eye sparkled with wild determination, a storm brewing beneath her fragile surface. "The whispers of the dead? They're calling us." The air thickened, as if the very atmosphere were charged with expectation. It was intoxicating, tantalizing, but also terrifying. I could feel the weight of time pressing down upon us, each second ticking away like a desperate heartbeat. I thought of the legends, how the Celts believed that the cycle of life and death mirrored the seasons, that each ending held the promise of a beginning, that the death of summer heralded the rebirth of spring. The tension crackled between Ronan and Irian, two souls tethered by grief yet pulled by the currents of fate. I could sense their desperation clashing against the inevitability of time, their hearts ached with the yearning to rebel against the encroaching cold, to grasp at the fading warmth that felt so tantalizingly close yet impossibly out of reach. "Come with me," Irian said, her voice a fierce whisper, a challenge to the very cosmos. "We will find him." And in that moment, I understood the raw power of belief, the unyielding force that allowed them to challenge death itself, to beckon forth the spirits that danced just beyond the veil. "Do you think they'll answer?" I asked, breathless, caught in the gaze of their determination. She nodded, her expression fierce, transcendent. "They will help us find the way." As midnight drew near, we stood at the edge of a precipice, teetering between the tangible world of the living and the spectral haze of the departed. The shadows whispered all around us, each rustle a promise and a threat, the air thick with ghosts yearning to be heard. The ancient connection between the seasons and death ensnared us, wrapping around our hearts, urging us forward into the unknown. And as the darkness enveloped us, the boundaries began to blur. The cycle continued, relentless and unyielding, and we were caught in its grip, spinning out of control, ever closer to the confrontation we could not escape. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, and I knew with a cold certainty that once we crossed that threshold, nothing would ever be the same again. The stage was set, the players in place, and the haunting melody of fate played on, echoing in the night. The winds howled like banshees, an eerie symphony that punctuated the stillness of the night. I stood at the edge of a crumbling precipice, the moon a silver coin tossed against the black velvet of the sky. It was here, in this chilling moment, that I felt the weight of countless lives pressing down on my chest, each heartbeat an echo of a memory not quite mine. I remember the feel of cold steel against my skin, the taste of ash in the air, and a voice, soft yet unyielding, whispering secrets from the shadows. A figure emerged from the darkness, shadowed, yet familiar. It was Amon, his eyes a stormy sea, swirling with depths of sorrow and regret. "What are you doing here?" His voice was a gravelly whisper, laced with fear and urgency, as if the very air around us conspired to keep us apart. But the bond between us was a tether, frayed but unbreakable, stretching across lifetimes. "I'm searching," I replied, the words clawing their way out of my throat. "For answers. For you." My body trembled, not from the chill of the night, but from the weight of my resolve. Amon's laughter was bitter, a haunting echo that lingered in the air. "You shouldn't want to find me, not here, not like this." Yet here we stood, suspended between past and present, caught in a web woven with souls lost to the ages. I saw it then, the flicker of memories like fireflies dancing in the dark. We had shared lives before, loves and losses tangled together like wild vines, each twist and turn a testament to our unfinished story. Amon turned his gaze skyward, his expression twisted with yearning and despair. "Do you ever wonder if we're cursed? That our souls are doomed to wander until we face the reckoning of our choices?" I shivered, not from the cold, but from the truth that hung thick in the air. A curse! Yes, it resonated deep within me, a bone-deep understanding that this was no ordinary life. We were bound, not by love alone but by echoes of regret, haunting us with every breath. The scent of damp earth mixed with something metallic, a memory of blood spilled on ancient stones. I heard it then, the distant clang of a bell tolling far away, marking the hour of twilight, when the veil between worlds thins, and the dead brush against the living. Time twisted around us like a serpent, coiling tighter until I could hardly breathe. "I remember," I whispered, "the last time we were here. The fire, the screams, the darkness closing in." Amon flinched, his face a mask of anguish. Those memories were etched into his soul like scars, each one a reminder of our failures to escape the cycles of violence and vengeance. "We were foolish," he murmured, "foolish enough to believe we could rewrite our fates. But what if rewriting was not the answer? What if we were meant to confront the ghosts of our past?" I felt the pull, the magnetic force of our shared destinies, dragging me closer to the edge. What if we could remember it all? Every life, every choice? I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of possibility. "Then we would be tormented," he replied, his tone bitter. "To know the pain, to feel the love and loss, it would break us." But wasn't it already breaking us? The air grew thick with tension, and I could sense the shadow creeping closer, an ominous reminder of the curse surrounding us. I took a step forward, the loose stones beneath my feet crumbling away, as if the earth itself sought to swallow me whole. "I don't want to run anymore," I breathed. "I want to face whatever comes." Amon's eyes widened, a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, before it was engulfed by darkness. "You don't understand. Some truths are not meant to be uncovered." "Then let me be the first," I insisted, my heart racing, each pulse a drumbeat of defiance against the weight of the past. I refuse to be a victim of fate. Not again. With that, the night erupted around us. Shadows twisted and morphed, the winds rising to a shriek, as if the very cosmos were protesting our rebellion. The ground trembled, the world shifting beneath us, and in that moment, I felt the air crackle with energy, the kind that forewarns of the unthinkable. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed her, Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, cloaked in the silk of the night, her laughter resounding like the tolling of a death knell. "What is it you seek?" she asked, her voice dripping with ancient wisdom and mischief. "To rewrite the stories of your lives." I hesitated, grappling with the weight of her gaze, a chasm of knowledge that threatened to swallow me whole. Did I dare to dream of freedom, of breaking the wheel? "I seek to understand," I finally whispered, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. Morrigan's smile was eerie, a reminder of the fine line between wisdom and madness. "Then face the truth, child, for only in the depths of despair does rebirth await." And with that, the world around us splintered, fracturing into a kaleidoscope of memories, each one a piece of the puzzle, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives we had touched, and the lives we had lost. I felt Amon's hand slip into mine, grounding me amidst the chaos, yet the weight of our history loomed larger than ever. The air hummed with tension as time spiraled out of control, and I realized then, the cycle wouldn't break until we confronted the darkness that lay entwined with our souls. "I remember," I gasped, "the choices we made. The lives we lost. It all leads us here." Amon's grip hardened, fear battling against hope as the shadows grew restless. "Then let us confront the past together," he said, voice trembling with a mixture of terror and resolve. "Let us stand against the tides of fate." And as the world collapsed into a symphony of chaos, I knew the journey had just begun. The confrontation loomed ahead, a specter of our intertwined existences, and in the depths of that abyss, I sensed a flicker of light, a chance to break free, to reclaim our souls from the aching grip of time. The past beckoned, and the future trembled. Each heartbeat was a promise, each breath a step closer to the unknown that awaited us in the dark. I felt the pull, the gravity of our shared fate drawing us ever closer to the precipice. The edge was crumbling beneath us, and in that fragile moment, I understood, the story was not over, it was merely unfolding. The air crackled with tension as the moon hung low, a silver scythe in the sky, slicing through the dense fog that clung to the ancient stones of the burial mounds. Era stood at the edge of the clearing, her breath shallow, heart pounding like the wings of a trapped bird. Shadows danced around her, whispering promises and threats, enticing her closer to the truth she desperately sought. Tonight, the veil between life and death felt thinner than ever, and she could taste the bitterness of fate on her tongue. "I should have listened," she muttered to herself, the regret clawing at her insides like a ravenous beast. Her brother, Colm, had warned her, had begged her to stay away from these cursed woods, but the pull was irresistible. Fate had already turned its cruel card, and here she was, dancing on the edge of destruction. Colm had always been the cautious one, a steady presence in her chaotic world. He had a gift for weaving tales of the old gods and the ancient lore that spoke of the interwoven threads of fate and death. They had laughed together, huddled by the hearth, his voice rich with warmth and wisdom, but now, as the chill of the night seeped into her bones, the laughter felt like a distant, cruel joke. "Era!" His voice shattered the silence, raw and desperate, drawing her attention to the shadows swirling around him. Colm was stumbling, his face pale, eyes wide with fear, a stark contrast to the strong figure she had always known. "You can't be here. You don't understand what's at stake. Don't you see? It's my fate too," she cried, the words tumbling out, fraying the edges of her sanity. She was tethered to something larger, something dark and eternal. The whispers grew louder, wrapping around her like cold chains. They were calling her name, promising power, knowledge, everything she had ever wanted. Colm fell to his knees, the weight of the world crashing down as he grasped at the damp earth. "This isn't a game. They'll take you. You'll be lost forever." His voice cracked, the agony of a brother who felt he was losing everything, losing her. But there was something in his eyes, a flicker of understanding. He knew what she felt, the yearning for something more, something that danced just out of reach. They had grown up listening to the stories of the side, tales of spirits and fate, where the line between life and the afterlife was a mere whisper. But those stories were meant to warn, to keep them grounded in reality, not to entice them into the maw of death. "I remember the stories," Colm, Era urged, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with a mix of fear and fierce determination. "I remember the way they spoke of our ancestors, how they walked among the living and the dead. I want to understand. I have to." She stepped closer to the ancient stone, its surface cool and rough beneath her fingertips, a pulsating heartbeat that echoed the rhythm of time. Era felt the pull of the grave, felt the ancient magic swirling around her like a cloak. It was intoxicating, exhilarating, and terrifying. She was teetering on the brink of revelation and destruction, staring deep into the abyss, yearning for its secrets. "Era, please!" Colm's pleas broke through the fog, raw and guttural. "You have to trust me." The tales weren't just stories, they were warnings. The side are not to be trifled with. They're merciless. But what if they are not? She countered, desperation clawing at her throat. What if they are the key to everything? To understanding our fate? The words hung in the air, heavy with implications, and the fog thickened, swirling around them like a living thing. Era could feel it, the weight of generations resting on her shoulders, the collective fears and hopes of her ancestors whispering through the trees. This was not just about her anymore, it was about a legacy, a connection to something far greater than herself. And then, in the silence that followed, a shadow flitted between the trees. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, its presence sending a shiver down her spine. Era's heart raced as she recognized the familiar silhouette. Kian, she breathed, the name tasting like ash on her lips. He had been her friend once, a brother in arms during their childhood, but now he stood as a harbinger of doom. "Why do you call to the shadows, Era?" His voice was smooth, a silken thread woven with danger. "They will not treat you kindly." Colm's face contorted with fear. "Get away from her. You don't know what you're doing." But Kian only smiled, a wicked grin that sent chills racing through her. "And you think you can protect her? Fate is not yours to control, dear brother." She felt the world tilt as the air thickened. Kian was right, this wasn't about control. It was about surrender, about giving in to the whispers, the terrifying promise of fate. "What do you know of fate?" she challenged, voice steady, heart pounding. "What do you know of death?" "More than you could ever imagine," he replied, stepping closer, the shadows curling around him like a lover's embrace. "You seek knowledge, but knowledge comes at a price. Are you willing to pay that price?" In that moment, Era faced the abyss. The connection between fate and death was a line she could cross, but at what cost? The air thrummed with tension as the moonlight illuminated the clearing, revealing the truth lurking in the darkness. "I am," she whispered, feeling the weight of her decision settle on her shoulders like a shroud. The night held its breath, the trees stood as silent witnesses, and the shadows closed in, wrapping around her like a dark promise. Colm's cry pierced the air, desperation turning to fury. "Era! Don't do it! You're walking into darkness!" But the words fell away, drowned in the cacophony of her heartbeat, the pulse of destiny, the enchanting call of the unknown. The moment stretched, time standing still as she took a step forward, crossing the threshold between life and the promise of the dead, caught in the relentless tide of fate. The world spun, thoughts and emotions colliding in a whirlwind of chaos. Era realized she was not just stepping into the darkness, she was becoming part of the very fabric of that darkness, where fate and death intertwined, where shadows danced with echoes of the past. And as she vanished into the night, an eerie silence fell, leaving behind only the frantic thumping of Colm's heart, a brother left to wonder if he had just lost the one person he loved most to the inscrutable whims of fate. And in that silence, a new cycle began, one that would loop endlessly, intertwining hearts and fates, tethered to the shadows of what once was and what could never be. The connection was alive, pulsing, waiting for the next soul brave enough to step into its embrace. A chill ripples through the air, as if the world holds its breath. Shadows flit at the edges of a moonlit glade, whispering secrets lost to time. The forest, thick and ancient, seems to pulse with a life of its own. A rustle, a footstep, and suddenly, there she is, Mairead, heart racing, eyes wild. The wind tousles her hair, a wisp of a girl trapped in a moment that feels heavier than the weight of the stars above. "I remember," she gasps, the words tumbling out like stones from an overflowing pocket, "the night I lost him." The chill creeps deeper, wrapping around her throat, squeezing, choking. It was the night the chill seeped into her bones, when the laughter of the world turned to the hollow echo of memories. She watches the dark trees loom, knowing they shelter more than just the rustling leaves. They cradle the souls of those who tread too far, those who linger too long. And then, there's Liam, standing just beyond the circle of light cast by the flickering torch. His face is gaunt, etched with the lines of grief and regret, a man carved from stone, yet trembling. "You shouldn't be here, Mairead," he croaks, a warning draped with a shroud of despair. "This place, it changes you. It takes what you love." His hands tremble, fingers twitching like restless shadows. But the darkness calls to her. It coils around her heart, whispering promises of reunion, of love that transcends the boundaries of worlds. "I have to find him, Liam. I can't just let him go." The weight of her words hangs in the air, palpable and suffocating. She can almost taste the bitterness of loss, a heavy, iron tang coating her tongue, like blood after a battle fought and lost. Behind them, the forest swells with a hushed intensity. The trees sway, rustling with secrets, branches creaking like old bones. They hear the distant wail of what could only be the lament of souls trapped, echoing through the underbrush. It's a sound that reverberates deep within, clawing at their hearts. Liam shifts, eyes darting, haunted by memories. "You know what awaits," he warns, the words a rasp on his lips, in the underworld. The legend of the Celtic Otherworld dances in the dark recesses of their minds, a place where the dead linger, where the living are but fleeting shadows. It is a garden of dreams and nightmares, a realm where time loses meaning. "I remember the stories," Mairead murmurs, her voice trembling, of those who crossed over and never returned. Yet here she stands, rooted in defiance. Love fuels her, a fire against the chill that threatens to consume her. "What if it's not just death?" she whispers, trembling. "What if it's a chance to see him again? To know he's safe?" The desperation in her voice echoes back, rebounding off the ancient trunks, mocking her. The wind picks up, a howl that sends a shiver down Liam's spine. Not everything in the underworld is as it seems. "You think you want to find him? But what if it's not him you find?" Each word pushes against the walls of her resolve, but they ignite a spark within her for will to fight against the unseen chains that bind them. "I don't care," she shouts, the defiance boiling over. In that raw moment, her heart beats with the ferocity of 1,000 drums, drowning out the whispers of the dead. "I want to know. I deserve to know." A heartbeat echoes in the silence, louder than the rustling leaves, a desperate plea against the looming unknown. But Liam's eyes glisten with a terror that cracks the surface of his bravado. "Then you'll face the Fae, Mairead. They guard the way, and they do not take kindly to the living." His warning hangs heavy, a dark cloud looming above them. The Fae, tricksters, tempters, creatures of mischief and malice. They are the gatekeepers of the underworld, ancient and powerful, weaving destinies with delicate threads. "I remember the stories," Mairead whispers again, almost to herself. "They say the Fae can offer you what you desire but at a price you may not be willing to pay." Each word feels like a shackle, binding her to the earth while her heart yearns for flight. Images flash through her mind, laughter intertwined with sorrow, love turned to ash, moments of joy snatched away by the creeping shadow of fate. The moon hangs high, a witness to their turmoil, casting silver light that dances along the forest floor. Time stretches, bends around them, the air thick with something electric. And then a figure appears in the shadows, a wisp of a being, ethereal and haunting, eyes like stars glinting in the dark. The Fae. "Ah, sweet child," the voice sings, a melody that wraps around them, curling like smoke. "What is it you seek?" The Fae smile is sharp, a crescent moon that promises both beauty and danger. Mairead's breath catches, a wave of fear flooding her senses. "I seek him," she breathes, her voice trembling but resolute. "I want to bring him back." The Fae stretches, a cat-like grace in their movements, and the air thickens with anticipation. A noble wish, the voice ripples through the night. "But love, dear girl, is a treacherous flame. Are you willing to pay the cost?" Liam's eyes dart between Mairead and the Fae, the tension gnawing at his insides. "Don't do this," he whispers, but the plea is lost in the storm of her resolve. The forest holds its breath. The stars seem to dim, watching, waiting. I will pay, Mairead says, her voice steady, a declaration that reverberates through the trees. Whatever it takes. And just like that, the world shifts. The darkness deepens, shadows lengthening, consuming the glade. A heartbeat echoes, a promise forged in the depths of despair. The cost may yet be revealed, but in that moment, the only thing that sings is the pulse of her longing, a love that transcends the veils of life and death. The Fae's laughter, sharp and haunting, slices through the air, a promise of chaos and wonder. And as Mairead steps forward, drawn into the uncharted depths of the underworld, the forest shivers. The line between life and death blurs, and the night becomes a tapestry of choices yet to be woven. A moment hangs suspended, weighty with 1,000 unspoken fears. The world swirls, the shadows dance, and the only certainty is the ever-looming question, what price will love demand? The cosmos watch, breath bated, as time marches forward, carrying them into the unknown. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the rustle of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. Beneath the gnarled branches of ancient oaks, the moon dripped silver over a small clearing, its light dancing nervously around the edges of a gathering. There, 3 figures stood transfixed, faces pale as bone, hearts racing like the wild stallions of their ancestors. An altar of stones, worn and cold, loomed before them, whispering tales of the past, their past. Aidan's hands trembled, fingers brushing against the chill of the stone. "What if it's true?" he breathed, his voice barely a whisper, each syllable laced with an urgency that shattered the stillness. "What if they come for us?" His breath fogged the air, mingling with the musk of decaying leaves. He was a scholar, a seeker of truth, the whispers of Celtic lore echoing in his mind like a haunting melody. But truth felt heavy tonight, a stone in his gut, and all the knowledge in the world couldn't ease the dread clawing at his heart. Beside him, Mairead stood rigid, her dark hair whipping in the wind, eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. "We can't turn away from this," she said, her voice sharp as a blade. "If we don't honor them, who will?" Her words cascaded through the clearing, each one a spark igniting the air around them. The Celts, with their intricate beliefs woven into the very fabric of the earth, life, death, and the spaces in between. She had always felt their presence, a pulse beneath her skin, a call to remember. But then there was Dara, his face a mask of uncertainty, the shadows of doubt clinging to him like cobwebs. "Maybe we should leave it be," he said, the tremor in his voice betraying him. "What do we know about death rituals? What if we anger them?" His heart raced, not just from fear, but from the weight of history pressing down upon him. He wasn't a believer, not like the others, and that doubt gnawed at him, visceral and raw. The wind howled, a ghostly lament weaving through the trees, wrapping around them like a shroud. "This is what they wanted," Aidan insisted, his voice rising, desperation clawing at the edges. "To be remembered." The Celts believed in the thin veil between worlds. They knew death wasn't an end but a transformation. But even as he spoke, he felt the icy fingers of trepidation tighten around his throat. Were they mere mortals daring to tread upon the ashes of ancient beliefs? Mairead stepped closer to the altar, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. "We'll honor them," she vowed, gripping Aidan's arm. "We'll bring them back to life in our own way." But as she spoke, shadows flitted at the edges of her vision, whispers of the past intertwining with the present. She could almost hear the soft laughter of the dead, their voices swirling around her like autumn leaves caught in a gust. Memories surged forth, unbidden. I remember my grandmother's stories, the way she spoke of the otherworld as if it were an extension of home, a place where the souls of the departed danced under a shimmering sky. And yet, Dara's doubts lingered, a cloying fog. He looked at the stones, at the offerings they had brought, withered flowers, a silver coin, a lock of hair. Each item felt like a token of betrayal, like a silent scream into the void. "You think they'll just forgive us?" he murmured. "What if we're not worthy?" His voice cracked, the weight of centuries resting on his shoulders. He wanted to believe, but belief was a fragile thing, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be snuffed out. As the moon rose higher, illuminating the clearing in ghostly light, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken fears. The air turned electric, charged with anticipation. Aidan exhaled slowly, grounding himself in the moment. "Let's do this together," he said, determination flaring in his chest, igniting a flicker of warmth in the shadows. He reached for Mairead's hand, and then Dara's, forming a fragile connection, a lifeline in the gripping darkness. They knelt before the altar, the stones cool against their palms, heartbeats synchronizing as the night deepened around them. "We honor you," Mairead spoke, voice steady yet reverberating with raw emotion. "We remember you." Each word was a thread pulling them closer to the enigmatic tapestry woven by their ancestors' beliefs. Death was not an end, but a passage, a doorway to the unknown. The Celts had danced with death, and now, here they were, summoning the echoes of the past, hoping to bridge the chasm that time had carved. And then, a shiver coursed through the air, as if the world paused to listen. Shadows flickered, curling around them like the tendrils of a long-lost dream. Dara's breath hitched, the reality of their actions crashing down like relentless waves. "What if," he began, but the words fell from his lips into the abyss of uncertainty. "What if the dead didn't want to be remembered? What if they were forever lost, locked away in the folds of time, their stories fading like the last flicker of a dying flame?" Suddenly, a rustle echoed through the clearing, a cacophony of whispers swirling around them, chilling and beautiful all at once. The very fabric of the night breathed life into the silence, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to hang in the balance. Had they summoned something from the depths? Would the echoes of the Celts rise to meet them? And in that moment, as fear and hope collided, they understood the weight of their actions. They were not merely honoring the dead, they were stepping into a tangled web of belief, of memory, of the lingering essence that the Celts had woven into the very marrow of Europe's soul. They were entwined in the dance of life and death, two sides of the same coin, forever spinning through the cosmos. The night deepened, shadows lengthened, and the boundaries blurred as they stood on the precipice, hearts pounding, souls entwined with the ancient echoes of a land long past. The Celts had left their mark, a legacy haunting the whispers of the wind, and they were about to become part of that story, whatever the cost. The air thickens, heavy with the scent of damp earth and burnt sage. The world holds its breath, as if even the stars have paused to listen. In that charged silence, I stand, a fragile string plucked taut, vibrating with grief that thrums in my chest like a funeral dirge. The glow of flickering candles casts dancing shadows on the walls of the small room where we gather, a somber congregation of broken hearts. Around me, faces are streaked with tears, lips quivering, voices trembling as we chant the memory of the lost. I remember the way she laughed, her eyes crinkling like the corners of an aged parchment, each moment with her a melody composed by the universe. And now, in the hollow aftermath of her absence, the very air feels out of tune, a cacophony of what once was and what can never be again. Across the room, Simon clutches a tattered notebook to his chest, his fingers trembling over the words that are supposed to spill forth, poetry meant to cradle our collective sorrow. He was her brother, and the weight of her loss has forged a heaviness in him, a timid boy turned rugged man, skin etched with grief. His eyes dart toward me, searching for solace, for the understanding that we share in this moment of darkness. "I can't do it," he says, his voice barely a whisper, but the anguish rolls off him like a storm cloud, threatening to burst. "Just speak her name," I urge, my own voice quaking, a whisper of a prayer. That's where the music lives. And in a corner of this room, a haunting melody begins to weave through the air, a voice soft yet raw, belonging to Clara, our friend, unyielding in her pain. She strums a guitar, a simple wooden box that carries the weight of loss in its very grain. The strings vibrate with stories forgotten, memories lost in the folds of time, and with each pluck, she stitches her sorrow into something tangible, something that can be felt. The notes spiral around us, a ghostly embrace that pushes back the shadows lurking in the corners. I remember her smile. Clara sings, and with each word, the room breathes. I remember the way she danced under the stars, the light in her eyes brighter than the moon. But then, a darker tone creeps in, as if the very air conspired to trap us in this moment of mourning. And I remember the day it all fell apart, she continues, her voice cracking like the thin ice over a deep, unseen chasm. The room holds its breath, each heart sinking to the rhythm of her sorrow. The shadows swirl tighter, wrapping around Simon, who finally opens the notebook, pages trembling beneath his touch. There's a weight to absence, he reads, voice stuttering, fracturing under the burden of his own emotions. A silence that screams louder than any memory can fill. I can feel the tension building, a taut string waiting to snap. The power of music and poetry entwined in our grief, binding us together even as it threatens to tear us apart. The unfinished symphony of our hearts plays on, notes echoing through the hollow spaces left behind. Let it out, I urge again. The need for release vibrates between us, a palpable energy swirling like a tempest. Every cry, every laugh, every moment of her life deserves to be heard. The tears blur my vision, the smudge of loss shaping the silhouette of our memories, each face, each voice, melding into a single, agonizing harmony. Clara's fingers fly over the strings, creating a raw, aching tapestry of sound, each note a thread woven into the fabric of our mourning. It becomes a song of ghosts, our collective lament hanging in the air like a dense fog, waiting to be unraveled. Tell me, Simon, I plead, my heart racing, what would she want us to remember? He closes his eyes, and in that moment, he is transported back, the world around him fading into the background. The way she twirled, he whispers, as if she could touch the sky. And suddenly, the room erupts. Clara's voice crescendos, and Simon lets the words flow, spilling into the air like rain after a drought. She would want us to dance. To sing until our bones ache. To remember that love does not die, but transforms, echoing through time like a haunting melody. Their voices intertwine, a delicate ballet of grief and remembrance, the air electrified with raw emotion. I can almost see her, a spectre of laughter and joy, her spirit swirling through us, coaxing out the beauty embedded in our collective sorrow. In this moment, I feel the world outside cease to exist, the city's heartbeat, the shadows lurking, the ticking clocks, all muted under the weight of our ritual. My breaths come shallow, each inhale a desperate grasp for the essence of what once was. As the song swells, the candles flicker widely, as if caught in the grip of the ethereal. I remember the whispers of the universe, how it moves through us, carrying our pain and our love in a cycle as old as time. Music and poetry are our lifelines, I think, the very air that fills our lungs, connecting us across the void. And as the final note hangs suspended, I realize that this moment will never end, it will echo, reverberating through our souls, a constant reminder of the love we shared and the heights we reached together. The shadows recede, but not without leaving their mark. Time stretches and contracts, the clock ticking relentlessly as we stand in this space between life and death, between joy and sorrow. The song remains, a haunting reminder that while this chapter may close, the story continues to unfold in the spaces between breaths and notes, in the poetry of our hearts, forever entwined. The mist hung heavy in the air, thick like the breath of the forgotten. It wrapped around the ancient stones of the burial ground, where shadows danced like restless souls yearning to escape the grasp of the mortal realm. The moon, a pale ghost of its former self, cast an eerie glow over everything. The gravestones stood like sentinels, whispering secrets of the departed in an incomprehensible language. I could hear hearts pounding, my own, wild with anxiety, and the faint echo of others, thrumming with the weight of loss, the ache of longing. I found myself drawn there, pulled by an unseen force, like a moth toward flame. Mother stood beside me, her face pale as the moonlight above, eyes wide with fear and unresolved grief. What did she seek in this haunted place? Closure? Or perhaps a moment to linger in the bittersweet embrace of memories that still danced around her like specters? I remember, she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips, the stories my grandmother told me about Ter Ene Nog, how the soul could wander, how love would guide you home. But there was no love in the night. Only the echo of a song long forgotten, a melody that clawed at her heart. Then there was Liam, his presence like a storm on the horizon. He was the true embodiment of chaos, his laughter often rang out like a bell, but tonight, it shattered the silence, jagged and raw. Do you think they can hear us? He shouted into the void, half sneer, half desperation. Do you think they're laughing? He didn't wait for an answer, his bravado faltering like the flicker of a dying flame. I can't stand this, he continued, stepping closer to the stones, as if daring them to respond, to offer an explanation for the gaping hole in his heart where his sister once resided. The air thickened with his pain, and I felt its weight settle in my chest like a stone. I remembered my own losses, how they haunted my every step, how the past refused to release its grip. I remember, the phrase became a refrain, a desperate mantra against the encroaching darkness. Memories flashed, laughter shared, dreams unfulfilled, the beauty of fleeting moments now tainted by the spectre of absence. Do you feel them? Marth's voice trembled, a quivering leaf caught in the wind. I feel them. The ones who never left. A tear slipped down her cheek, sparkling in the moonlight, and I wanted to wipe it away, to banish the sadness that clung to her like a shadow. But how could I? We were lost in a labyrinth of grief, each twist revealing another unmarked grave, another untold story buried beneath the weight of the earth. The ground beneath our feet felt alive, thrumming with ancient energy, as if the very stones were whispering forgotten tales of Celtic warriors and luminous fae. They spoke of travel beyond the grave, of the otherworld, where shadows could dance in the light of 1,000 stars. Yet, here we stood, bound by the earth, shackled by our humanity. I felt the pulse of the past swirl around us, and for a moment, I could almost hear the laughter of the dead. Maybe we should join them, Liam laughed, but it was a hollow sound, devoid of mirth. Wouldn't that be something? A grand reunion in the arms of the Ancient Ones. He turned, eyes glinting with a manic light that made my stomach churn. What if they're just waiting for us to find the way? A gauntlet thrown, a challenge to the cosmos. I took a step back, the cold night air wrapping around me like a shroud. The trees loomed above, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The weight of history pressed down upon us, echoing with every heartbeat, every breath we took. There was something sacred about this place, something primal that stirred within us, a longing to bridge the chasm between life and death. What if they're angry? Marth's voice cracked, and her fear hung between us like a fragile thread. What if they're still searching for something? You could feel it, the pulse of a restless heart, the echoes of unfinished lives, the cries for a connection that transcended the veil. I wanted to scream, to unleash the tumult brewing within me, but I was held captive by the sheer weight of their sorrow. Marth's desperation sliced through the air. What if I never see her again? Her hands trembled, clutching an amulet, a token of her sister's love. It seemed small against the enormity of her loss, a reminder that nothing could mend the fractures in her heart. The moon dipped low, a reluctant participant in our gathering, as though it too felt the pull of the other world. Shadows flickered, twisting at the edges of our vision. What if, Liam's voice lowered, a conspiratorial whisper that crackled with electric tension. What if we could reach them? What if we could call them back? The thought hung in the air, heavy and potent, and I could feel the collective breath of the dead drawing closer to us, the air thick and charged. My heart raced. The boundary was thin, the fine line of existence trembling under the weight of our words. I remember, I whispered, the mantra spilling forth, the stories, the lore, the belief that the dead are never truly gone. Could we bridge the chasm of time? Could we reach into the depths of the unknown and pull out the essence of those we loved? The question seared through me, igniting a fire of hope and despair. Beneath the surface, the cosmos stirred, unfurling like a dark flower in bloom, each petal whispering promises that could never be kept. As the wind howled through the trees, I glanced at my companions, their faces illuminated by the ghostly light, caught in a moment of vulnerability. I recognized their pain, their flawed humanity gripped me, a reminder of my own scars. We were fractured pieces of a shattered mosaic, yearning for something we couldn't even name. And in that haunted twilight, as the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, I felt the spirits thrumming, just beyond the veil, seeking solace in our grief, longing for connection as we did. There was no closure, no neat bow to tie around our suffering, just the raw, unfiltered essence of being human, resonating in the echoes of memory. Let's not forget them, Martha breathed, a declaration woven with threads of resolve and sorrow, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Let's keep them alive. And just like that, the mist swirled thicker around us, cloaking our truths in a tapestry of sorrow, waiting for the dawn that would never come, yearning for the distant flicker of hope in the heart of the night. Here we were, standing at the precipice of eternity, anchored by the weight of the past, our souls entwined with the lingering ghosts of those who loved and lost, living and dying in a world that spun on, indifferent and vast. I could only wonder if we were destined to join them, or if the cycle of longing would continue, a dance with shadows that never truly ends. The wind howled like a banshee, clawing at the remnants of autumn leaves that spiraled into the air, a chaotic dance of orange and crimson. I stood at the edge of the ancient graveyard, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Shadows loomed, twisted figures cast by the flickering light of the bonfire that crackled ominously behind me. Samhain was upon us, a night when the veil between worlds thinned, and the living dared to flirt with the dead. I remember the chill that prickled at the nape of my neck, a warning that this night would not end well. My fingers trembled around the small knife, its blade catching the firelight, reflecting not just the flames but the fear that twisted in my gut. I turned to face Ilara, her eyes wide with a mixture of dread and determination. We were more than friends, we were kindred spirits bound by loss. Her brother had been taken too soon, his laughter swallowed by the shadows of this cursed night. She needed closure, and I needed to stop pretending that I wasn't scared out of my mind. "Do you really think they can hear us?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the crackle of the fire. I wanted to say something reassuring, something that would bring comfort, but the truth was a heavy weight in my throat. "They're always listening," I confessed, my voice hoarse. The words hung between us, a ghostly echo of grief. From across the fire, Rowan stood with a palpable tension, his face illuminated by the flames, casting sharp angles that made him look almost otherworldly. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to dance with danger and laugh in its face. But tonight, his bravado was a mask, a fragile facade that cracked under the weight of his own memories. The ghost of his father lingered in the air, drowned in regret and unfulfilled promises. I watched as he clenched his jaw, the muscles twitching like coiled springs. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked, his voice steady, but the underlying tremor betrayed his uncertainty. "What if they don't want to be disturbed?" Ilara met his gaze, her expression fierce. "They deserve to be remembered. This is for them." I felt the gravity of her words settle, a blanket of sorrow that wrapped around us all. The air crackled with unspoken fears and aching desires, and I realized then that the line between life and death was not just a thin veil, it was a chasm, a deep abyss that swallowed the unwary whole. I remember the stories my grandmother used to tell, her voice a low, melodic hum as she spoke of spirits wandering on nights like this. "They walk among us," she'd say, her eyes glinting with secrets of the past. "But they're not here to haunt us. They want to be remembered." But as I clutched the knife, I wondered if we'd be ready to face what we asked for. The fire snapped, sending a shower of sparks dancing into the night. The flames flickered and twisted, casting long shadows that writhed like specters, begging for release. "We need to call them," Ilara said, her voice rising with a desperate urgency. I nodded, fear coiling in my stomach. The ritual was simple, but its implications felt vast and foreboding, as if we were standing on the precipice of something ancient, something primal. We formed a circle, our hands clasped together, the warmth of our bodies a small comfort against the chill of the night. "From the ashes of the past, we remember you," Ilara intoned, her voice steady yet trembling with emotion. "We honor you." With each word, I felt the air grow heavier, laden with the weight of memories long buried. "Were we ready?" I glanced at Rowan, who was staring into the flames, his face shadowed with grief. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope, the glimmer of despair. It churned inside him, a tempest threatening to spill over. "Bring him back," he urged, his voice cracking. "I need to see him." "Rowan," I hesitated, the words catching in my throat. "You know it doesn't work like that." But the desperation in his gaze pierced my heart. "I just want one last chance." The knife felt heavier in my hand, a tangible weight that echoed my own spiraling thoughts. What would it feel like to see someone you've lost? Would they be whole? Or would they be a twisted shadow of the person you once knew? The flames roared, and suddenly, the air shifted. A cold breeze swept through the clearing, snuffing the warmth of the fire for just a heartbeat. My breath caught, and I looked around for signs, for whispers of the dead. Darkness pooled around us like a living entity, and from that darkness, something stirred, an echo of a laugh, a faint whisper that sent chills dancing across my skin. I remember the way the world stilled, the prickling silence wrapping around us like a shroud. My heart raced, the rhythm echoing in my ears, drowning out all reason. "Ilara," I breathed, but my voice was swallowed by the night. The shadows shifted, and I could see them, a pair of eyes glimmering in the darkness, reflecting our fire like twin stars. "We've disturbed them," I whispered, horror flooding my veins. "We called them," she replied, her voice trembling, but her gaze unwavering. The fight was still in her, but I could see the terror lurking beneath the surface. Rowan stepped forward, drawn by the pull of the unknown, his lips moving in a silent prayer. I reached for him, but fear rooted me to the spot. What had we done? What had we summoned? The figure moved closer, draped in darkness, and it felt as if the very air we breathed thickened with anxiety. I could sense the presence, almost tangible, yet evanescent, like smoke curling through fingers. "Ilara," I cried, panic rising like bile. "We need to stop." But it was too late. The fire flickered violently, shadows dancing, warping into grotesque shapes of those we had lost. I could feel their sorrow seeping into the ground, mingling with our cries, binding us in a web of grief and longing. And in that moment, I understood, the line between life and death is not just a passage, it's a battleground of the heart, where love and loss collide in a haunting embrace. We had called upon the past, and it was there, waiting to reclaim us. I remember everything spinning out of control, time unraveling like the threads of a frayed tapestry, and I clung to Ilara and Rowan, aware that this night would change us forever. The realm of the living and the realm of the dead were no longer separate, they were intertwined, a dance of shadows and memories, echoing the heartbeat of those who came before us. And as the night deepened, I felt the weight of our choices, the intoxicating thrill of fear mingling with an unsettling anticipation. What would the dawn bring? Was this the end, or merely the beginning of a haunting that would never truly let us go? The answer lay just out of reach, hidden in the dark, waiting to be unveiled. The wind howled through the narrow streets, carrying whispers, secrets, and the stench of loss. I stood there, at the edge of the crowd, my heart pounding like a war drum. A coffin, a simple, weathered box, moved through the throng. Faces blurred, shadows shifting against the fading light of day, some wet with tears, others hardened with anger. I could feel the pulse of grief, a living thing, wrapping around my throat like a vice. I remember the first time I truly understood death. It was a summer day, bright and indifferent, when we buried old Mrs. Hargrove. The community gathered, a sea of mismatched faces, each one a reflection of sorrow and solidarity. They came together, not for the woman who had lived down the street, but for what she represented, connection, history, a piece of their shared existence slipping away. And here we were, again. A new face, a different coffin. But the same weight pressed down on us. I caught a glimpse of Rachel, her blonde hair tangled like threads of grief. She stood rigid, a statue caught in the storm of the moment. Just last week, we laughed over coffee. Now, her eyes were dark pools, drowning in despair. This was not her first loss, but this felt like the one that would break her. Her fingers trembled as they brushed over the fresh dirt, memories bubbling up from the depths, memories of warmth, laughter, and a future that felt like a cruel joke now. I remember how it felt to touch the soil, the cold, unyielding earth beneath my nails. It was a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. The community had come together to dig that hole, to cradle that box, to say goodbye not just to a person, but to a piece of themselves. Each shovelful of dirt was heavy with unsaid words, every clump of earth was a testament to the love that bound us. But love is a double-edged sword, sharp and beautiful, yet capable of cutting deeply. Time stretched like a rubber band, snapping with every shared sigh and whispered promise. I looked around at the faces, some familiar, others unrecognizable in their grief. The air was thick with unspoken fears, with the haunting specter of what might come next. Each heartbeat echoed the question, who among us would be next? As the coffin sank lower, Rachel let out a sound, a guttural, primal wail that sliced through the air. It wasn't just her voice, it was the voice of the whole community, a collective cry of loss that reverberated through the bones of the earth. I felt it rise within me, the need to scream, to shout at the universe for its cruelty. Instead, I stood frozen, a spectator to her pain that felt so raw, so palpable, it nearly suffocated me. "Why?" she screamed into the night, the word hanging heavy in the air, swirling among the shadows. "Why indeed? Why do we gather? Why do we mourn?" In that moment, I understood that grief is not just a solitary experience, it is a tapestry woven from the threads of many lives. Each person present was a witness, a bearer of burdens, a keeper of memories. Across the way, I caught sight of Henry, his face a mask of stoicism. A man who'd buried his own son just months prior, his heart still raw and bleeding. He stood there, arms crossed, eyes focused on the ground, seemingly untouched by the chaos of emotion around him. But I could see the cracks in his armor, the way his jaw clenched, the twitch of his fingers. A man who had lost more than he could bear, yet stood guard at the gates of despair, afraid to let anyone in. I remember how the community rallied around him. When his son passed, we filled his home with food, with laughter that felt forced, with comfort that barely masked the pain. I remember the silence that settled over us, heavy like a funeral shroud, and how we all knew it was not enough. But even in that darkness, we found a way to connect. We became threads in a tapestry, each stitch a shared breath, a moment of recognition. This is hard, and we are here together. But tonight felt different. Tonight, the grief was sharper, deeper, a fresh wound that threatened to open old scars. I felt Rachel's gaze on me, a silent plea for understanding. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my own heart felt like a stone in my chest. I remembered the comfort of hands clasped in solidarity, of shared stories beneath the stars, of laughter spilling into the night. But now, there was only the weight of darkness pressing down. The last handful of dirt fell with a finality that echoed like a gunshot. There was a collective inhale, a moment suspended in time, the world holding its breath. And then, the floodgates opened, the flood of tears, of heartache, of whispered memories flowing like a river, washing us away in the tide of shared sorrow. Rachel collapsed into Henry's arms, her sobs echoing off the gravestones, reverberating against the very fabric of our existence. And in that moment, I realized the true role of community in mourning. It's a shared heartbeat, a shared breath, an understanding that even in our individual sorrow, we are not alone. As they embraced, I felt the swell of something bigger, something cosmic, reminders of lives intertwined, of love carrying us through the darkest nights. We are not merely spectators in this cycle of life and death, we are the stitches that hold the fabric together, the hands that reach out in the darkness. And then, as the last of the daylight slipped away, I felt a stirring in the air, an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite grasp. It whispered of change, of the inevitable turn of the seasons, of life and death entwined in an eternal dance. I stood there, caught in the moment, feeling the weight of the past pressing down, while the future loomed ahead, uncertain, wild, and untamed. Whatever came next was beyond our control, but here, in this space, we were alive, together, and that was enough, if only for now. The night wrapped around us, and the stars flickered above, bearing witness to our grief, illuminating the shadows where love still lingered, where hope whispered softly against the backdrop of despair, reminding us that even in mourning, we are never truly alone. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye, spilling silver across the cobbled streets of the village. I heard the whispers before I saw the figures. Shadows moved, slipping between the headstones like smoke fleeing the fire, each one a story half told, a life that once blazed and now flickered out. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweetly sorrowful, like the scent of dying flowers. "Hurry, Maeve," whispered Dennis, his voice trembling like the leaves in the restless wind. "They're coming." His eyes darted, wide and dark as he clutched my wrist, his grip like iron, pulling me toward the edge of the graveyard, where the fog curled like fingers reaching for the living. I remember the way my heart thudded, a wild drumbeat of fear and longing. Fear of the dead rising, of the spirits that roamed this earth, and longing for the warmth of a past that could never be reclaimed. The tales of the journey of the dead, the tales my grandmother spun before the fire, filled my mind like smoke. "They wander," she said, "lost between worlds, seeking what they cannot find." Maeve! Dennis' voice cut through my reverie. I could feel his panic, a palpable thing that clawed at my insides. He was my anchor in this storm of shadows, yet the weight of his fear anchored me in place. We can't stay here. But what if we left? What if we turned our backs and the whispers turned to wails? The notion gripped me, wrapped around my throat like a noose. What was it that bound us to the dead? Was it love, loss, or the unshakable belief that time could be undone if only we dared? Look! Dennis pressed onward, his voice shaking the cobwebs of my thoughts. He pointed to a figure cloaked in the shroud of night, a silhouette that seemed to breathe with the shadows. The spirit was a woman, her face twisted in grief, eyes like dark pits that swallowed all light. She hovered, a specter of sorrow, and in that moment, I understood the weight of her journey. I remember when she was alive, I breathed, the memory surfacing like a cork in water. She sang at the harvest festival, her voice lifting us all. She's not here to sing, Dennis snapped, pulling me back to the present, where the air crackled with tension. She's here for something. Or someone. The fog churned, and the darkness thickened like the incessant approach of winter. Each breath felt heavy, laden with the unsaid. The villagers never spoke of the journey, their own journeys, those they lost to the veil. They whispered of the banished, the ones who crossed the threshold, lost to the other side. Do you think our names will ever be whispered like theirs? I asked, half joking, half serious. The shadows shivered in response, and I realized how futile our existence could be, how easily forgotten we were in the grand tapestry of life and death. Dennis's grip tightened. I don't want to be another name on a stone. I want, but the words hung in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. What did he want? Did he want to fight the shadows? To carve our names in the earth and scream against time? Or did he want to lay down and let the darkness wash over us, a sweet surrender? The figure advanced, gliding across the ground, and with every step, the whispers grew louder, drowning out the sound of our hearts racing. Maeve, the woman's voice crooned, a twisted lullaby that tugged at something buried deep within me. Help me, I stumbled forward, drawn to her like a moth to flame, and in that moment, I felt the weight of 100 memories pressing on my chest, a kaleidoscope of laughter, tears, and unfulfilled promises. What do you need? My voice was raw, a thread stretched to its limit. What do you seek? Peace, her reply was a sigh, a gust of wind that blew the leaves around us, swirling and dancing in a macabre ballet. But I am lost. I wander in the twilight. Dennis stepped back, fear etching deeper lines on his brow. She's a ghost. We can't help her. But I felt the truth in her words, the tug of my own heart's desires. I remember my grandmother, I said softly, my voice trembling against the ghostly silence. She spoke of the journey. She said the dead wandered until someone remembered them. Someone had to call them home. The woman's hollow eyes bore into me, and I could see the fragments of her life swirling in the depths. I could see her joy, her heartache, and the moment she lost it all. Remember me, she pleaded, and the air thickened with desperation. Dennis watched, a mixture of horror and fascination painted on his face. Maeve, no. You can't, but it wasn't just her journey, it was ours too. We were all lost souls seeking a way out of the labyrinth of existence. Our lives were intertwined, tangled like roots beneath the earth. Tell me your name, I whispered, feeling the gravity of the moment. Tell me who you are. Amora, she breathed, and the name crackled through the air, an ethereal echo that lingered in the night. I was a mother. I was a lover. Each word fell like stones into a well of memory, deep and dark. I could feel Dennis shifting uneasily beside me, his heart pounding in sync with the growing intensity of the shadows around us. The village lay forgotten behind us, the laughter of the living fading into nothingness, while Amora beckoned, her outstretched hand trembling like a sapling in the wind. Help me find my child, she implored, and in that moment, I knew. This was not merely a tale of the dead, it was a story of loss, of longing, of the ties that bind us even in death. Dennis's breath hitched, the air thick with the weight of our choices. We can't disturb the dead, Maeve. But the dead were already disturbing us, weren't they? They lingered, watching, waiting for their stories to be told. Amora, I said, my voice trembling yet resolute. We will remember you. And as I spoke those words, I felt the chill in the air shift. The shadows thickened, wrapping around us, and the echoes of 1,000 lost souls whispered through the night. Remember me, Amora's voice faded, but the journey was only beginning, a winding road paved with heartache and love, tracing the intricate paths our lives had taken. In that moment, time stood still, a breath caught between realms, as the moon cast its gaze upon us, an unyielding witness to the haunting tales yet to unfold. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Derry, a shiver racing down my spine like a whisper from the grave. I saw her there, half-formed, like a wisp of smoke caught in the moonlight, hovering just outside the Dark Horse, a pub that had seen more stories than it cared to tell. Her eyes, hollow and haunting, stared into me, through me, as if peeling back the layers of my very soul. I was rooted to the spot, each breath heavy with the scent of damp earth and forgotten dreams. I remember that moment so sharply, the night still clinging to my skin, a reminder of what was lost and what lurked just beyond the veil. I remember Malachi, my brother, standing beside me. The fierce glint in his green eyes, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He always sought the thrill, ever the bravado to my caution. It's just a trick of the light, he scoffed, though I could see the tremor in his fingers, betraying him. Malachi played the fool, but death had never been a joke, and the girl's mournful gaze cut through the bravado like a dagger through silk. She was Nora, a name that echoed through our family like a long-forgotten song, the kind that brings an ache to the heart, a melody of grief wrapped in delicate notes. She had vanished, swallowed by the shadows of our past, a ghost that would linger long after her breath had faded. Malachi had always believed in the living, the here and now, in the fleeting joys of a pint and a laugh, but I knew better. I felt the weight of death's hand on my shoulder, heavy and relentless, a cold reminder that the past is never truly buried. The streetlights flickered ominously, as if they too were frightened by the spectre that loomed just out of reach. Nora! I called, my voice trembling in the stillness, a raw desperation clawing its way to the surface. It echoed back to me, a haunting refrain, mocking my fear. The girl didn't move, her existence felt like a riddle wrapped in anguish, a question I feared to answer. Then it happened. Malachi stepped forward, his reckless bravado crashing against the reality that enveloped us like a shroud. What do you want? He shouted into the void, defiant one moment and vulnerable the next. In that instant, the air thickened, and I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down upon us, a chorus of voices, lost souls mingling with the living, all converging in that moment. You can't scare me, he laughed, but his voice cracked, and I could sense the tremor of fate weaving its threads around him. As he laughed, I felt something shift in the air, a chill that sank deep into my bones. The shadows danced as if they were alive, alive with the energy of all that was unsaid, all that was lost. I turned to him, my heart pounding, a desperate plea in my eyes. Malachi, stop! This isn't a game. But he wouldn't listen, couldn't hear my warning. He was caught in the web of bravado he had spun for himself. In that moment, I remembered the stories our grandmother used to tell, tales of those who lingered too long in the land of the living, their souls trapped, haunted by choices left unmade. The dead don't forget, she had said, her voice a whisper of the past, curling around us like the smoke from her pipe. They linger, waiting for the living to acknowledge them. And Nora was waiting. Waiting for Malachi's bravado to crumble, for him to see the truth hidden beneath the veil of arrogance. The anguish in her gaze deepened, and I could feel the pull of her sorrow wrapping around my heart like a vice. I remembered the laughter we had shared, the lessons learned through tears and joy, and the weight of her absence felt like a stone in my chest. Nora! I cried again, desperation flooding my veins. I see you. We remember. The words burst from my lips, an invocation of all that was unspoken. The air crackled, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I could see the shadows shift, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. Run! Malachi shouted suddenly, breaking the spell, his voice thrumming with panic. But it was too late. The shadows thickened around us, a tide of darkness that surged forward, wrapping around Malachi with icy fingers. I could see the fear etched on his face, the bravado slipping away like sand through a sieve. In that moment of terror, time stretched, the world around us distorting into an echo of cries and whispers. I remembered our childhood, the nights spent under the stars, the laughter that had once been our shield against the creeping shadows. But now, here we were, standing on the edge of something ancient, a divide between the living and the dead. The air filled with the scent of damp earth and sorrow, mingling with the whiskey-soaked memories of our youth. "Let her go!" I screamed, stepping forward, my heart pounding like a war drum. The shadows recoiled, hesitating at the edge of my resolve. "She deserves peace." I felt the word slide from my lips, a plea born of love and grief, a bridge to the past. Malachi's eyes widened, filled with terror as he stumbled back, the shadows twitching and writhing around him, seeking to reclaim what they had lost. "I can't," he gasped, the bravado fading, the walls he had built around himself crumbling. "I can't lose you too. Just trust me." I shouted back, the urgency pouring from my heart. "Remember her as she was. Not as a ghost, but as our sister. We cannot let her linger in this darkness." With those words, a shift occurred, a momentary flicker of light cutting through the shadows. Nora's form wavered, and for an instant, I saw her as she once was, a bright spark of laughter and joy, a memory that had been almost forgotten. The shadows withdrew, hesitant, as if sensing the tide turning, the boundaries of life and death trembling on the brink of transformation. But the battle wasn't over. I felt the pulse of time around me, fraying at the edges, the past bleeding into the present. Each heartbeat echoed like a war cry, urging us to confront the ghosts that haunted us, the lessons buried within the sorrow. "Let her go," I whispered, my voice steady, unwavering, as if channeling the strength of the ages. I reached out, fingers trembling, toward the silhouette of my sister caught between worlds, her sadness resonating through me. "We remember you, Nora. We will always remember." And just like that, the shadows began to dissipate, retreating into the night, their hold on us loosening. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the truth, the haunting echoes of love, loss, and memory intertwining in a dance as old as time. Malachi's breath came in sharp gasps, but I could see the glimmer of understanding breaking through the storm of fear. Nora's eyes softened, and with a final, heart-wrenching smile, she began to dissolve into the early morning light, leaving behind a whisper, a lesson carved into our souls. The weight of grief was still there, but so was the promise of remembrance. For love, even when shadowed by death, would always find a way to shine through, like stars cutting through the darkest of nights, illuminating the path ahead. As dawn began to creep across the horizon, intertwining memory and reality, I felt the pulse of my heart align with the rhythm of existence itself. Shadows may linger, but they do not define us. We are shaped by what we remember, what we choose to carry with us as we step into the light. And so, we stepped forward, together, into the embrace of an uncertain future. The wind howled like a banshee through the ancient stones, a cacophony of whispers that spoke of long-forgotten lives. I stood there, knees trembling, as the earth beneath me throbbed with a pulse only the dead could understand. The shadows of the past twisted around me, their fingers icy against my skin. I could almost see them, a shroud of mist rising from the burial mounds, a silent army of souls beckoning me closer. I remember the stories, the ones my grandmother told me as she huddled by the fire, her eyes shimmering with the light of dying embers, her frail voice shaking with dread and wonder alike. Beside me, Aidan crouched, his sharp features set in a mask of grim purpose. He was the skeptic, the one who laughed at the ghost stories, yet here he was, hand-trembling as he brushed away centuries of dirt to reveal a fractured skull, its hollow socket staring back at us like empty promises. "It's just bones," he muttered, attempting to fill the silence with reason, but I felt his heart race beneath his leather jacket, felt the heat of his breath hitch as if he had caught sight of something far more unsettling than mere remains. And there was Maeve, her auburn hair cascading like a fiery waterfall over her shoulders, digging into the earth with fervor, desperation etched into her brow. She was the believer, the torchbearer of ancient customs. These people, they had rituals, she whispered, reverence lacing her tone. They honored the dead. It's not just history, it's a connection. She cradled a half-buried amulet in her palm, its surface rough from time but still gleaming, a lifeline to a world where the dead were never truly gone, only waiting. All around us, the air crackled with unresolved tension, as if the very earth was aware of our intrusion. I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down, and every heartbeat echoed through my skull, each thud reminding me of our fragile existence, a mere breath in the grand scheme of time. The Celtic practices of death, the druids who whispered to the winds, the pyres that danced with the souls of the departed, how could something so beautiful feel so haunting? I remember, I breathed, a shiver racing down my spine, the stories of sacrifices. I recalled the rituals of old, how the Celts would bury their dead with tools for the afterlife, shimmering treasures that turned graveyards into portals. They believed the transition was just that, a passage, a step into the unknown. Do you think they were afraid? Aidan scoffed, but I could see the doubt flickering in his eyes. Fear is a universal language, he conceded, his voice quiet. No matter how brave they were, I'd wager they felt it too. The shadows around us seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on our musings, hungry for our fears. Maeve, ever the bridge between worlds, nodded softly. They danced with death. They celebrated it. It wasn't an end but a transformation. She turned to the skeletal remains, her fingers trembling as if conducting an unseen symphony. I can almost hear them. The ground stirred, and for a heartbeat, time itself seemed to shudder. I felt an urge to flee, to escape the weight of their gazes, the echo of their lives pressing around us like a suffocating fog. But the thrill held me in place, an electric current surging through my veins, compelling me to listen, to understand. Was it madness or a sacred communion? I remember, I whispered again, thoughts spiraling like leaves caught in a storm. I recalled the first time I laid eyes on an ancient burial site, the bones resting in their final embrace, a testament to lives once lived, loves once cherished. It felt almost sacred, an eerie balance between beauty and the grotesque. What if they are still here? The question slipped from my lips, a breath released into the cold air. What if they're watching us right now? Aidan's laugh was hollow, cutting through the tension. You can't seriously believe that. But even as he spoke, his voice trembled, caught between disbelief and a growing uncertainty. He turned, as if expecting to find a ghostly figure behind him, lurking in the shadows with a knowing smile. Maeve's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the last rays of the sun bled into darkness. They are here. They always are. Her voice softened, a lullaby in the heavy silence. We're all connected. Past, present, future. The veil is thin. With each word she spoke, the air shifted, charged with a palpable energy. The shadows morphed, and I felt a pull, an invitation to cross an unseen threshold. The bones around us whispered secrets of their own, tales of love, loss, betrayal, and honor. They begged to be heard, to reclaim their stories from the silence. I closed my eyes, letting the sensations wash over me, the chill of the wind, the damp earth beneath my fingers, the weight of history. What if, I started, hesitant. What if we're supposed to be here? What if this is our moment to remember, to connect? Aidan straightened, his eyes troubled, uncertainty creeping into his bravado. And what if we're just digging our own graves? I reached for him, my fingers brushing his arm, grounding us both in the present, but my mind danced with the echoes of the past, how the Celts honored their dead with feasts, how they believed the spirits walked among the living, guiding, protecting. Look! Maeve gasped, pointing to the ground where the amulet had fallen, glinting ominously in the twilight. It was a symbol of the otherworld, a talisman entwined with the essence of life and death. We must honor them. The air throbbed with urgency, a thundering heartbeat of its own. I felt the walls of time closing in, the kaleidoscope of lives merging into one collective breath. But with it came the dread, the chilling realization, what if they had not been forgotten? What if they were waiting for us to awaken their stories, to feel the weight of their unresolved pain? I remember, the mantra echoed in my mind as I reached for the amulet, my heart racing against the specters of the past, ready to confront the unyielding shadows that lingered just beyond our reach. And as I lifted it into the air, the world shifted, the lines between life and death blurring, and the very stones around us seem to sigh, our breath of history mingling with the present, the weight of our existence pressing down as we stood at the crossroads, poised between what was lost and what could still be found. The darkness whispered, and deep inside, I knew our journey had only just begun. The cold air is a breath away from biting. A thin veil of mist snakes through the ancient trees like a whisper, curling around the gnarled roots and tombstones. I stand at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding, where the earth has swallowed a life and the night demands a reckoning. Shadows dance in the flickering candlelight, shadows that feel more alive than the mourners gathered here. I can't escape the weight of their grief, the rawness in the air thick enough to suffocate. I remember the first time I felt death's chill, a cruel joke played by life. The tip of a twig snaps, and for a moment, everything pauses, the world holds its breath. Then, with a rush, the silence splinters, and the wail breaks free. It's not just the sound of sorrow, it's the echo of 1,000 lives lost and 1,000 more yet to be. I turn to see Ewan, his face twisted in anguish, hands trembling as he clutches a faded photograph of his sister, Aisling. The dim light struggles to illuminate the flicker of hope in his eyes, a hope crumbling beneath the weight of funeral shrouds and whispered fears. Where are the spirits, Ewan? I find myself asking, my voice barely a whisper. Do they linger in the shadows, or do they wander far beyond, leaving us here in our fragile shell? He shakes his head, tears escaping down his dirt-smeared cheeks. They're here, he says, his voice cracking like thunder on a distant hill. They never truly leave. They haunt us, like shadows, like memories. Tonight is the wake, a ritual that both honors and torments. A gathering of the living and the dead, where laughter and tears intertwine like the branches of the ancient oaks surrounding us. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth and burning sage, and I can almost see the ghosts swirling just beyond the flickering candles. They weave in and out of our lives, reminders of what we once had. The tension in this gathering is palpable, it coils around us, pulling tighter with every shared glance. I remember the last time we laughed together, a foolish game of jest about old gods and foolish mortals, how Aisling would roll her eyes, smiling despite herself. But that laughter is a ghost now, snuffed out, a cruel joke in a world where joy can slip away like sand through fingers. Each breath feels heavier, a reminder of absence. I can feel the ache between Ewan and me, a chasm built on unspoken words and the weight of unshared grief. In the corner, Eloan sits, her face shadowed beneath a blanket of dark hair, a silhouette against the light. She's been Aisling's friend since childhood, yet tonight, she feels like a stranger. Her eyes are pools of sorrow, swirling with memories too painful to articulate. I see her fingers tracing the rim of her glass, and each movement is a prayer, a ritual of its own. She, too, carries a burden, a heart that aches for the lost, and a spirit that longs to break free. The murmur of voices rises and falls like the tide, each wave carrying stories of Aisling, of laughter that once filled these walls. Remember when she dared you to jump into the river, someone laughs, a hollow sound in the thick atmosphere. Ewan's head drops, and I want to scream that it's not funny. But I hold my tongue, laughter is a lifeline here, a desperate grasp at normalcy, even when it feels like a betrayal. The candles flicker low, each flame a heartbeat, each shadow a reminder. The stories weave in and out, tales stitched together with pain and joy. I can see the spirits listening, Aisling among them, perhaps rolling her eyes at our foolishness, perhaps weeping for the lives she can no longer touch. I remember the darkness that wrapped around us when we lost her. It was a time when the world felt heavy, as if the sky hung lower, darker. Ewan and I stood at the edge of the grave, shivering in the chill, and it struck me then how fragile we were, how fleeting the warmth of a laugh, a promise, a shared dream. Eloan rises suddenly, her voice slicing through the chill like a knife. We have to let her go, she cries, her fists clenched, her eyes wild. We can't keep holding her here. Ewan's face twists with pain, confusion mixing with rage. No. You don't understand. She's still with us. We can't just, his voice trails off, the words collapsing under the weight of his grief. Let her be free, Ewan, I plead, my own heart trembling. She deserves peace. The tension snaps. Shadows elongate, stretch, and tighten as if they're listening, waiting for a resolution that doesn't come. The candles flicker once more, and the shadows lengthen ominously. I can almost hear Ashling's laughter in the wind, a playful tease that melts with the rising sorrow, a painful reminder of what we've lost. The grief wraps around us, tighter, like a noose daring to pull us into the abyss. I can feel Eloan's hand on my arm, cold as the earth beneath our feet, grounding me in this moment where the past and present collide. Then, a sudden hush blankets the gathering, a collective breath held as Ewan steps forward, his face a mask of resolve and despair. "I will not forget you, Aisling," he whispers, his voice heavy with promise, "but I will learn to live without you." The candles flicker in affirmation, the shadows sway, and for a moment, it feels as if the world holds its breath. The night stretches infinitely, a canvas painted with grief and hope, where every heartbeat echoes the unspoken bond between the living and the dead. In this ritual, amidst the heartbreak, we are not alone. The air crackles with unspent energy, the tension vibrating as if something sacred is about to be born from this sorrow. I can almost see the spirits swirling closer, gathering around us, their presence a balm to our aching hearts, a promise that we are never truly abandoned. And as the night deepens, as the shadows stretch and the candles flicker like stars in a dying sky, I know that this ritual is not an ending, but a beginning, a reminder that no one truly leaves us, they merely become a part of the story we carry within us. Time hangs suspended, the clock of life ticking softly, and we stand on the precipice of remembrance, ready to embrace the complexity of love and loss. The fog clung to the earth like a restless spirit, swirling around the ancient stones, their cold faces etched with the whispers of the past. Just beyond the circle, the air trembled with the tension of unspoken words, the kind that could break the stillness of the night. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, feeling the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on me. The stones, looming like sentinels, pulsed with a strange energy, a heartbeat that echoed through my bones. The moon hung overhead, a ghostly eye watching, waiting. Max was beside me, his face pale, eyes wide, wrestling with his own demons. "I can't do this," he muttered, voice barely above a whisper, but it carried the gravity of a confession. He was haunted, and I understood why. His sister, Lily, was gone, snatched away by the cruel hands of fate, leaving behind a gaping chasm in his heart. Every stone in this circle was a reminder of her absence, a monument to grief. The thought twisted in my stomach like a knife. I could feel his pain, a visceral throb that seemed to resonate with the stones themselves. "This is where they brought her," he said suddenly, eyes darting toward the nearest stone, as if expecting Lily to appear, to emerge from the shadows, smiling, laughing, alive. But the only thing that answered was silence, a deafening void that swallowed our hopes. I reached for him, fingers trembling, but he pulled away, lost in a tempest of memories. Just then, a cold wind swept through the circle, carrying with it a chill that made my skin crawl. It felt as though the stones were breathing, stirring with the weight of their secrets, ready to share their stories, if only we dared to listen. Next to Max stood Clara, his childhood friend, who wore her heart on her sleeve, but tonight, it felt heavy with the burden of unrequited love. She had always admired him from afar, but as he spiraled deeper into despair, she was left to grapple with her own affections, each glance at him a reminder of the distance between them. "Max," she said, a tremor in her voice, "we have to let her go." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread ready to snap. "I can't," he exploded, the rawness of his sorrow echoing against the stones. "This is where they took her. This place, it's part of her, part of me." His fists clenched, and I could see the desperation clawing at him. The intensity of his grief was a living thing, wrapping around us like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. I felt it, too, a sharp pang of longing and helplessness choking me. Clara's eyes misted over, reflecting the moonlight like pools of water. "But she's not here anymore. We can't hold on to shadows, Max." Her plea sliced through the air, sharp and agonizing. I wanted to scream, to shake him, to slap some sense into him. But I knew this wasn't about logic, it was about love and loss, two monstrous forces playing tug-of-war in the depths of his soul. I remembered the stories, the ones my grandmother told me late at night, the ones that painted pictures of these stones as gateways, thresholds to the afterlife. They were said to be ancient, built by hands long forgotten, imbued with the power to connect our world to the next. A fragile bridge between life and death, joy and sorrow. My heart raced at the thought. Was it possible that Lily lingered here, her spirit entwined with the stones, waiting for someone brave enough to call her name? Lily! I shouted into the darkness, my voice quivering with fear and hope. Max and Clara turned to me, eyes flaring with disbelief. But the ground beneath us seemed to pulse in response, as if the very earth shared my longing. I felt the stones grow warm, a welcoming embrace wrapped in the chill of the night. Stop! You don't know what you're doing! Max screamed, his anguish a palpable force that crackled in the air. But the words only heightened the atmosphere, electrifying it with tension. I stepped forward, drawn to the center of the circle, where a cluster of stones stood taller than the rest, ancient guardians watching over us. I could almost hear them whispering, their voices a symphony of the lost. Lily, if you can hear me, I called, come back to us. The wind howled, a wailing spirit echoing my plea, and for a moment, time seemed to stretch and bend as the world held its breath. I closed my eyes, catching glimpses of memories, Max's laughter, Lily's smile, Clara's quiet support. They swirled around me, a kaleidoscope of emotions in vivid colors. My heart ached as I pictured them, alive and whole. But then, a crack of thunder rolled across the sky, and I opened my eyes to see Max collapsing to his knees, overcome by grief. Clara rushed to him, cradling him in her arms, their hearts briefly aligned in shared sorrow. I stepped back, feeling the weight of my own helplessness wash over me like a shadow. Don't you see? Clara's voice trembled as she held Max close. We can't bring her back. But we can honor her, remember her. She's part of us, always. The stones stood witness, absorbing our pain, our struggle, our humanity. I felt their presence in my bones, felt the history of countless souls who had come before us, who had loved and lost, who had danced in joy and wept in despair. We keep her alive by remembering, I murmured, words slipping from my lips, a fragile truth woven through the chilly air. Max looked up, eyes glistening with unshed tears, the storm inside him beginning to quell. Clara brushed a lock of hair from his forehead, a tender gesture that ignited a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they could find solace in each other, even as they mourned the loss of Lily. The fog began to lift, and the stones shimmered under the silver moonlight, revealing their ancient scars and stories etched into their surfaces. They were not just markers of death, they were symbols of life, of love, of everything that binds us together in this vast and ungraspable cosmos. As we stood there, three souls intertwined in grief, the night whispered its secrets, and I felt the stones hum with the promise of eternity. I knew this moment would linger with us, echoing through the ages, a reminder that love transcends even the darkest depths of sorrow. And that was when the earth trembled beneath us, a low rumble that hinted at something more, something yet to unfold. I glanced at Max and Clara, and I could see that they felt it too, a sense of awakening, a pull toward the unknown. The night held its breath once more, and we stood at the threshold of something vast and terrifying, a cosmic dance between death and the afterlife, bound together by the ancient stones that held our secrets. The wind howled through the ancient stones, a banshee's wail echoing against the slate sky, thick with the weight of impending rain. I stood there, heart racing, a dagger of dread twisted in my gut. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, flickering like restless ghosts, whispering secrets I was too afraid to hear. The air, heavy with the scent of wet earth and rotting foliage, pressed down on me, suffocating, as if the very essence of death wrapped its cold fingers around my throat. Cora! A cry pierced the night, raw and desperate. It was Aidan, my brother, his voice trembling with fear that echoed deep in my bones. I turned, and there he was, eyes wide, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across his face, illuminating the panic etched into his features. He was my protector, my anchor, but tonight he was just as lost as I was. The forest had swallowed our recklessness, our laughter now silenced, replaced by the throbbing heartbeat of dread. Cora, we have to move. He grabbed my wrist, his grip tight, unyielding. I could feel the warmth of his skin, the pulse of his fear radiating through me, a tether binding us in this moment of chaos. In the distance, a low rumble echoed, the ground trembling beneath us, as if the very earth groaned under the weight of ancient sorrows. I remember the tales our mother told us by the hearth, the legends of the Tuatha De Danann, the old gods of the land, who danced between life and death, weaving their stories into the fabric of the world. But this was no tale. This was raw, visceral. The air crackled with magic and foreboding, swirling around us like a tempest, tangible and alive. "There's something here," Aidan breathed, his eyes darting, searching the darkened corners of the trees, the stillness a sharp contrast to the chaos within us. "Can't you feel it?" I could. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, a pulse that thrummed with every heartbeat. Time twisted, warped, spiraling into an abyss where life and death intertwined, dancing dangerously close to each other. I could taste the fear, metallic and bitter, on my tongue. "There!" I pointed, heart hammering in my chest. A flicker of movement, a shadow slipping between the trees, fleeting yet familiar. It was a figure clad in tattered robes, ethereal and haunting, gliding as if unbound by earthly laws. "The Banshee," I whispered, the words escaping my lips like a prayer, or perhaps a curse. "She's here for us," Aidan's voice quivered, the weight of fear settling heavily in our chests. His breath was shallow, quickening, like a rabbit caught in the predator's gaze. But the figure was not a harbinger of death. Her eyes, ancient and knowing, bore into my soul, revealing fragments of my life, memories I had buried deep. I remembered the laughter of past summers, the taste of ripe berries plucked fresh from the bush, the warmth of sunlight breaking through the chill of dawn. I remembered heartbreak, the dizzying highs and soul-crushing lows that carved me into who I was. "Cora!" Aidan's voice jolted me back, urgency slicing through the fog of memories. "We need to go." But I felt rooted, transfixed by the Banshee's sorrowful gaze. She beckoned me closer, an invitation laced with danger. "You know them," she whispered, her voice like wind through cracked leaves, haunting yet beautiful. "Life and death are not separate, they are threads intertwined in the same tapestry." I wanted to scream, to tear my gaze away from her, but the truth was too seductive. I could feel the weight of those who had come before me, lives lived, lost, and reborn, swirling around us in a cyclone of energy. My heart raced, caught in the web of fate, teetering on the edge of something profound and terrifying. Aidan tugged at me again, urgency spilling from his lips. "If you don't move, we'll lose everything. Please?" But how could I abandon this moment? I was at the crux of understanding, where life and death coalesced in a brilliant flash of realization. "Aidan," I whispered, voice trembling, "what if we're meant to face this?" His eyes widened, desperation etched on his face, and I could see it, the struggle between fear and courage, the desire to flee versus the pull of destiny. We were two souls lost at sea, grappling with the tempest, the waves crashing against us, demanding we see the truth, that within death lies the promise of life, and within life, the inevitability of death. "Cora!" Aidan's voice fractured, breaking through the haze, and suddenly, I was thrust back into the present, the Banshee's gaze no longer a comfort but a haunting reminder of what was at stake. I pulled away from the shadows, the air thick with tension. "We can't run. Not now." The words were a promise, a vow I was determined to keep. If the Banshee wished to guide us, to show us the path through this darkness, then I would follow, with Aidan by my side. Together, we faced the storm, hearts pounding with the rhythm of the universe, a symphony of life, death, and rebirth resonating in our veins. We were entwined, an unbreakable bond forged in this moment of reckoning. But as we stepped deeper into the forest, the shadows thickened, the air crackled with electricity, and the past began to unravel. Memories surfaced, raw and visceral, each one a piece of an intricate puzzle that threatened to consume us. The Banshee's wail echoed around us, a haunting melody that promised release, yet whispered of something more, something we could not yet grasp. And as we ventured further into the abyss, I knew this was only the beginning. The interplay of life, death, and rebirth was a dance that would not end, a cycle that would bind us forever, as we hurtled toward an unknown fate, where the veil between worlds grew thin, and the echoes of the past clamored for recognition. "Cora," Aidan's voice echoed through the darkness, a tether in the storm. "Whatever happens, we face it together. And as I nodded, the first drops of rain began to fall, each one a reminder that even in darkness, there is the promise of renewal. I remember the first time I heard the wailing. It pierced through the fog of the damp evening like a knife, jagged and cold. The sound echoed through the crumbling stones of the ancient burial mound, a place where time itself seemed to recoil, twisting and curling like the autumn leaves caught in a macabre dance. There, standing in the shadows, was Aisling, her face an inexplicable canvas of fear and defiance. Her breath came in short gasps, each one a whispered prayer to the gods, or perhaps a silent curse against them. "Do you hear that?" Her voice trembled, as if the very air might shatter with the intensity of her question. I could feel the weight of her fear wrapping around us, a suffocating shroud that clung to our skin like the pervasive mist. I didn't need to answer. The wailing was a ghost, a reminder of lives consumed by the relentless march of time, a reminder that death would not be denied in this world caught in the hands of Celts who danced with their shadows. Beside us, Soellen stood rigid, his shoulders hunched as if anticipating the strike of an unseen blade. "The Banshee," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, like the flutter of wings against the night sky. "She comes for the dying. She knows." I watched him, the boy who had once laughed so easily, now transformed into a statue of dread. He was a mixture of bravado and vulnerability, standing there with a heart that pounded out a frantic rhythm against the silence. Time had twisted around us, coiling like a viper, and I could feel it too, the gnawing, creeping anxiety that whispered of mortality, of the fleeting nature of every breath we took. I remembered my grandmother's stories, tales of ancient rituals where the Celts believed death was not the end but merely a doorway, a passage into another time, another realm. But to Soellen, and to Aisling, it was a shackle, an unyielding weight on their chests. The wailing grew louder, insistent, as if it knew our fears and fed off them. Aisling's eyes darted around, searching the encroaching darkness for answers. "What if it's me?" she breathed, the raw honesty of her fear crashing against the walls of my heart. I wanted to reach out, to soothe her trembling spirit, but I was paralyzed by my own terror. What if it was her? What if it was us? In that moment, I realized, death was not a distant whisper, it was an ever-present companion, lurking behind every shadow, every corner. I thought of the Celts, who saw time as a spiral, an endless loop where past, present, and future intermingled. Were we caught in that spiral? Or were we simply spiraling out of control? "Look," Soellen said, his voice trembling. I followed his gaze, heart in my throat. The shadows seemed to deepen, contorting into shapes that might have been ghosts or mere figments of our terrified minds. But there, amongst the ruins, stood a figure cloaked in a shroud of night, the air around her shimmering like a mirage. My breath caught. "Is that?" I started, but the words died on my lips. Aisling squeezed my arm, her nails digging into my flesh with desperation. Don't even think it." But it was too late. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a living, breathing entity that mocked our trivial existence. The Celts believed in the cycle of time, but right now, it felt like we were caught in a moment that would stretch into eternity, a loop of anguish spiraling into an abyss. As the figure stepped closer, I could see the hollow of her eyes, the emptiness that gnawed at the edges of her being. Aisling whispered prayers to the earth, her voice barely a breath, but I could not tear my gaze away from the spectre, the embodiment of our darkest fears. The Banshee, she was not here to take anyone. She was here to remind us. I remember that moment vividly, the heartbeat of the night thrumming through my veins, the cacophony of emotions coursing through me, a primal mix of terror and awe. The world around us faded, time itself suspended in the grip of that haunting wail. The past, the present, and the future collided in this single, devastating instant. "Time is a river," I whispered, remembering the stories of the ancient Celts. "But what if we're standing on the banks, watching it flow by?" Aisling turned to me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and understanding. In her gaze, I saw her grappling with the reality of it all, the relentless passage of time, the inevitability of death, and the weight of our choices. Soellen stepped forward, breaking the fragile cocoon of our fear. "We have to go," he urged, and I saw beneath the grit of his resolve the flicker of vulnerability. "We can't let it get to us." But how could we escape the Banshee's call? How could we silence the truth that every moment was a step closer to that final breath? The answer lay buried deep within our hearts, a truth we all knew but feared to voice. I couldn't shake the feeling of being a ghost myself, suspended between what was and what could be, a mere echo of a life lived. My mind raced, chasing the spirals of time, drowning in memories that whispered of laughter and love, of sorrow and loss, each one a reminder that all endings were also beginnings, twisted together like roots beneath the surface. And just as I thought it couldn't get any darker, the wail rose to a crescendo, wrapping around us like a cloak of despair. It was a chilling reminder that time waits for no one, that death is not the enemy, but rather the echo of our existence vibrating through the fabric of the universe. With a primal scream, Aisling broke free from the tether of our fear, darting toward the graveyard, her silhouette swallowed by the night. "Aisling!" I cried, but the sound was lost in the cacophony of the Banshee's wail. Time, I realized, was collapsing in on itself, and we were all caught in the web, lovers and fighters, dreamers and the damned, waiting for the moment when the veil would slip away. The night stretched, unyielding and eternal, as we stood there, hearts pounding, caught between the pulse of life and the echo of death. Our stories intricately woven together, spiraling into the unknown, as the world around us faded into shadows. The night was thick with fog, each breath a shroud of anticipation and dread. I stood at the edge of a stone circle, ancient and worn, my heart pounding like a war drum against the silence. Moira's voice, trembling yet resolute, sliced through the air. "If they come for me, I will not falter." Her eyes glimmered with a fiery determination, yet beneath that shimmer, I could feel the icy grip of fear. A distant howl of a wolf echoed, a reminder that the wild was always watching. The trees were gnarled fingers clawing at the sky, their limbs heavy with secrets. It was an omen, I thought, as I glanced at Cormac, his brow furrowed, jaw clenched. He was a man shaped by loss, haunted by the whispers of those he failed to protect. "We cannot play with forces we do not understand," he warned, his voice low, grave, a tempest of worry battling against the storm of his own past. I remember the stories, the chilling tales of the seers and oracles who roamed these lands, their wild hair dancing like flames, their eyes reflecting the cosmos mysteries. They spoke to the dead, unraveled the very fabric of fate, yet even they could not shield us from the darkness that loomed. As Moira stepped closer to the circle, the air thick and electric, I caught a glimpse of the flickering shadows cast by the torches. They twisted and writhed like the souls of the damned, and I felt the weight of centuries on my shoulders. "What if they're right?" I murmured, the words slipping from my lips, unbidden. "What if the afterlife isn't peace, but torment?" Moira turned to me, her expression softened for a fleeting moment, but the fire returned, fierce and unyielding. "Then we must face it together," she declared, her voice a battle cry against the encroaching night. "I refuse to let fear dictate my fate. I will speak to the spirits, and they will answer." The conviction in her words ignited something within me, a spark of hope battling against the shadows. But Cormac, his eyes darkened with memories of lost battles and broken promises. "You don't understand, Moira," he said, his tone sharp, like a winter chill. "Some doors must not be opened. The dead are fickle, they don't play by our rules." He was a sentinel of sorrow, a man who had witnessed the abyss stare back at him, and the fear in his heart was as palpable as the fog wrapping around us. I could feel the tension, a taut string ready to snap. Moira's defiant smile faltered as she looked between us, uncertainty flickering in her gaze, a candle in a storm. "What would you have me do?" she cried, desperation leaking through her bravado. "Stand by as dark whispers claim my destiny? I will not be a victim to fate." And just like that, the wind shifted, carrying with it a chill that seeped into our bones. The shadows grew thicker, pressing in, breathing down our necks. I felt a presence, a ghostly caress against my skin, a reminder of lives lost, dreams interrupted. Moira stepped into the circle, unyielding, a warrior facing an unseen enemy, her silhouette framed by the flickering flames. In that moment, everything shifted. The air crackled with energy, a pulse of the universe responding to her defiance. I could see the future stretching out before us, a tapestry woven with hope and despair, each thread vibrating with possibility. I remember, I whispered, my heart aching for the countless souls who came before us. I remember the tales of the seers, their eyes like twin moons, both guiding and damning. As Moira began to chant, her voice rising like the tide, I was swept up in the raw power of her words. Each syllable hung heavy in the air, thickening the fog until it felt alive, swirling around us with a mind of its own. Cormac's protests faded into the background, like the murmurs of ghosts long forgotten, and I found myself drawn into the dance of the unknown. In a flash, the ground trembled beneath us, a primal response to the incantation. My breath caught as shadows coalesced into forms, swirling, shifting like smoke, faces emerging, anguished yet strangely beautiful. The seers had come, their lips curling into knowing smiles, their laughter echoing like distant thunder. I felt the weight of their gaze, piercing through the veil of life and death, and suddenly, I was a child again, lost in the woods, afraid yet exhilarated. Moira stood at the center, a beacon in the dark, commanding the attention of those who had crossed over. "What do you seek?" she called out, her voice trembling with the weight of fate. The air shimmered, charged with the energy of countless souls, their stories woven into the very fabric of existence. An eerie silence enveloped us, the world holding its breath as the shadows swirled closer. I could feel my heart racing, the thrill of the unknown both intoxicating and terrifying. They were here, the echoes of the afterlife, ancient and wise, yet utterly indifferent to our plight. Then, in the stillness, I heard it, a whisper so soft it was almost lost in the night. "Fear not the shadows, for they are but reminders of what was, and what could be." The words curled around me like a warm embrace, pulling me into the depths of my own memory, a kaleidoscope of laughter and tears, love and loss. And suddenly, it all made sense. The afterlife was not just a destination, it was a continuum of stories flowing through time, each life a note in the symphony of existence. I could see it, the connections, the threads binding us all together, each heartbeat echoing in the void. But as swiftly as it came, the vision began to wane, the shadows retreating, leaving me breathless and yearning for more. Cormac's hands were trembling at his sides, his faith in the living restored yet still haunted by what he had witnessed. Moira faced us, embers of resolve glowing in her eyes, a warrior who had not just invoked the dead but embraced them. "We are all connected," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "And in this dance with fate, we shall find our answers." In that moment, I understood, we were not alone. The ghosts lingered, their laughter a haunting melody, echoing through the ages. And as the fog began to clear, revealing the starlit sky above, I knew this was not the end. The journey was just beginning, an infinite loop of stories intertwining like the roots of ancient trees, reaching for the light, embracing the darkness. And so, we stood together, three souls on the precipice of the unknown, our hearts beating in time with the universe, waiting for the next call from the unseen. The wind howled through the ancient stones, a chilling sound that echoed across the desolate landscape like a lament for the lost. I stood there in the shadows of a crumbling monolith, heart racing, my breath visible in the frosty air. This was no ordinary night, the moon draped itself in an eerie glow, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits. I could almost hear them whisper, lamenting the fragility of life, the inevitability of death. "Do you feel that?" Aislinn's voice cut through the silence, trembling yet resolute. Her wide eyes reflected the moonlight, brimming with a fear that seemed so palpable I could almost taste it. She was the kind of girl who wore her heart on her sleeve and had always believed in the old stories, of banshees wailing and the veil between worlds thinning as the night deepened. But tonight, she was afraid. Not of ghosts, but of something much more terrifying, the loss of her own beliefs. "I remember when this place was alive with stories," I murmured, my hands clenched into fists to stave off the panic rising in my throat. "When death was a celebration, a passage, not something to fear." The words fell heavy between us like a stone tossed into still waters, sending ripples of uncertainty through Aisling, who stood rooted to the ground. She was a paradox, caught between her modern life and the ancient echoes that haunted her. "You think our ancestors really believed that?" she shot back, her voice tinged with skepticism. "That the dead would guide us, or that the earth would cradle our bones? It sounds beautiful, but it's just fantasy." Her doubt pierced me, a sharp reminder of the world we lived in, one that had traded the mystical for the mundane, where the reverence for death had morphed into sterile hospitals and cold, clinical farewells. The night was heavy with the unsaid. I could almost hear the whispers of long-gone druids, their chants mingling with the rustling leaves. They didn't fear death. They embraced it, I said, the passion igniting something deep within. Life was a cycle. A dance with the cosmos. They honored their ancestors, revered the stories that made them whole. And now we're just ghosts ourselves, haunting our own past. Aislinn shook her head, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The shadows wrapped around us like a shroud as we moved closer to the ancient burial mounds, the earth itself a testament to lives lived and lost. What if it's just a story, she whispered, her voice breaking, the vulnerability laid bare beneath the moon's indifferent gaze. What if it's always been just that? The air thickened, and I felt the pulse of the night quickening, a heartbeat beneath our feet. What if it's the stories that keep us alive? I countered, desperation creeping into my voice. What if they're the only thing that transcends time? But there was someone else with us, lurking in the shadows, Liam, the skeptic who had come along merely for the thrill of it. His eyes were narrow, calculating, and behind his bravado simmered a fear that neither Aislinn nor I could ignore. He was the embodiment of modernity, a man who scoffed at the notion of spirits and the tales of old. "You're romanticizing suffering," he said coldly. They didn't celebrate death. They feared it. They buried their dead in haste, not with reverence. With every word, I could feel the ancient earth beneath me tremble, as if it were alive, ready to swallow our doubts whole. "You don't understand," I said, my heart pounding, fighting against the suffocating weight of Liam's cynicism. They believed in the power of connection between the living and the dead. They honored their ancestors, not out of fear, but out of love. Aislinn stepped closer, her fingers brushing against mine, seeking warmth in the cool night. She was torn, caught between the tangible world and the weight of the past she desperately wanted to believe in. I watched her struggle, my own heart aching with the desire to pull her back from the edge of doubt. Celtic death beliefs weren't about endings, I insisted, my voice a trembling whisper. They were about transitions, journeys. A celebration of life intertwined with the acceptance of death. And then it happened, an abrupt shift in the atmosphere, a gust of wind that sent a shiver down my spine. The darkness seemed to close in around us, and I thought I heard the distant sound of drumming, a rhythm echoing through the ages, calling to us. "Do you hear that?" Aislinn breathed, her eyes wide with wonder and terror intermingling. Is it really them?" Liam scoffed, but even he faltered for a moment, caught in the web of our shared uncertainty. The tension hung thick in the air, a looming storm cloud, waiting to burst. Shadows stretched and contorted as the trees whispered secrets, tales of love and loss, of ancient rituals lost to time. In that moment, we were not just three souls standing on ancient earth, we were the very essence of humanity, lost, yearning, grasping for connection in a world that had long since forgotten how to grieve. "I don't want to accept death," Aislinn confessed, her voice trembling yet resolute. "But I want to understand it. I want to reclaim the stories." As she spoke, the ground beneath us felt alive, pulsing with energy, as if the spirits of our ancestors were reaching out, desperate to be remembered. I wondered if this was the transformation we feared, the realization that in denying the past, we severed the ties that anchored us to life itself. And just like that, the shadows deepened, the air crackled with tension, and I realized we were standing on the precipice of something profound, a confrontation with our own beliefs, our fears, and the legacy we carried forward. As the moon shone down upon us, I felt the weight of history pressing in, each heartbeat echoing the stories that longed to be told. The night was far from over, and with it, the tension between us simmered, ready to erupt. We were at the brink, and I knew that whatever lay ahead would forever alter the fabric of our beliefs. Each breath was heavy with anticipation, a promise of revelations yet to come, spiraling us deeper into this dance with the shadows. We weren't just standing in the darkness, we were becoming part of it, and the transformation had begun. The wind howled through the cemetery, a mournful symphony that wrapped around the stones like a shroud. A raven perched on a crumbling headstone, its beady eyes glinting in the silver moonlight. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum. This was no ordinary night. It was a night painted in shadows, a night where the boundaries between life and death, joy and sorrow, blurred. Maggie stood beside me, her hands trembling as she clutched a crumpled piece of paper. The letter, inked in a familiar scrawl, haunted her. I remember the stories my grandfather told me," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the night. "About the fae who danced on graves, about how they'd lure you into the forest, never to return." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a storm brewing within. In her heart lingered an ache that echoed through time, a connection to her ancestors steeped in Celtic lore. Then there was Liam, always the skeptic, standing apart from us, arms crossed, a fortress of disbelief. "You're serious," he scoffed, but doubt curled in his voice like smoke. "You think the dead care about us? It's just stories." But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of fear, the unspoken questions. Was he more connected to the past than he dared admit? As the wind whipped around us, it carried whispers from the beyond, tales of wailing banshees and morose reapers. "I remember," I said, forcing my voice to cut through the night, "the graves of my ancestors, how they watched over me. I never felt alone." A shiver ran down my spine. How could a graveyard feel more like home than any living room? The clock in the nearby village tower struck midnight, its chimes ringing out like warnings. They echoed in the hollow pit of my stomach, reminding me that time was slipping, that our lives were mere threads in a larger tapestry woven by fate. "You think they're watching?" Maggie asked, her voice trembling, the lines of fear and fascination blurring on her face. Liam shrugged, but the sweat beaded on his forehead betrayed him. "If they are, they probably laugh at our silly fears." But what if they weren't laughing at all? What if they mourned, just as we did, trapped in memories of lives half-lived, dreams unfulfilled? A rustle broke the tension, and a chill ran through the air, freezing the very marrow in our bones. A figure emerged from the mist, pale and wraith-like. It was as if the night itself had taken form, a spectre of sorrow clad in tattered robes. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged beast desperate to escape. "Beware the tales of old," the figure rasped, voice like wind through dry leaves. "They hold more truth than you dare to believe." It felt like an electric shock, igniting our fears, stirring the secrets buried deep within our souls. Maggie gasped, stepping back into me, and in that moment, our breaths mingled, fear and curiosity fusing together. "I remember," I whispered, "the stories of my childhood, the tales of the Morrigan, the goddess of fate and death, who would visit the dying." My voice cracked, and I felt the weight of centuries pressing on my shoulders. "She's not just a myth, she's a reminder of the fragility of life." Maggie nodded, her face pale but resolute. "She's a guide in the darkness, a beacon for the lost." Her hands clenched tighter around the letter, its edges digging into her palm. "What if we're meant to face our fears? What if we're meant to find solace in the shadows?" The figure moved closer, darkness pooling at its feet. "Only those who embrace the past can truly live," it murmured, eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. Liam scoffed again, but the tremor in his voice sliced through the bravado. "Why would we want to?" he snapped, but I could see the cracks forming in his armor. The night was weaving a spell, and we were trapped in its web. "Because," I said, voice rising, "in embracing the shadows, we find our light. In the legends of the dead, there is a truth that illuminates our lives." My words hung in the air, a challenge, a promise. Silence fell, heavy as a shroud, thick with unspoken fears and tangled emotions. The figure loomed, a reminder that death was not an ending, but a continuation, a transformation into something beyond understanding. "I remember the day I lost my mother," Maggie said suddenly, her voice breaking like glass. She believed in the fae, in the spirits. I never did. But now, her gaze drifted to the figure, eyes wide with realization. "What if she's out there, waiting for me?" Liam shifted uncomfortably, the walls he built crumbling. "We can't just stand here," he said, the urgency pouring out of him, and for the first time, I saw him not as a skeptic but as a soul grappling with loss. "Why not?" I asked, feeling the intensity of the moment wrap around us like a cloak. What if we're meant to listen? What if the dead have lessons for us? With that, the figure extended a shadowy hand, beckoning us forward into the unknown. The air crackled with energy, as if the very universe held its breath. Time seemed to stretch, and in that instant, we were bound together, not just by fear, but by the deep-seated need to confront our pasts and to embrace the legacy left behind. Face the truth, the figure intoned, or forever be ghosts in your own lives. Maggie stepped forward, tears glistening like stars in her eyes. I'm ready, she declared, voice steady. Let's walk into the darkness. The night stretched before us, a vast expanse of uncertainty. Shadows danced and whispered, beckoning us closer to the edge of what we feared most. With each step, I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing down on us, urging us to carry their stories forward, to breathe life into the legends that had shaped our existence. The spectre faded into the mist, leaving us standing on the precipice of discovery, our hearts thundering in unison, caught between the world of the living and the echoes of the dead. In that moment, we knew the past was never truly gone. It lingered, wrapped around our souls, waiting for us to acknowledge its presence. Together, we faced the looming darkness, a fragile unity forged in the fires of uncertainty. The night was alive with possibility, the air thick with the promise of adventure. And in that moment, we were not just standing in a cemetery, we were standing on the threshold of a legacy, ready to confront the haunting beauty of our shared fate.